done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
Ocean Mary Union, Y93.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're going to hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday. Mayor, is your microphone on?
Today is Tuesday, the day of all Tues, February 22nd, 2022. It is 4 p.m. We are in the city chambers, and I call the Fire Rescue District Governing Body meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner White, Mayor Emmerich, Vice Mayor Langdon, and Commissioner Luke. There is a quorum present for this meeting. Also present is City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Taylor, Recording Secretary Baker, Captain Harvey, and Fire Chief Titus. Titus is in the back. I would like to call on Mr. Chuck Speaks to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Request a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
You won this time. I have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda as presented by Vice Mayor Langdon and seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Please vote. And that passes 5-0. City Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is none.
And there's none in-house. Moving on to the consent agenda, has City Manager, has anything been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I will request a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, ladies?
No, sir.
Please vote. And that passes 5-0 with very little problems there. Do we have any public comment, City Clerk?
We do not.
All right. It's 4:02 p.m. and I adjourn this meeting. Good afternoon. It's Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022. It is 4:03 p.m. and I call this Road and Drainage District Governing Body meeting to order. Everybody's still present from the last meeting, and I will look for approval of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion on the floor for approval of agenda as presented by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, ladies?
No, sir.
Please vote. And that passes 5-0. City Clerk, is there any public comment? Thank you. We are on to the consent agenda. City Manager, has any items been pulled?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
I will request a motion.
Move to approve consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda as presented by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Anything to that, ladies? Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to public hearings. What resolution 2022-R-04. City Clerk, will you please read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-04, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, as the governing body of the Road and Drainage District, authorizing the purchase of real property located on Parade Terrace and described as Lot 29, Block 163, 5th addition to Port Charlotte subdivision, Sarasota County property appraiser, parcel identification number 100-501-6329, incorporating recitals, providing for filing of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Department of Public Works has identified the need to purchase vacant parcels to provide access for maintenance and replacement of water control structures across the city. This parcel provides the department appropriate access to water control structure number 124. We do have Chuck Speak, our interim Public Works Director, here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Is there going to be a presentation by Public Works?
There is not a formal presentation. We do have a map in order to answer any questions, but there's not a presentation by staff.
Okay. We do have some commissioner questions, and I will call upon Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you very much. Before I get into my questions, I would like to explain my extremely primitive map that I had provided to the commissioners as part of my question segment. Staff took it upon themselves and used their wonderful technology and made a very nice, clean map. But I just wanted to throw out why there were two maps. The reason why I created this map is because I live in this area. I'm kind of familiar with the streets. And when I saw where they were in proximity to each other, I have to start with asking, why are we purchasing, especially this property and Parkmont, so close together? It's less than a half a mile, and we already own a piece of property less than a half a mile that we just purchased last month. So I need to understand what is the purpose of this Parade property.
Yes, ma'am. Let me just bring that one up.
I appreciate that, thank you.
And Parade. So the intent of purchasing these properties are to gain access to the water control structures. The Parade property is the only property that gives us direct access to that structure, which is represented by that blue box on the map. So to buy another property, even if it's 2 blocks away, doesn't allow us access to get in there and maintain that structure. We can't travel the banks of the canal to do that unless we make a road on the banks of the canal. So when we come in to do daily maintenance, which we touch these every day, we have to have direct access. It really comes into play when we go to replace these, or we have to do major renovations to these structures. We have to be able to get heavy equipment to the structure. You can make an argument that we could move the structures when we rebuild them, but we still have to tear the old one down. So we still have to gain that access. If they build houses on all 4 of those lots, we've lost our access, and everything we do from that point will either be on the water. You have to work from the water side or from the air.
So this is not water. This isn't water access for cleaning along the banks or anything. This is direct water control structure, not in the water, but to access on land.
To access the water control structure by land, yes, the actual structure itself. So all of these properties are to access infrastructure for us, whether it be something that we've built, a water control structure, or to even gain access. One of these properties is access to a retention ditch that we don't have access to any other way. And there's not a lot of those retention ditches that are built that way, but there are some where GDC put properties at the end where they meet the road. They stop the ditch short. They sold those 2 properties, so we can't access it from the roadway. And I can explain that when we get to that one as well.
Is this a water, and forgive me, the water control structures? I know we have weirs, water control structures. In my mind, they're all the same thing. I know to you, they're vastly different.
Right.
So for comparison, a water control structure, is that the one that's along Price right there by McCoffney? Or is it the water control structure that's along Price right there by City Hall? They're very different, but
They serve the same purpose. The difference is some are gated, so we can move the water, some are not.
is
So
this
this is a
gated?
gated structure.
I appreciate the clarification
Yes,
because
ma'am.
I thought you were looking to be able to access it by water and I was trying to understand why. So thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
That it, Commissioner?
That is all I have for this one, yes.
Commissioner White?
I just had a question about where exactly the lot is located. It's not where that purple box is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So all right. So there's all parcels along there. They're just not on the
The
map.
parcels are
Okay.
not delineated in the map.
Yes, right,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. I'm sorry. I was looking for all the little doot, and I'm not seeing it. So it looked like it was just sitting out there by itself. Okay. I don't have another question. Thank you.
All right, I see no other questions. City Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is not.
Okay, I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 2022-R-04 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Langdon to approve resolution number 2022-R-04 as presented, and that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, ladies?
No, sir.
All right, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Moving on to resolution number 2022-R-07. City Clerk, can you read that by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-7, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, as the governing body of the Northport Road and Drainage District, authorizing the purchase of real property located on Park Mount Terrace and described as Lot 33, Block 332, 5th Edition to Port Charlotte Subdivision. Sarasota County Property Appraiser Parcel Identification Number 098-703-3233. Incorporating recitals, providing for filing of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is also your item.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The Department of Public Works has identified the need to purchase vacant parcels to provide access for maintenance and replacement of water control structures across the city. This parcel provides the department the appropriate access to water control structure number 125. We do have interim Public Works Director Chuck Speak still here. There is no formal presentation, but he is ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell?
So what is the intended purpose of this purchase of this property?
This one is identical to the last. Gains us direct access to a gated water control structure.
We just purchased one last month, literally directly right across that canal. So that's on Allegheny. We purchased that one. Don't quite, hold on, let me see what my notes show for that. Allegheny cost $46,000. Why do we need Parkmont if this is to gain access to the water control structure by land when we already own a piece of land that connects right to this one?
And I apologize for not having Allegheny on this map. I'm just trying to find it here. If the property is not directly adjacent to that water control structure, then it doesn't serve the purpose that we need. We have to be able to get cranes in there to replace that structure at some point. So if it's down the street, if it's 5 lots away, we're not going to be able to reach that structure.
And then what was the purpose of purchasing Allegheny? If Allegheny was to be able to access this water control structure, then
Allegheny was for a different structure.
I'm going to pull up the,
I'm trying to, I don't have that item in front of me. having that brought down now, though, to be able to address that. So that one is directly across for 125. You're correct. That structure is. So it was identified, and I would have to talk to the engineer as to why we needed both sides of that one. And that may have been as part of the mobility. It's one of the cut-throughs as far as the properties that we're purchasing to try to make connectivity through the city. So,
And
and I would have to ask the engineer. I'm sorry, I don't have. I really don't want to come up with an answer that I don't have for you.
And when I'm looking at this property, I have it up on my GIS map through the county. It's right there on the curve. Allegheny is right there on the curve.
Right.
And and it's very, very narrow at the street and then gets very, very wide at the water. The connectivity, I'm not an engineer, I could see it being for connectivity. But you said that the purpose of purchasing Allegheny was to access water control structure. And that you're saying that the purpose of purchasing Parkmont is for water control structure access also.
Correct. They both access that structure.
I have a very difficult time approving purchasing two properties for the same water control structure that has direct access. If by chance this is for connectivity, I would love to see that engineer's documentation to say, this is how it will work, this is how the road will go in, or is it going to be a pedestrian bridge only? That kind of stuff I don't know, but I would love to see that come back. But at this time, because you're saying it's for a water control structure, I cannot approve it. That could be used for other water control structure access points.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate the conversation, and hopefully we might see this come back with connectivity and documentation to show how that would look on paper at some point in the future. Thank you. I'm finished, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Speaks, which control structure is this? Do you know?
This is 125.
125. Now,
Yes, sir.
we're talking about access. Could this lot be the one where the access actually gets you out on top of the weir? Because the weir doesn't go all the way across to where you can get on the weir from both properties, correct?
Correct. They're built with a catwalk on one side or the other.
Right.
And I would have to look, and that may be what's going on with this one is the catwalk is on the property that we don't yet own. And there are times where we have to change the direction of access.
I don't know if it would be helpful to see
I've got it
it.
here.
Oh, you have it?
One second.
Okay.
You have it?
I'm just curious if that would be the case because, and I understand about these weirs, and if it's the weir that I'm thinking of, it's one of the larger weirs to where reconstruction of that, you may need access from both points down the road for reconstructing that weir itself by cranes and stuff like you had mentioned.
Right. So we just confirmed in the aerial that the catwalk access is from the Park Mount Terrace parcel.
The one that we're looking at today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that's all the questions I had. I got Commissioner White that has a question too.
Yeah, you answered one of them. I was just, had a question about the accessibility from both ends, that it is reasonable to think that there is a possibility you have to work on it and you have to be able to get to the other side to work on something because it's water control. It goes from one end to the other. But you said one side usually has the catwalk and then there's the rest of the structure.
Correct.
Right,
So the one side has a catwalk that accesses all of the gate operation hardware,
right.
your gearboxes and such. The other side basically is a weir wall that our staff has to clean,
Right.
maintain.
But in the case of having to replace it, it would be conducive to be able to access it from both points, would you say?
Absolutely, it would make it much easier for us.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Is that all you had?
Yes, thank you.
I have a follow-up.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I understand that it's easier to have access from both points, but looking at I'll forget it. Thank you, Mayor. I'll further.
City Clerk, is there any public comment? Okay, I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-R-07 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Luke to approve resolution number 2022-R-07 as presented, and that was seconded by Commissioner Langdon. Anything to that, ladies?
Yes,
No.
sir.
Okay, go ahead.
There has been a list issued to us of properties that they need in order to take care of these water structures. I don't think an engineer is going to make a goof up to get 2 properties if it's not needed or necessary. So I'm in full trust of the engineer in this department. I'm not going to second guess them as to what they need to go in and fulfill the long rehabilitation that's going to be going on with these water structures. So I'm definitely behind it.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner McDowell, your light was on. Is
Oh.
that for this? No. Okay.
Sorry, I thought it was for voting.
Okay,
Sorry.
no, it's fine. Let's vote. And that passes 4-1 with Commissioner McDowell dissenting. Commissioner McDowell, anything to that?
Yes, Mayor. I dissented because I believe this $29,000 could be utilized for water control structures that have 0 access. If it was for the connectivity, I would have liked to have seen that come back. There is access to this. It's a little bit longer, takes a little bit more time, but it is like you cannot say there is no access to this. And for those reasons is why I dissented.
All right, moving on to resolution number 2022-R-08. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-08, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, as the governing body of the Northport Road and Drainage District, authorizing the purchase of real property located on San Maria Circle and described as Lot 66, Block 914, 20th Edition to Port Charlotte Subdivision, Sarasota County Property Appraiser, parcel identification number 096-209-1466. Incorporating recitals, providing for filing of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Department of Public Works has identified the need to purchase a vacant parcel to provide access for maintenance of retention ditch number 114. This parcel provides the department appropriate access to this retention ditch. We do have still interim Public Works Director Chuck Speak here to answer any questions. There is no formal presentation, but he is prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner questions. Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, so this is to maintain that ditch along San Maria.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you help me understand why we would need to purchase this property when the city of Northport already owns property at Chamberlain and the other side of San Maria, which that ditch kind of goes along San Maria, then it connects to the lagoon waterway, and then there's access along the lagoon at the back end of San Maria. Then you can access the south part of San Maria? Why do we have to have the access here? And there's already 2 city-owned properties on Lagoon Waterway that access this exact drainage ditch.
In order to use either one of those 3 identified properties, city-owned properties, for access or to maintain that retention ditch, we would have to, again, we're gonna have to clear the top of Lagoon, clear that bank, make a road, to be able to get our tractors in from any of those properties. So we would have to clear behind those houses and take that 20-foot maintenance easement and use that as our entrance and exit every time we went through there to maintain that retention ditch.
But what about the one that's right at the end of Chamberlain? That is already cleared. It's already there. And if you look at the other end along Lagoon, it looks like that's pretty well cleared. There's already a little roadway back there.
You're not going to be able to run a tractor along that. If you look at the aerial along the backside of Lagoon between those 2 retention ditches, that's treed. And what you're looking at, you might see a little bit of the bank, but we would have to take out those trees along the top edge of bank to run our batwings through there, or even bush hogs.
Okay, so if, again, we own I'm just trying to
Sure.
give you a yes. So I have to get I'm not trying to be combative. I'm
Yes,
trying to
ma'am.
give you the yes. If we own property at Chamberlain and you have to, you may not have full 100% access, but if you come down Chamberlain, you can gain the access right there in between those 2 properties on the south part of Chamberlain, because it has a drainage easement anyways
And
through the road. So
correct, we have a 12-foot easement between every property line.
Mhm.
I would say that probably every time I would have to have the one property owner remove their trees in the back on the corner. But I can guarantee you that every time our tractor runs down between those 2 houses, the city manager is going to get a phone call. Because these aren't small machines. These are large tractors, yeah. You know, you see them behind the house, I'm sure.
I've seen 'em. But that's why we have these easements in between these properties.
Those are, the easements between are utility easements. Those
And
aren't maintenance
drainage?
easements. They're a drainage easement, but it's a utility easement, so it's a shared easement. It's not for everyday use. It's if we have to go in there and install a utility line of some sort. Now, a maintenance easement, which we have in the backsides of the properties, that's a different story. That's something that we can use to maintain that drainage structure or that drainage component. But in order to do that, I'm going to have to clear behind people's houses along those waterways to gain that access. And you know as well as I do how popular that's going to be.
Thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner?
It is.
All right. City Clerk, I see no other questions. Do we have public comment?
We do not.
Okay. And close this public hearing and request a motion, please.
I'll move to approve resolution number 2022-R-08 as presented.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor to approve resolution number 2022-R-08 as presented by Commissioner Luke, and that was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, ladies?
Yes, sir. I really appreciate the definition that Mr. Speak gave to the type of maintenance versus easement, what's used, what travels through it and stuff, because I did receive one of those calls, actually two of those calls, I believe, just in the last week of that big, heavy equipment being on their property. So total agreement, and thank you for giving those and providing those definitions, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Langdon, anything? Or Vice Mayor, sorry. Anything?
No, I'm all set. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, please vote. And that passes 4-1 with Commissioner McDowell dissenting. Commissioner McDowell, anything to that?
Yes, the reason why I dissented is because, again, we could use this $26,000. This is not a direct, immediate need. This is something for more of a convenience, and I see immediate need in other areas. For that reason, I dissented. Mayor, if I could also ask a favor, please? A little bit of leeway. Maybe we can have city manager provide each time we get a purchase of a property, we get a little bit more fuller detailed location maps, what other city properties are nearby. Otherwise, we'll continue to see my little primitive maps.
We can handle that.
It's up to the city manager. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, is there any public comment? Okay, it is 4:31 and I adjourn this meeting.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations.
Hi, I'm Josh Taylor. I'm the Public Information Officer and Communications Manager for the City of Northport, and we're joined now by our Emergency Manager, Mike Ryan.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here, and I'm looking forward to another, hopefully not as exciting hurricane season.
Mike is somewhat new to the city. How long have you been here?
I've been here since the end of February, so this would be my first hurricane season with the City of Northport, but come down from Hillsborough County, where I spent the last 8 years. So hurricanes are not an unfamiliar occurrence.
Lots of experience,
yes,
for sure.
Yes.
But we're going to try and make this as succinct and as valuable for folks as possible.
Absolutely.
Not quick, but get bang for our buck here.
Absolutely.
So what is the city currently doing to prepare for hurricane season?
Much like individuals, we are going through our preparedness checklist. Basically what that means is we're making sure that all our supplies are in place, all of our personnel, all our staff are ready in case they need to come back to work. They have their plans in place for what they need to bring, what they need for their families. We're testing our power equipment to make sure everything is up and running, performing as it should. Making sure that we have enough supplies on hand, such as fuel, and that everybody's going through the proper training Everybody's understanding what roles they need to play during a disaster and after the disaster. So we're doing everything that a family and individual would do to prepare just like anybody else to be ready for the worst case scenario.
So I think it's important that the community knows that we're getting ready. I'm confident that we'll be ready.
Absolutely, we will be ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of our role.
Yes.
What do individuals need to be doing out there?
What they're looking for from an individual viewpoint is be prepared to be self-sustaining. The general rule has always been for 72 hours. We'd like to push it out, especially with the occurrence of Michael and such of the larger storms, to be prepared for 4 or 5 days. You're looking at making sure you have enough food to carry you, yourself and your family for 4 or 5 days. A gallon of water per person per day is always a good thing. Have your medications with you. You want to stay in touch, so you want to have a battery-powered radio so you can stay in communications, making sure that you understand what's going on, if there's anything action you need to take, so that if you do lose power, you can maintain communications. Flashlights for when it gets dark. If you have children, bring games, and for yourself, bring something to read, because it might be a while.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed more recently with COVID that people start hoarding some supplies. That can certainly happen. So now is a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now is a good time to go out and get what you need. Now is a good time to do the planning, because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis, because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress. And you can go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once. So you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up.
Absolutely.
Some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax week. Maybe it's a whole week.
Is it a whole week?
Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some really a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what? For maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different, but what will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watching your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms. Kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. When is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. All of our social media, all of these channels, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
So, there's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing, what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items.
You need
Don't
to bring
just
some.
show up.
Don't show up and don't plan on making dinner reservations. You're not going to be served anything, and so whatever you could bring with you, just like in your emergency kit, bring that with you.
And it is important. Sarasota County operates those for us.
Yes.
A lot of those locations are here in Northport because we're away from the coast.
Correct. Yes.
And most of them have now, if not all of them, have become pet friendly.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for folks.
Absolutely. And I don't know, for our family, our pets are our family. We treat them just like
Monica, can you hear me?
family. We make sure we have their papers, we make sure we have their food, make sure we have a place for them to stay, because they're going to be separate. They're not going to be with the families within the shelter themselves. They're going to be put in another safe
Testing,
area.
1, 2, 3,
Just because
testing.
within the
I
shelter,
can see that.
we might have allergies to pets, so we want to keep them safe, but be prepared to take care of them, be prepared to go take a look on them every now and then, but be prepared with them just like you would any other member of the family.
Yeah. And in years past, it used to be only certain ones were pet friendly, but now pretty much, and they knew that that was keeping people from going and getting out of harm's way.
Yes, and we understand that, like I said, pets are a very, very important part, and so we want to make sure that we're accommodating them as well.
As far as COVID's changed a lot of things in our lives, I can imagine in a evacuation center, it's, you know, how do you balance that?
Yeah, one of the things that we've had to do over the last year is kind of provide more spacing between groups. In other words, you come in with a family, you're kind of be generally located with your family, but you'll be a little bit more distance separated from other families. The difference is a lot of times now there's not a lot of mingling. In other words, you don't see people walking around talking to each other. And they kind of stay within their groups just to maintain that social distancing, just to make sure that everybody's safe, staying healthy, but they're out of harm's way. But again, it's a little bit more limited in terms of the actual social interaction.
Lots of options for shelters here in Northport. How do people know where to go?
Basically, what we will do is we will let you know what shelters are open. And as you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to citynorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, you know, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because the storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple times in this interview, because it's just old habits. Shelter, center, center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that, an evacuation center. It's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days, and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for just old habits, years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. You know, various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community and they start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes you might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, do the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units, some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get, but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered, and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So cows, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell
communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations center. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating, providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to wherever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, lower, raise the levees, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands.
We're very, very fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when they start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another Pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes,
All right.
only one.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Good.
Appreciate
Thank you.
your time.
Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for tuning in, and get ready.
This is the first 1,000 Days mural. I'm a figurative artist. That's what I like to do the most, is people. And to me, any age is wonderful to do, but something about a baby. It's about nurturing, love for the pregnant woman. For the new infant, and then as the baby grows and develops and the mother's caring for the baby. This is actually closer to 3 stories.
It's beautiful. It's so joyous, it's so fun. There is so much development that goes on in that period of time that, yes, it's vitally important that we get this out to everybody. Those first 1,000 days sets the lifetime for the child. We have such a young community, so many families within 12,000 school children. It's perfect within our community.
Being able to, have everyone come by and see it and everything, it's an honor to be able to do it, and I'm just glad we were chosen. A lot of positive, a lot of people stopping by, really seeing how it's coming along and what a great job the artist has done, more than what anyone would expect. It just looks awesome.
We hope families will enjoy the mural in Northport, its vibrant colors and the sense of possibility that it inspires. At Gulf Coast, we are so proud to sponsor the mural in Northport and to use the Haddon Memorial Endowment Fund, knowing that it is dedicated to improving the quality of life for residents in Northport.
It literally takes a whole community to raise a baby. It can be tough for families with many resources. The first 1,000 days is working to ensure equal opportunity of support and resources for all young families in our community. Really want to give a big shout out. Without the foresight of Charles and Marjorie Barancic Foundation, this wouldn't have been possible to launch First 1,000 Days. We have had robust support from other philanthropy organizations, including Sarasota Memorial Hospital Foundation, the Gulf Coast Community Foundation, the Selby Foundation, as well as Flanzer Trust and many individual donors.
All of the other businesses and organizations donating paint and supplies is just heartwarming.
We invite everyone who goes to see the mural to go home and create a sidewalk chalk mural of your own. Get out that chalk and enjoy coloring our community with the images of healthy child development.
It's a great message. That's the number one thing, is that that's what people always keep remarking, is it is so upbeat, and it's easy to just feel the well-being and the joy, which is what they want to bring to everybody. I'm just really happy it's turned out really well.
Let's kick it. Alright, stop, collaborate and listen. Parks is back with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poo. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, you did your part, get amped. Damn! Rush your baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly! When bacteria grows steadily. Anything less than scooping is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better gangway. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo, man, let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop.
Hello everyone, I'm Josh Taylor with the City of Northport, and we want to tell you about some big improvements to our North Report app. It's a great tool to get a lot of information from the city, but also a great tool to give some. For instance, we're right here, we have this tree that's overhanging the roadway here, blocking this street sign. If you have our app, all you have to do is take a quick picture, it'll map it for us and send it right to the right person who will fix it. So we're going to report an issue. Look for the type of incident that it is. Tree vegetation, road obstruction. Take a photo. You can see that the tree is right in front of that sign. Click on it. Use the photo. Put a little note. Tree in front of sign. You can post anonymously or as yourself. Submit. Complete. That's simple. Goes right to all the right people. You don't have to call, figure out who you need to deal with. And then there's a list. You can come back and check. Everybody else can see that it's been submitted so they know that their neighbor's already done it. And it goes right to them. Swimming in the pool.
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
Motion Mary Union, Y9.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're going to hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations.
Hi, I'm Josh Taylor. I'm the Public Information Officer and Communications Manager for the City of Northport, and we're joined now by our Emergency Manager, Mike Ryan.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here, and I'm looking forward to another, hopefully not as exciting hurricane season.
Mike is somewhat new to the city. How long have you been here?
I've been here since the end of February, so this would be my first hurricane season with the City of Northport, but come down from Hillsborough County, where I spent the last 8 years. So hurricanes are not an unfamiliar occurrence.
Lots of experience,
Yes.
for sure.
Yes.
But we're going to try and make this as succinct and as valuable for folks as possible.
Absolutely.
Not quick, but get bang for our buck here.
Absolutely.
So what is the city currently doing to prepare for hurricane season?
Much like individuals, we are going through our preparedness checklist. Basically what that means is we're making sure that all our supplies are in place, all of our personnel, all our staff are ready in case they need to come back to work. They have their plans in place for what they need to bring, what they need for their families. We're testing our power equipment to make sure everything is up and running, performing as it should. Making sure that we have enough supplies on hand, such as fuel, and that everybody's going through the proper training. Everybody's understanding what roles they need to play during a disaster and after the disaster. So we're doing everything that a family and individual would do to prepare just like anybody else to be ready for the worst case scenario.
So I think it's important that the community knows that we're getting ready. I'm confident that we'll be ready.
Absolutely, we will be ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of our role.
Yes.
What do individuals need to be doing out there?
What they're looking for from an individual viewpoint is be prepared to be self-sustaining. The general rule has always been for 72 hours. We'd like to push it out, especially with the occurrence of Michael and such of the larger storms, to be prepared for 4 or 5 days. You're looking at making sure you have enough food to carry you, yourself and your family for 4 or 5 days. A gallon of water per person per day is always a good thing. Have your medications with you. You want to stay in touch, so you want to have a battery-powered radio so you can stay in communications, making sure that you understand what's going on, if there's anything action you need to take, so that if you do lose power, you can maintain communications. Flashlights for when it gets dark. If you have children, bring games, and for yourself, bring something to read, because it might be a while.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed more recently with COVID that people start hoarding some supplies.
Yes,
That
yes.
can certainly happen. So now is a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now is a good time to go out and get what you need. Now is a good time to do the planning because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress. And you can go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once. So you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up. Some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax week. Maybe it's a whole week. Is
a
it?
whole week.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some really a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what? For maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different, but what will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watching your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms. Kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. When is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. All of our social media, all of these channels, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
So, there's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing and what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items. Don't just show up.
Don't show up and don't plan on making dinner reservations. You're not going to be served anything, and so whatever you could bring with you, just like in your emergency kit, bring that with you.
And it's important. Sarasota County operates those for us.
Yes.
A lot of those locations are here in Northport because we're away from the coast.
Correct. Yes.
And most of them have now, if not all of them, have become pet friendly.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for folks.
Absolutely. And for our family, our pets are our family.
Sure.
We treat them just like any other member of the family. We make sure we have their papers, we make sure we have their food, make sure we have a place for them to stay, because they're going to be separate. They're not going to be with the families within the shelter themselves. They're going to be put in another safe area. Just because within the shelter itself, we might have people who might have allergies to pets. So we want to keep them safe, but be prepared to take care of them. Be prepared to go take a look on them every now and then, but be prepared with them just like you would any other member of the family.
Yeah. And in years past, it used to be only certain ones were pet friendly, but now pretty much, and they knew that that was keeping people from going and getting out of harm's way.
Yes, so. And we understand that, like I said, pets are a very, very important part, and so we want to make sure that we're accommodating them as well.
As far as COVID's changed a lot of things in our lives, I can imagine in a evacuation center, it's, you know, how do you balance that?
Yeah, one of the things that we've had to do over the last year is kind of provide more spacing between groups. In other words, you come in with a family, you're kind of be generally located with your family, but you'll be a little bit more distance separated from other families. The difference is a lot of times now there's not a lot of mingling. In other words, you don't see people walking around talking to each other. And they kind of stay within their groups just to maintain that social distancing, just to make sure that everybody's safe, staying healthy, but they're out of harm's way. But again, it's a little bit more limited in terms of the actual social interaction.
Lots of options for shelters here in Northport. How do people know where to go?
Basically, what we will do is we will let you know what shelters are open. And as you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to cityofnorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, you know, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because the storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple times in this interview, because it's just old habits. Shelter, center, center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that, an evacuation center. It's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days, and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for just old habits, years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. You know, various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community and they start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes you might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, do the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units, some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get, but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered, and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So cows, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell
communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations centers. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating, providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to wherever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, raise the levees, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands.
We're very, very fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when they start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes, only one.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Great.
Appreciate your time. Thanks for tuning in, and get ready.
This is the first 1,000 Days mural. I'm a figurative artist. That's what I like to do the most, is people. And to me, any age is wonderful to do, but something about a baby. It's about nurturing, love for the pregnant woman. For the new infant, and then as the baby grows and develops and the mother's caring for the baby. This is actually closer to 3 stories.
It's beautiful. It's so joyous, it's so fun. There is so much development that goes on in that period of time that yes, it's vitally important that we get this out to everybody. Those first 1,000 days sets the lifetime for the child. We have such a young community, so many families within 12,000 school children. It's perfect within our community.
Being able to, have everyone come by and see it and everything, it's an honor to be able to do it, and I'm just glad we were chosen. A lot of positive, a lot of people stopping by, really seeing how it's coming along and what a great job the artist has done, more than what anyone would expect. It just looks awesome.
We hope families will enjoy the mural in Northport, its vibrant colors and the sense of possibility that it inspires. At Gulf Coast, we are so proud to sponsor the mural in Northport and to use the Haddon Memorial Endowment Fund, knowing that it is dedicated to improving the quality of life for residents in Northport.
It literally takes a whole community to raise a baby. It can be tough for families with many resources. The first 1,000 days is working to ensure equal opportunity of support and resources for all young families in our community. Really want to give a big shout out. Without the foresight of Charles and Marjorie Barancik Foundation, this wouldn't have been possible to launch First 1,000 Days. We have had robust support from other philanthropy organizations, including Sarasota Memorial Hospital Foundation, the Gulf Coast Community Foundation, the Selby Foundation, as well as Flanzer Trust and many individual donors.
All of the other businesses and organizations donating paint and supplies is just heartwarming.
We invite everyone who goes to see the mural to go home and create a sidewalk chalk mural of your own. Get out that chalk and enjoy coloring our community with the images of healthy child development.
It's a great message. That's the number one thing, is that that's what people always keep remarking, is it is so upbeat, and it's easy to just feel the well-being and the joy, which is what they want to bring to everybody. I'm just really happy it's turned out really well.
honey, listen. Parks is back with an old invention. Whenever your pet goes number 2, it's your job to scoop the poo. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't think so. Poop shouldn't be left to decompose. To the extreme, bag it up like a champ. Throw it away, use your part, get amped. Damn! Rush your baggie to the trash. Keep the water clean, do your part in a flash. Deadly! One bacteria goes steadily. Anything less than scooping is a felony. Love it or leave it, you better get away. You better hit the bullseye, the dogs don't play. This can be a problem, but yo, we'll solve it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Yo, man, let's get out of here. Word to your pupper. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop. Don't forget to scoop.
Hello everyone, I'm Josh Taylor with the City of Northport, and we want to tell you about some big improvements to our North Report app. It's a great tool to get a lot of information from the city, but also a great tool to give some. For instance, we're right here, we have this tree that's overhanging the roadway here, blocking this street sign. If you have our app, all you have to do is take a quick picture, it'll map it for us and send it right to the right person who will fix it. We're going to report an issue. Look for the type of incident that it is. Tree vegetation, road obstruction. Take a photo. You can see that the tree is right in front of that sign. Click on it. Use the photo. Put a little note. Tree in front of sign. You can post anonymously or as yourself, submit, complete. That's simple. Goes right to all the right people. You don't have to call, figure out who you need to deal with. And then there's a list. You can come back and check. Everybody else can see that it's been submitted so they know that their neighbor's already done it. And it goes right to them. Swimming in the pool.
This is George, your city arborist for the city of Northport. Today, we're going to discuss the tree permit. I get a lot of calls about the tree permit. A lot of people are confused on how to fill it out. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of the tree permit. People ask me, why do we need a tree permit? We are 21 years in a row tree city. We try to maintain our tree canopy. We have a 35% canopy requirement that is in the ULDC code. Tree permit is $18.75. If you're caught cutting down a tree and do not obtain a permit, you will be fined $250. The tree permit is good for a year. At the top left-hand corner of the permit, it says inspections. There's a phone number. Please call that number. It's an automated system that will set up a final inspection for the inspector to come out and close out the permit. Please have the permit posted somewhere when the tree work is being done and at the final inspection. If the paperwork is not where the inspector can find it, they will fail the inspection. You can drop off your permit at City Hall. Well, it must be dropped off. You cannot email it in. There's a drop box for small permits or the drive-through window. Okay, this has been another video of Ask the Arborist. If you have any questions, please visit the city website at cityofnorthport.com.
If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings. If you're happy and you know it, you really ought to show it. If you're happy and you know it, flap your wings.
Motion of Mary Union, Y93.
When you're following behind large trucks, you want to make sure that you're following at a safe distance. And if you don't know that safe distance, just remember, if you can't see their mirrors, they can't see you.
We stop at about 1,000 houses a day. In order for us to complete that, and be safe, we try not to rush in between the houses. It takes us a little time. We're not trying to slow you down. We're just trying to get things up in an orderly fashion. How our trucks work, we have two different types of trucks that pick up residential garbage and recycle. We have one that's a side loader, and we have one that's a front loader. When that bucket comes out of the top of the truck and is positioned to pick up cans up front, you have probably 8-9 feet in front of you that the people behind you passing may not know about.
On a large truck, construction vehicles, etc., there's a lot of flashing lights. So just make sure their brake lights, you're paying attention to their brake lights and their blinkers so you know what they're intending to do. So you want to make sure that you're not on a double yellow line or a curve and you have good visibility for oncoming traffic so you can pass safely.
If you're too close and you go to pass, you never know what's around the corner.
When coming up to an intersection behind a large vehicle, realize that you can't pass within 100 foot of an intersection. Go through that intersection safely, following at a safe distance, and then once your lines allow you to pass, do so safely when there's not oncoming traffic.
Safety first. Don't risk your life to get somewhere sooner. All right? You're going to hurt yourself or somebody else. Let's just keep it safe.
Hello, I'm David, and today we're doing another episode of Ask the Arborist. We've had a lot of questions come in about gopher tortoises in the city of Northport. We certainly have a lot of them, and today we're going to answer some of those questions that have been coming in. The first one is, what happens when there's a gopher tortoise on a vacant lot and a builder puts in a land clearing permit and wants to build or develop that lot? Well, when they submit a land clearing permit, myself or George Murphy, the other arborist, we go out to the land and we walk the lot for gopher tortoise burrows. This is what they look like. The gopher tortoise is a keystone species, and up to 350 different animals depend on this burrow. So the state, or the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, has protected the animal and its burrows. So we do our very best to make sure that these do not get disturbed. By doing so, we walk vacant lots when land clear permits get issued to ensure that there are not any burrows. If there are burrows or gopher tortoises on that lot, we do not issue a land clear permit. What we do instead is contact the builder and let them know that they have to hire an authorized gopher tortoise agent who is certified through the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to relocate the tortoise that may or may not be inside that burrow. This process is a permitted process through the state or Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we won't issue the permit until we've got permission from the state that that burrow has been excavated and that tortoise has been relocated. So another question we had is, where do the tortoises go once they've been relocated? The tortoises go to a permanent conservation land, which is deemed a recipient site for tortoises. It's a very happy place for them to go, and they can live out their days. Tortoises live up to 60 years, so we want to protect them and continue their species on for further generations.
Josh Taylor. I'm the Public Information Officer and Communications Manager for the City of Northport, and we're joined now by our Emergency Manager, Mike Ryan.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm looking forward to another, hopefully not as exciting hurricane season.
Mike is somewhat new to the city. How long have you been here?
I've been here since the end of February, so this would be my first hurricane season with the City of Northport, but come down from Hillsborough County, where I spent the last 8 years. So hurricanes are not an unfamiliar occurrence.
Lots of experience, for sure.
Yes.
But we're going to try and make this as succinct and as valuable for folks as possible.
Absolutely.
Not quick, but get bang for our buck here.
Absolutely.
So what is the city currently doing to prepare for hurricane season?
Much like individuals, we are going through our preparedness checklist. Basically what that means is we're making sure that all our supplies are in place, all of our personnel, all our staff are ready in case they need to come back to work. They have their plans in place for what they need to bring, what they need for their families. We're testing our power equipment to make sure everything is up and running, performing as it should. Making sure that we have enough supplies on hand, such as fuel, and that everybody's going through the proper training. Everybody's understanding what roles they need to play during a disaster and after the disaster. So we're doing everything that a family and individual would do to prepare just like anybody else to be ready for the worst case scenario.
So I think it's important that the community knows that we're getting ready. I'm confident that we'll be ready.
Absolutely, we will be ready.
Yeah. So that's kind of our role.
Yes.
What do individuals need to be doing out there?
What they're looking for from an individual viewpoint is be prepared to be self-sustaining. The general rule has always been for 72 hours. We'd like to push it out, especially with the occurrence of Michael and such of the larger storms, to be prepared for 4 or 5 days. You're looking at making sure you have enough food to carry you, yourself, and your family for 4 or 5 days. A gallon of water per person per day is always a good thing. Have your medications with you. You want to stay in touch, so you want to have a battery-powered radio so you can stay in communications, making sure that you understand what's going on, if there's anything action you need to take, so that if you do lose power you can maintain communications. Flashlights for when it gets dark. If you have children, bring games, and for yourself, bring something to read, because it might be a while.
Yeah, and I think we've noticed more recently with COVID that people start hoarding some supplies.
Yes,
That
yes.
can certainly happen. So
Yes.
now is a good time to get some of this stuff together.
Now is a good time to go out and get what you need. Now is a good time to do the planning because you don't want to plan in the middle of a crisis because eventually you're going to forget something. You don't have kind of checklist to go by. So do it now when there's no stress. And you can go out and take your time and get what you need. You don't have to get everything all at once. So you can kind of separate out the items that you need to get over a period of time. So it's a good thing to start doing it now.
And we know that there'll be a tax day coming up. With some breaks there too.
Absolutely. So take advantage of those.
Tax
They
week.
can be
Maybe
very-
it's a whole week. Is
a
it?
whole week.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's one of the things that you really take advantage of. You get some really a lot of good materials for a very, very good price.
So what, for maybe, we have a lot of new residents constantly here in Northport. What can all residents expect leading up to, if a storm is threatening our area, what will that, I know they're all different, but what will that kind of be like?
Basically what you're going to see is, of course, watching your local newscast, your favorite newscast, your weather person. They're going to kind of lay out what's going to happen in broad general terms. Kind of give you an idea of what to expect in terms of the storm intensity, in terms of timing, et cetera, et cetera. From the city's viewpoint, what we're going to do is provide additional information, some detailed information. If we're opening evacuation centers, where are those going to be located? We're going to close down any government operations. When is that going to occur? We'll provide you information for non-emergency information. If you want to report a tree down or something going on in your neighborhood, it's not an emergency, but you want to call it in so it can be addressed, we'll provide you with numbers for that. So we'll keep you informed on the details of what's going on, but also let you know what's going to happen, what you can expect.
I don't know the story, but I just thought. Things I saw firsthand.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022. It is 6 p.m. We are in the city chambers, and I call the City Commission regular meeting to order. Commissioners present are Commissioner McDowell, Commissioner White, Mayor Emmerich, Vice Mayor Langdon, and Commissioner Luke. There is a quorum present for this meeting. Also present are City Manager Fletcher, City Attorney Slayton, City Clerk Taylor, Recording Secretary Baker, Deputy Chief Morales, and Fire Chief Titus. I am calling on Commissioner McDowell to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will request a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, ladies? Please
no,
vote.
Sir.
That passes 4-0 with Commissioner Luke absent from the dais for a moment. Public comment. Is there any online public comment, City Clerk?
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
From Nancy Hughes, the thing that makes Northport beautiful are the trees, undeveloped plots of land, and the amazing wildlife. Once you decimate that, Northport is nothing except an ugly, overdeveloped, crowded city with little wildlife, and what wildlife you do see is primarily what you see dead on the road. Stop clear cutting these lots. Stop displacing all the beautiful wildlife. Then Mildred Hubbard. Need stronger tree ordinances to keep mature trees and stop developers from clear cutting. You cannot mitigate cutting a 50-year-old tree by planting a spindly 4-foot pine. Stop letting developers clear cut. We are a tree city. Take care of our resources. I shouldn't have to drive to a park to see a tree. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I have some in-house. Mr. Valley Olander, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I am Valdi Hollander. I live in the geographical area, Northport, Florida. I'm going to talk about due process today. And I come here in the peace with clean hands, spirit of liberty, and good faith. I am not the criminal. Please don't treat me like the criminal. Can you remove the cop behind me? He can sit over here. Okay, let's talk about due process. I watched on PBS, there was series of 4 about the Muhammad Ali, AKA Cassius Clay. He refused to go to the army. He stated his conscientious religious objection. And the recruitment department disagreed with it. So Ali appealed, and they went to the Justice Department. The Justice Department says, no, we disagree with you, you must go to the army. Even Ali says, listen, I don't know Vietnamese, they never heard me, war was not declared, etc., etc. But so take it 3.5 years, and in 3.5 years, Ali could not make the living. He was the boxer, but he made constant appeals for and back. And eventually, his appeal reached the Supreme Court. And the clerk for Justice Harlan said he was the insider. So he said that the vote was 5-3 against Ali. Let's send them to jail. But somebody says, hey, What about the due process? And those judges start thinking about what is the due process? Does he have a due process? Like I am here. I'm asking you, or you are mute. I'm asking, I am not a criminal, and I'm being treated like criminal. So the Thurgood Marshall refused himself for stupid reasons. So all of a sudden, all judges changed their minds and voted 8-0 for the Ali. He said he's got the conscientious religious objections. And they say the Justice Department was wrong because just saying no is not enough. Well, they should make why, and they didn't do it. So I am here asking you for how long? 1 year? Same thing. You must obey your oath because your oath is the contract. You get the money from us and you have obligation to us, act what you preach. And I rest.
Thank you. Mr. Jeffrey Scott, please.
Good evening, everyone. What we need here in Northport is a city commission whose vision is to improve the quality of life standards of all their residents. What we have is a city commission that is not reliable or responsible to the residents who call Northport home. Presently, the city lacks clarity regarding accountability, is inefficient and costly, and has created an operating structure that does not rely on the tenets of good governance. With that being said, I remind the Northport City Commission that any meddling in the people's business by special interest or unelected city officials does not protect the majority, or for that matter, the good of the whole when conducting your monthly meetings. Transparency is a way of protecting fairness and ensuring the public good. When residents understand what their local government is up to, they have a better chance of ensuring that policy decisions treat everyone equally and protect the commonalities that are important to everyone's well-being. When an elected commissioner, or for that matter, an appointed charter officer has been compromised, that elected or appointed official does not represent a legitimate local governing authority. Needless to say, the continued manipulation of the people's business by outside agitators has had long-term consequences for our city. Standing for truth and against corrupt conduct is something every resident of Northport should support and rally around. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to announcements. Current vacancies and upcoming expirations for boards and committees. City Clerk.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Audit Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Municipal Police Officers Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees elected by police officer members, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Public Utility Advisory Board, Veterans Affairs Advisory Committee, and Zoning Board of Appeals. The upcoming expirations for the following advisory boards and committees: Art Advisory Board, Citizen Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Municipal Firefighters Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, Municipal Police Officers Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, and Zoning Board of Appeals. One Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization's Citizen Advisory Network. If anyone would like more information, please see the City Clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. City Manager, has any items been moved from the consent agenda? Pulled, I mean?
Yes, sir. 2 items have been pulled, item D as well as item M.
D and M?
D is in dog, M is in Mary.
Thank you. I'll request a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, but pulling D and M for discussion.
Second.
A motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke to approve the items in the consent agenda as presented, pulling items D and M for discussion, and that was seconded by Vice Mayor Langdon. Anything to that, ladies?
No, sir.
Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, up to item D. City Manager, who pulled this item?
That would be Commissioner McDowell.
Okay. Commissioner McDowell, the floor is yours. And just to let everybody know that since this item has been pulled, I do have public comment on this item. So do we do that now, City Clerk, or do we do that after?
You can do it after.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're following procedures. Commissioner McDowell, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mayor, before I get into my questions, I just want to explain why I pulled this. This is a ongoing situation with Kiwanis and the clothing closet, the storage space. So I just felt it would be warranted to have a conversation. I do have a few questions, and that is why I pulled it. I know there's a lot of public interest in this topic, and to just approve it on consent without any discussion didn't seem prudent or correct. So my first couple of questions has to do with can someone explain to me, City Manager, what some of the next steps are if this agreement is approved? Does it just go on as business as usual? Is there going to be a lapse? Could someone help me understand what happens next now that the city is going to be partnering with Kiwanis?
Are you asking if when we sign the agreement, what happens next?
Right. Is it staying as business as usual now that the city is involved more diligently, I guess is the word?
So the city would now, under this particular agreement, we would be the quote-unquote lead for the actual clothing closet. The Kiwanis Club would still maintain its presence, and they would be volunteers.
Okay. Let me see if I can ask this a different way. When I had my one-on-one with staff regarding this agenda item, they said that they were going to be closing the clothing closet for temporarily to put things in order. Is that a fair and accurate statement?
Yes, please.
Afternoon, everyone. Janet Carrillo, Social Services Manager. Good to see you guys. Yes, when we had our one-on-one, we talked about as soon as this agreement would be approved, we would look at revising and revamping the children's clothing closet.
Okay. Sorry, Mayor, I feel like I'm kind of pulling teeth here. What does that mean? What does it mean to revise and revamp? What does that mean for the city? What does that mean for Kiwanis? What does that mean for the citizens?
I can explain that. Maybe I'm when I explained it to you in our one-on-ones, I wasn't as clear as what I envisioned with the closet.
Thank you.
So as you know, and you of all commissioners are heavily involved with the stuff that I do in the division. With my other programs, I want to be able to, in conjunction with Kiwanis, do the clothing closet, provide services for the community, but put the city logo stamp on it. We have to make, it hasn't been ever advertised as a city function or a city program. Not to bash on Kiwanis, not to bash on myself, of course. It's just there hasn't been clear expectations of either party, and that's what we're trying to get completed today. So once we do that, my goal is to make sure that that we revise it, that we revamp it, that we now put our name upon it, that we elevate it to the same expectations that we have our other programs.
And to further add for their question, so we also are looking at the location of the current closet. We feel like it needs to be in a different place and making sure that those standards are consistent with, as she said, with the actual conditions that we want as a city staff. Now, the answers that she just provided were not the question that you answered in the beginning. So if we're not answering your questions, can you please ask them in a way that will get the answers that you're trying to get to? Thank you.
Sorry, City Manager, I thought I was asking the question to get where we needed, and she did answer it, and I just was looking for a little bit more detail. So thank you for that. So if there's a period of time where it's closed, is there a plan B in place for our citizens to be able to utilize the service, or is it going to be on a hiatus for a few weeks or months or?
At this time, there hasn't been any discussion. It would have to be closed until we reopen it.
Thank you. City Manager, you and I had discussed about the possible location change. So I'm going to ask, has the clothing closet been inspected for asbestos? And the reason why I'm asking that question is there are other buildings in the Dallas White area that has been found to have asbestos. And I want to, before I approve any agreement or anything related to this, has this building been inspected for asbestos?
No, it has not.
Is there plans in the future to inspect it?
We are currently trying to find a new location for the clothing closet.
And what might some of those other locations be?
When we identify locations that fit the current needs of the actual program, we will advise you and council commission of the locations.
Do you want, I don't know, do I have enough time, Mayor?
I can go to, I got two other speakers.
Go ahead.
If you want to take a break, I can go to them
Go ahead.
and give you a minute
Maybe they might be able to,
when we come back,
sounds
okay?
good. I'll wait for round two.
Commissioner Luke?
Thank you, sir. I just have the one question within this. I appreciate the work that everybody has done. I appreciate all the work for years and years that the Kiwanis has done. Finally finding out that this is a city program, and so appreciate what you guys are doing. On page 3, 7, it talks about on-call volunteer list. I'm just wanting to make sure the wording in there is so that each party knows what they're talking about. When I had my one-on-one and I brought it up, the assistant city manager thought it was, assistant city attorney thought it was a complete volunteer list of a schedule that was given to you a month in advance, or, for that month. But on-call, as anybody who works knows, on-call is a scheduled time outside of the regular routine hours. So I didn't know what the objective was in 7. So if we could figure out what the objective was for who those on-call people are and clarify that, that's the only thing that I had.
If I'm not mistaken, that's what Kiwanis calls their on-call list, is their scheduled volunteers for that day, for their Thursday and Saturday. But I can have the discussion with them and verify if the verbiage needs to be changed to say scheduled on-call list or scheduled list for the volunteers.
Yeah, if it stated something like that, it would clarify it more than just saying an on-call volunteer list, because that sounds like somebody who is going to fill in if the regular scheduled person wasn't there. So that was the only question that I had. So
yeah, we can look at the verbiage.
All right, just so it's clarified. Thank you. That's all I had, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner, if I may supplement that, unless you want the agreement to come back, if you want to approve the agreement tonight and there's concern about that language, I think that you can strike the term on call from the 2 sentences in the paragraph and resolve your issue. Just so that it says provide the division with the volunteer list for the month.
That sounds good to me. I mean, it's up to the parties, but that sounds good to me.
Want to get a consensus?
That being said, anything that you change in the agreement, as you pointed
Yeah.
out, Commissioner, would have to be agreed to by Kiwanis. But that seems like that's really more of a clarification than a substantive business point change.
We want a response from Kiwanis. I think that would be fair.
I would.
Could I
I
have
think
a
that's only
representative
fair
from
to
Kiwanis?
do. Yes.
Come on up.
Come on up, please. I just need a representative from Kiwanis to come up to the stand and put it into the record, please, if you're happy with that, before we move on. State your name and yes or no will be suffice.
For the most part, we're happy with that, but I would like to answer your question. I don't know any Kiwanian that has run away from helping anybody. A lot of our people that come for help have our own personal phones. My phone went off this afternoon from a mom coming home I was coming from Sarasota. She needed help. I told her it's packed up. You know, I can't help you right now. The other day I was in Walmart and a grandmother approached me and said, you know, the baby's gotten big and outgrown the clothes. I can't help you right now. So many of us have shared our own personal phone numbers with people in Northport. Plus, we now have a phone in the closet that we can call in and access any messages that are left. So does that answer your question, Joe?
Basically, what I need to know is, are you in favor of the change in the language for this one section?
Yes.
That's all we needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to ask for a consensus that we strike the term on-call in section 7.
We have a consensus to strike the words on-call in section 7. Commissioner McDowell?
Yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Vice Mayor Langdon?
I'm a yes.
And Commissioner Luke?
So am I. Thank you, sir.
That consensus passes 5-0 to cut those two words. Okay, moving on. Did you have anything else, City Attorney, since you had the floor last?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Langdon, you're up next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think this one is for city attorney, but under section 2, term and termination, section B, renewal, can you clarify what that means? The initial term of this is 3 years. Maybe you can just explain it. I'm confused by it.
Yes, ma'am. Each term is 1 year. The initial term is 1 year, and it may renew for 2 individual 1-year terms. So that would be a total of 3 years.
Okay, and then what happens?
It automatically terminates.
So it would need to be renegotiated?
Or amended or otherwise somehow, yes.
Okay. Section D, Kiwanis responsibilities. I guess I have an umbrella question. A couple of these struck me in operation as perhaps difficult to fulfill. I'll give you a couple of examples. Volunteers to operate the closing closet every Thursday, every Saturday. What if a holiday falls on one of those dates? Is that a breach of the agreement? If all of the volunteers for that day call in sick? So I guess my question is, once this agreement is in operation, if the two parties involved, Ms. Janet and the Kiwanis, if they want to change or clarify one of these responsibilities, can they do that with an addendum to the agreement? Is that possible?
Sure, the agreement may be amended, and there is a provision related to amendment on page 10.
Okay, good,
Subsection H there, that essentially says that both parties have to agree in writing to an amendment, and that the commission authorizes the city manager or designee to approve an amendment, provided that there is no change to the city's financial obligation under the agreement.
Okay, okay, good. It just struck me that a couple of these items I thought could very well be difficult to fulfill in operation. I'm also aware of the fact that Kiwanis does respond to emergency calls. I can totally understand during the regular operating hours of the closet requiring 2 people to be there. I think that makes a lot of good sense from a security point of view. But sometimes Kiwanis gets a call late at night. Do we really want to prohibit Kiwanis responding to those kinds of emergency situations by requiring a second volunteer? That just might be difficult to pull off. So there were just a few things that in terms of day-to-day operations of the closet, I thought could potentially make it difficult for Kiwanis to fulfill their part of the agreement, though I know they want to.
Vice Mayor, in that same subsection that you were looking at, D1, regarding the clothing closet hours, the last sentence does give a little flexibility there. It reads, at the discretion of Kiwanis, volunteers shall be provided to operate the clothing closet during additional dates and times as needed and by appointment. So that gives a little bit of flexibility as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that was it. Oh, one other question. City-owned property. I'm aware that the closet is currently closed and that renovations are planned. Is that still the plan to reopen at that location? Are we waiting for a new location?
I am not aware of renovations at that location that we're planning for. Are you, Ms. Grillo? So I'm not sure which renovations you're referring to, but our plan is to find a new facility that meets their needs and houses the program and is representative of the program and the people who run it in the best way possible.
I have a concern about that. The people in the city really need the services of the closet. And it could take a while to find a new location. So I would very much want to have a plan B in place until we find a final home. It could be some period of time. And these are important services and resources for our residents.
And Madam Vice Mayor, I don't think we said we were closing the closet until we found a new location. We said we were rebranding it and revising the program itself under the new agreement. No one said the closet would be closed until we found a new location because we haven't identified that space yet.
Oh, I misunderstood. I asked that question and I thought we were waiting. Okay.
That's what was discussed earlier, sir, and I think I caught the gist of that as well. And along with Commissioner McDowell, that's what we got over here. So if that's not the facts.
Right, correct. The statement that was made, which is what I heard, which is while we revamp and revise the program under the new leadership, it remained closed. We did not say it would remain closed until we found a new location for it.
Okay.
That is not true.
Okay. Not accurate. Not accurate. Okay. So revising and revamping, once this agreement is approved, the program is revised and revamped? Okay, so we could expect the closet to reopen in its current location until new digs are found?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Very good.
Great. Do you want me to hold my comments? till a
Yes, hold
later
your
round?
comments because I have others. I just wanted to make sure you got your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell, it's back to you, ma'am.
Okay. Is the clothing closet currently open or closed?
Closed.
When did it close?
End of the year? Was it?
I'm not sure on the date. 3 weeks.
3 weeks ago.
Okay. If this is a city, my understanding that this was a city program, somehow, some way along the way, it got dropped as a city program. Kiwanis has pretty much held the whole 8 ball from beginning until now. 3 weeks ago, when it was closed, who closed it, Kiwanis or the city?
Not me. Kiwanis.
Kiwanis closed it. Okay.
Hold on 1 second, timeout. Can I get a representative from Kiwanis up here that has these answers to these questions, please?
Going on.
State your name, please, for the record.
Elaine Allen Emmerich. I'm the president of the club. We were told to have one-on-ones with Janet to start talking about the agreement for the closet. She did a walkthrough and started explaining some of the expectations. And we were instructed to go ahead. So Kiwanis had come to you guys also months ago talking about a grant that we had received, that we had applied for and then had received. And so it was for new paint, it was for shelving, and it was to make it a better experience for the children and families there. And so the only way to be able to do those minor renovations was to close down. But the agreement was also coming to Kiwanis. So I'm sorry, coming to the city commission. So we're kind of at a standstill because we can't do painting and we can't add shelving if we don't have an agreement in place, according to the city, which we understand. So we're down.
So did Kiwanis close the clothing closet to the public for the past 3 weeks?
Yeah.
So the kids have not been receiving anything for 3 weeks?
What we did was we put jackets because we knew it was going to get really cold. So we put jackets out there, and then Kiwanis members have been in contact with the schools, and I can show you if you'd like dozens of people who are talking about donations, and so we tell them what they can and can't do right now with the donations until this agreement is taken care of, and then we know what we're allowed to do, and we can move forward.
Thank you for that. Did the city know that the clothing closet was closed for these past 3 weeks?
Not for the last 3 weeks, but recently when we had meetings with Elaine, that's when I found out it was closed.
Here's my problem, guys. And city manager, I'm going to direct it to you. Because if this is truly a partnership with the city and Kiwanis, and it's a partnership regardless if we have this agreement in place or not, because it was told to us that this is a city program, has been a city program. How do we as a city not know that it's been closed for 3 weeks? This is where I'm having a little bit of a...
Commissioner McDowell, I think she just explained that the process in play was to close the closet so that some painting and other things could be done, that the closet would not sort of be running at that same time. This is not an opportunity to try to say that we don't have a partnership for a program that has run for multiple years in conjunction with each other. The goal of tonight is to actually solidify the partnership in this Kiwanis and city-run clothing closet effort. So please, can we make that be the focus and not try to divide us while we're trying to come together with an agreement?
And city manager, it is not my intention of dividing anybody. I'm trying to understand what this partnership is. I'm hearing on one side, it's been closed for 3 weeks. I'm hearing from you and staff that they didn't know it was closed for 3 weeks. How is this partnership going to be with or without an agreement? If we have an agreement, is there going to be the communication? This is my questions. If what I'm hearing prior to an agreement, there's not the communication. So I need to know who's handling what and how is it going to be done?
City manager, can I address this for a moment? Because of my understanding on what's going on is we're trying to get this agreement in place. There's been different discussions about what is actually going on with the closet. They're talking about a new area for them to go to. So if they're going to a new area, they're not going to refurbish the old area. Why would they? They would take that grant money and apply it to the new area. But I think that we have to have this agreement in place. And this is part of your revitalization and rehashing plan that you're talking about. So once this goes into place, this is where everything will come together, be written out in stone, and then you'll have all the answers going forward. Things are going to happen when you got the doors wide open. So let's get them closed. Let's figure this out, get this agreement either in place or not in place, and then move forward. Because I think that's where we need to be. So.
I have a few questions. If Commissioner Langdon wants to take over, I have questions on the agreement itself.
Okay.
I'm ready for statements and emotions. So if Commissioner McDowell has questions, let her
Okay,
have
go
at it.
with your questions, Commissioner McDowell first, and then
Thank
I'll
you.
let her go to comments.
If you go to section 6, it says that the agreement is non-exclusive, blah, blah, blah. The last sentence says an individual is not required to be affiliated with Kiwanis in order to volunteer at the clothing closet. Could someone help me understand what that looks like if the Kiwanis is responsible for coming up with volunteers and a schedule and a list? If Joe off the street wants to volunteer, how does that work and how does that look?
So this is I think you just explained it now. If Kiwanis cannot provide a volunteer for me, once this agreement is approved, it is my responsibility to provide these services to the community. Then I have to see what other volunteer I'm going to have to place them there.
So it's kind of like the police have a list of volunteers, you have a list of volunteers, other
I
departments.
don't have a list. All my volunteers come through PD.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So you would reach out to the existing list of volunteers and say, hey, Joe, can you go help over at the clothing closet to fulfill the empty human that needs to be there?
Most likely I would have staff or myself
Okay.
do it.
Thank you for that. What happens if the volunteer list has, somebody on it and that somebody couldn't fulfill that role? They got sick, they, got hit by a bus, whatever, and there's nobody there. Is that then, do you get notified of that?
Yes, they'll notify me.
Okay, thank you for that. On section 5, it says maintain a mobile phone at the property. Is that at Kiwanis expense or the city's expense?
That's at Kiwanis expense.
Can we add that to the agreement so that way then it's crystal clear, because I have to ask the question then.
Okay.
Commissioner, that is listed under the heading of D. If you look at the bottom of page 1, you may have missed it where the pagination hits. But that is item 5 of D, Kiwanis responsibilities. At the bottom of page 2, you will see the heading of D, Kiwanis responsibilities. And then on to page 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th Kiwanis responsibility is to maintain a mobile phone at the property when volunteers are operating the closet.
One, two, three, four, 5. It says maintains a mobile phone. Oh, I see. It's part of Kiwanis
their-
responsibilities. I see it now. Thank you for that clarification. I missed that one little line on that page. Thank you. Workman's comp, if you go to insurance number 1, workman's comp insurance, unless exempt, shall apply to all employees. If they're volunteers, are they really employees? How do you get workman's comp for a volunteer? How does that work?
Well, that's
I need somebody to help me understand how that works.
There is an unless exempt language in there, Commissioner, that should help you understand that the volunteers are not employees.
Unless exempt coverage for all employee, apply for all employees. Where's the exemption? I'm sorry, I don't.
Commissioner, state law
Oh,
determines
through
who has
state
to
law.
have.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Again, I need to ask these questions just for clarity, and I appreciate that. So that's based on state law, not necessarily, why is it in there if it doesn't affect the city? It's done by state law for workman's comp.
Well, the requirements and the exemptions that you're asking about are provided by state law.
Gotcha. The final question that I have is, now that I understand that staff is looking for a new location for this and that it's closed, by agreeing to this, the caveat says that it's going to be operating on that Thursday and Tuesday. Immediately, this agreement is not, what is it? It's not enforced because they're closed. And if we're getting a new location and it says that it's at Sam Sharpos, do we have to then amend this if we get a new location?
Yes, ma'am. If a new location is selected, the agreement will need to be amended. However, pursuant to the amendment language that I pointed out earlier, assuming that has no financial impact on the city manager would have the authority to enter into that amendment. It would not have to come before the commission.
What is the financial requirements currently for the clothing closet with this partnership if this agreement goes forward?
I don't believe there are any financial obligations in the agreement.
It's why I'm asking. It's basically staff's time.
to run the program.
Mhm.
There's zero financial obligations with it. It's a city program. It would be our program, a social services program.
The agreement does not require for any payments, but you are right, there would be soft costs, right, of staff time, which would not change based on the location of the clothing closet.
Mayor, I believe that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Commissioner White.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I know the vice mayor wants to make a motion.
No, before motions, I got public comments.
Oh, okay, that's
If
right.
you want to
that's
make a
right.
comment,
I'm
you're
sorry.
more than welcome to
I
make a
just
comment.
really appreciate having an agreement. It's a part of a plan. I appreciate having a plan, and there hasn't been one for this. So agreement is the first step. So then we can finally move forward, and everybody knows what their responsibilities are, who's doing what, and so I'm looking forward to this happening.
Okay. Vice Mayor, I'll take your comments, but hold off on the motion.
Motion. Finally, I get to comment. Thank you, Mayor. First, I just really want to thank the parties involved in coming up with this agreement, the leadership of Kiwanis, Miss Janet, and I know the time you've spent working with Kiwanis on this agreement, city attorney and her staff. I've come to realize in our conversations about this agreement that this is really unique and one of a kind. So I have come to appreciate the need for 12 pages, although at first it kind of was jarring. But I really do want to give credit to the people who have been involved in coming up with this agreement. If the roles and responsibilities as stated in this agreement are satisfactory to the parties involved, then who are we to push back on those? Kiwanis is very experienced in running the program. They know where the bumps are and how to do it. This isn't their first time running it. So I'm very grateful to the city and to Janet and her staff for embracing this program, because I know that through this program, the city and Kiwanis have helped an awful lot of children and their families, and you are all to be commended. My only concern, I want this agreement to be approved. I want the renovations, whatever renovations are planned, again, if the two parties are happy with that plan, who am I to object? So it will be my expectation that once this agreement is approved, that whatever renovations are going to happen quickly, and that the closet reopens while we continue to look for another home for it in a more agreeable environment. So that's my comment. I'll hold off on a motion. I won't be greedy if someone else wants to make the motion, but let's just get on with it.
City Clerk, is there any online public comment?
There is not.
I just want to ditto what Vice Mayor was talking about. It's time that we put things like this in place so it can go forward, division can stop, and we can be unified. We are to be a community of unity, and that's what we're trying to accomplish today. So thank you, everyone.
Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I didn't realize you were taking comments now, Mayor. Usually it's after the motion, but if I
Well,
may.
this is a little different because it got pulled on consent and I'm introducing public comment and we'll get to
You want me-
everybody. They just gave comments. You can give comments. And then
Yeah.
I'll take comments from the public and then we'll go to a motion.
So I've said many times that I've always thought the children's closet was Kiwanis's baby 100%. Bottom line, I always thought it was a Kiwanis 100% program. Until just recently when I found out that it was in partnership with the city of Northport. And now that we have an agreement, I'm glad that we're going to have an agreement. I'm glad that both parties are going to understand their roles and responsibilities, but there's a little bit of difference in the past because Kiwanis ran the clothing closet the way they saw fit, the way they wanted it done, the hours they wanted. Everything was done according to what Kiwanis wanted. And now that we've got the city being involved, I'm just really hopeful that this is going to continue to be a great asset for our city. And I am very grateful that we've got this agreement coming forward and hopefully everything is going to all work out and be just as wonderful for our citizens as it has in the past.
Thank you. Going on to public comment, Ms. Cindy Hamburger, please.
Cindy Hamburger. I just want to let you know that we did not leave the community totally flat. This past Thursday night, Chris was at the closet pulling clothes out for one of the schools. Charlene and I took in donations that the public was coming in. So everybody wasn't left totally flat. I just wanted to straighten that out for you. This past year, in partnership with the social services, we were able to find housing for a mom that was put out of her house from her own mother with her baby. So there's been a lot that have done, you know, that's nice that we've been able to accomplish. I do have a question in regards to the contract. Somewhere I read that we're supposed to find out what these people that come into the closet, their income. This bothers me because they wouldn't be there, trust me, if they didn't need it. Many of them came in as a child. And now they're adults. One family in particular, they've got their own business. They're constantly donating. And they said, you were here when I was little. Now I can help. But do we really need to ask these poor people for their income and to show proof? I mean, that's a question, you know, I'd like to ask, you know, you all to consider. Yes, Cook?
That would be something that you and Janet could get together after the meeting and she will
Yeah,
explain that
because,
to
I
you.
mean, they feel bad enough as it is, coming and begging for help.
That's part of your partnership, so you got your first conversation going.
Got it.
All right.
Thank you all very much.
Former mayor, commissioner, all-around good gal, Vanessa Carasone, please. I didn't recognize you when you came in, so I didn't announce that you were here.
I
So.
thought that was your second wife.
We know, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. You know it's got to be something important for me to be here, right? First, I want to say that this Kiwanis, I'm not here as a Kiwanian. I'm not here as a member of Kiwanis. In fact, I'm not a member of Kiwanis. I'm here representing the children and the family who are served by Kiwanis. You all know what it's like when you make a decision and you turn around 5 years, 10 years, maybe even a year later and say, boy, what was I thinking? Kind of like that first marriage. I'm hoping that tonight is not one of those nights. I really do not like this contract because that's what it is. However, Kiwanis has nothing to lose, honestly. There's no real financial obligation. This is really a demand for service. It's not an agreement because an agreement is give and take. There's no give and take in here. If you want to give and take, allow Kiwanis to at least put their stuff out on the website so that if they have something like, fill the truck for Undy Sunday or any of those other functions that pretty much go towards this event or this program as well as others, well, then at least give them that, I do want to be very clear that this city has partnered with Kiwanis. It was not, yes, it was a function of the city per se, but Kiwanis has always been a partner with the city. And those parameters that you see today in the children's clothes closet was set by Zuma. It was set, the times, the dates, the data collection for the grant funding. All of that was set by social services. This has been around for over 30 years. I can't reiterate the fact that Kiwanis is the foundation of this city, along with many other groups, but Kiwanis actually has bricks and mortars here. They are the ones who built the Scout House in 1984. They're the ones who built the Dallas White Park Pavilion. All those things, the city has been happy to receive the rent for those pieces of property. So let's look back at what it is that this city has gained from Kiwanis and not so much of looking at this as a gift to Kiwanis, because honestly, Kiwanis is getting nothing out of this. The citizens are.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Barbara Jordan, please.
Hi, I'm Barbara Jordan. I just wanted to say that I have been involved with the Clothes Closet for 20 years. I have spent many, many hours that the closet was not open and organized and sorted and brought home clothes and washed them to get them ready for Thursday night and Saturday. About a year ago, a commission asked the city to work with Kiwanis on joint projects about Kiwanis, reminded the city it has completely taken over a few joint projects. Since then, Kiwanis worked with Parks and Rec on Say I Do event. Kiwanis worked on an agreement with social services, a volunteer agreement for the clothes closet. Kiwanis secured a $10,000 grant for a piece of equipment for Dallas White Park for children with disabilities. It's a wheelchair. A merry-go-round will be a present to the commissioner later this year. Kiwanis is participating in social services for the community baby shower, back to school expo, the expo for the children with disabilities, dental service. Kiwanis is doing, I am making 50 Easter baskets for the city for the Easter egg hunt. And I want to say thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have for public comment. I will entertain a motion.
I'll jump in.
Go right ahead.
I move to approve the agreement between the Kiwanis Club of Northport and the City of Northport with an edit on page 3 of the agreement, number 7, to remove on-call from the sentence, the on-call volunteer list shall be provided.
Vice Mayor, I believe the term appears 3 times in that
Yes,
section.
it does.
It does.
Would you consider revising your motion to remove it in every instance?
Yes, to remove the term on-call wherever it appears in this agreement relative to the volunteer list.
I'll second that.
That better, City Attorney? Have a motion on the floor made by Vice Mayor Langdon. City Clerk, could you read that, please?
Motion was made by Vice Mayor Langdon, seconded by Commissioner Luke to approve item number 22-2226 with the consensus provided, removing on-call throughout the document. And on-call is in quotes.
Thank you, and that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, ladies?
No, sir, let's just do it.
Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Congratulations, we have a partnership.
We always have.
Moving on to item M, 22-2225. Who is that pulled by, City Manager?
Vice Mayor Langdon?
Vice Mayor Langdon, you have the floor on this.
Yes, thank you. Joy Crowley would like to join the Economic Development Advisory Board as the tourism representative. At the time I pulled this item, I thought there was a vacancy for a resident of the city. I since learned that there is not a resident seat. Now, I know Joy and her husband, they've been integral parts of this community. They have a great business going postal down at Biscayne Plaza. City Clerk has advised me that Ms. Crowley does have experience in the tourism industry. She would like to have the opportunity to resubmit her application for the tourism representative on CDAP. So I would like to remove this item and have it come back after Ms. Crowley has an opportunity to provide supplemental information, and we can consider it at another time.
All right. Anybody have anything to add on
I'm in
that?
agreement.
Hold on one second. Commissioner McDowell?
I guess I'm not understanding. It says here, approve Ms. Crowley as the tourism representative of the CDAP. Why would it come back? You want her to be just a resident?
Let me explain it again for Commissioner McDowell. So my preference for Ms. Crowley would be for her to join CDAP in a resident seat. All of the seats in CDAP have a specific function attached to them. My initial reaction was I would have preferred to see her in that seat rather than a tourism seat. I subsequently learned there is no seat. I'd love to have Joy on CDAP. She believes that she has the credentials to qualify for a tourism seat. So I'd like to give her an opportunity to submit that information and have this request come back to the commission at a later date.
As a resident?
No, as tourism
But that's what the agenda, that's what I'm trying to say. The agenda item says.
But
She hasn't documented
she
her
hasn't
tourism
documented her
experience.
qualifications for that position.
There was no resume to show that she was qualified for tourism.
Okay, I'll try this one more time and maybe city attorney can help me. If the agenda item says to approve her for tourism representative, that's what we can approve her for.
Mayor?
That's why I,
Commissioner McDowell, I think the concern right now is that we don't know if she has the tourism experience to put her in that position. So we were going to allow her to provide her resume to show that she does have the tourism experience, so therefore the board can approve it as a tourism section of the membership.
do we have to have documentation to prove that somebody is qualified for that?
You don't have to have documentation to prove it. However, it is up to the board to determine whether or not they fill that certain category, yes.
Thank you. So based on what Commissioner, Vice Mayor Langdon had said, that she knows her, she has the experience, to me,
Clarification, I did not say she had I don't know her to have experience to qualify for a tourism chair. I would like to give her an opportunity to resubmit her qualifications.
Okay.
So that we can make that decision with confidence.
Okay, can you put that in a motion, please?
Sure. I move to bring back the approval of Joy Crowley as the tourism representative on the Community Economic Development Advisory Board to a later meeting and give her an opportunity to resubmit her application with a resume showing her experience in the tourism industry.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor to remove this item, 22-2225, for Joy Crowley as the tourism representative on the Community Economic Development Advisory Board to reiterate and reestablish her application with a resume showing that she has the qualifications for the tourism part on this board. Is that close enough there, City Clerk? And that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, ladies?
No, sir.
Please vote.
I do. To me, any of those seats on those boards that are critical and they're named, they're exclusive, they do have to show that they have experience because that's how the code puts it, that they have experience. There's a huge difference in somebody that worked at Disney World saying that they've got tourism experience versus somebody who has gone to school for it or has worked for an EDC or something like that. So to me, yes, to place somebody in that particular seat to represent that field, I have to know that they're experienced in it. So I could not have voted for her. So allowing her to send the resume, good idea.
And that passes 5-0. Moving on. Presentations, 22-2263, Police Department Annual Presentation. City Manager, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have Deputy Chief Chris Morales here to give an annual presentation for the Northport Police Department. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Commission. Deputy Chief Chris Morales. Chief Garrison, unfortunately, wanted to be here today to do the presentation. Unfortunately, a work-related injury has restricted him from being here. But I know he is watching, and I'm sure he'll be evaluating me via YouTube. So for the department's accomplishments back in 2021, of course, we completed our 2020 annual report. We had hosted a one-day leadership course for all of our supervisors, managers, executive staff, members, and it was instructed by Coach Lisa. It was a great course, and we look forward to doing some more leadership training within our department. We also had 39 officers, supervisors, and command staff sworn in as Sarasota deputies with Sarasota County Sheriff Kurt Hoffman. Some community events in 2021. We were successful in having Coffee with a Cop, Stuff the Cruiser, Shop with a Cop, Do the Right Thing, National Night Out, our Hearts program. We've done some cybersecurity awareness, Santa Surprise, and provided other numerous neighborhood, school, and outreach events. Our department staff currently overview year to date is going to be 126 sworn officers, 44 civilians, with a total of 170 personnel. So I'm giving back to the community that we serve. Back in 2021, the police department seized $395,000 under the Florida Contraband and Forfeiture Act. With work with our great city attorney's office who worked with the other legal side of this, we were able to take, I think, $175,000 of the $395,000 awarded back and seized under the Forfeiture Act. So with that, Northport Police Department had donated approximately $99,700 that went to various programs in our community, such as drug treatment, mental health, drug prevention, crime prevention, and school resource and police explorer programs. Some awarded grants and donations that we received in 2021. Awarded the Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant for about $7,390. That went towards our rifles for our special response team. IPTM, University of South Florida, $3,903. Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Grant for our traffic unit. Northport Police Officers Association is $12,190 for replacement of canine jet and canine training equipment. And the Harry Shapiro Charitable Foundation, $20,000, went to a transitions from our Glocks from a .40 caliber back to a 9mm. So always in our agency, we're always looking and gearing to the future for advancing technologies. And as our law enforcement agency has taken upon the license plate readers and our drones in the technology of law enforcement. So we've had, currently with our automatic license plate readers, we have 24 fixed locations throughout the city. Project began in October of 2020 as of a 2-year phase project. We're currently at 50%. In 2021, of the 50%, we have had over 24 million license plates were captured traveling within our city. Some success highlights with just the short period of time last year of our implementation of the LPRs fixed. We had back in December 4th of 20, we had a shooting and the suspect driver denied being out in the area prior to the 911 call, but the fixed LPRs proved that the suspect was lying to investigators and that she was out there prior to the shooting, which actually was actually involved in the shooting. In July of 2021, July 30th, 2021, we had some felony shoplifting rings outside of our city from Dick's Sporting Goods. These organized retail groups that come into our city out of St. Pete, and the vehicles were obtained entering our city with the LPR systems. We detected them, and actually, which led into a chase by FHP, and they were ultimately captured up at the UTC Mall. Again, the success of the LPRs helping law enforcement track and locate the suspects that are coming into our city to commit crimes. Another one we had was a great case, construction over at Toledo Blade, the Benderson Industrial Park. When that was being constructed, someone had broken and stole a trench digger. It was $24,000 in value. The LPRs at the fixed location there captured the van, captured it stealing the equipment, and was also able to help our investigators link them to multiple other construction thefts throughout the state. In history, it has a history of thefts in Lee County, Collier County, and Sarasota County. We took some high liability cases throughout that actually were linked to the LPR success. We had a shooting call that was given credit to our LPRs. Some grand thefts, which we talked about, were 2. We had cases, robberies or carjacking out of state, 1. We had one of those. We had capturing 6 wanted persons, 5 stolen vehicles, 1 missing person, and 1 suicidal subject. And I can tell you, as of this PowerPoint presentation, the LPRs were instrumental in the investigation of the arsons out in Yorkshire area, as well as a recent silver alert that was hit on our LPRs in the Welland Park area, and our officers located the silver alert. And that was just here within the last few days. So some great accomplishments. Northport Police Department drone team. We started in 2019 with one refurbished pilot, with one refurbished unmanned drone and one pilot. As you can see, we had only 317 hours of flight time. In 2020, we went up to 5 pilots and 3 drones and obtained training through the FEMA and hurricane damage assessment. As of 2021, we have 9 drones, 10 pilots, flown 378 flight missions, and we have a 43% successful suspect citizen locate on callouts, less than 30 minutes time frame. And we're known throughout the state of Florida as a pioneer of the drone use in law enforcement. City uses for the drones, we've done search and rescue, lost hikers, missing children, elderly, and or mentally ill, fleeing suspects apprehension, natural disasters response team, traffic management, assisting the fire department, residential fires, brush fires, gas leaks, assisting the city departments, gopher tortoise habitats, War Mineral Springs mapping, Brave Stadium, and defensible brush, DOF and FD's defensible brush, search warrants and tactical operations, and of course utilized by Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, Sarasota County Sheriff's Office, and the Venice Police Department. And these are just some highlights that we have used the notable events with our drones. Hurricane Elsa, we've done some school zone traffic studies. It's been used in the Gabby Petito case, lost hiker out in the environmental park, diesel tanker crash, and we've located some wheelchair-bound subjects who were lost and required immediate medical attention. We've located burglary suspects, robbery suspects, suicidal individuals, and we've also deployed it on barricaded subjects in lieu of forced entry into homes with our tactical teams. Our uniform crime reporting, our part one crimes, as you know, are your major crimes that are in the cities, your homicides, rapes, robberies, aggravated assaults, burglaries, theft, and motor vehicle thefts. This is a snapshot of currently, as you can see that I have circled here. Overall, we are down compared to last year, almost 12%, and over a 3-year average, 29%, which is really good. One of the things that Chief wanted to put in here to talk about is a thank you to our leaders and to our citizens of Northport. As you're all aware, last year was a difficult time for the Northport Police Department as we were involved in a heavily nationalized case, which drawed a lot of attention to the police department. And as you know, that our position was the integrity and success of the case, where a lot of times we had to be silent, and we needed the public support to know that we were on it, doing the right thing. And I can tell you this much: as it got towards the end, I think everyone saw the great work of the men and women and the local law enforcement of that. So by going through that time, you all were there, and that's what the chief wanted me to express about that thank you and gratitude. And there's those pictures of my chief.
Does he know you put those in?
What's that?
Does he know you put those in?
He did. I had to show it to him because he had to approve the PowerPoint. He got a good laugh, so I'm sure he's laughing right now. So, any questions?
Hold on. Commissioner Luke.
Outstanding work. I mean, this presentation shows a synopsis of what you guys do, but it is outstanding work. Outstanding work was done in that case, and I'm so proud of you guys. And some of the reporting that came out just last week or so shows the diligence, and I felt bad that you guys had to zip the lips and when that stuff was being stated against you guys and it wasn't true. We're out on the other side and shining, so appreciate that. The only request that I would have in regards to the presentation, On page 6, you stated the name of the foundation correctly, but it's the Harry Shapiro, not Henry Shapiro.
Thank
So
you.
it is in the writing that it's Henry. If we could get that changed before it goes back into historical records. I mean, a foundation, we need to get their name
Yes.
correct.
Thank you for catching it.
Commissioner McDowell?
Police department is there to protect and serve. And last year, you're correct, was a very tough year for you guys. But it also was on top of another tough year, and that was in 2020, when everybody was against the police. Everybody was thinking they're their worst enemy. And if kids are our future, what I saw during Halloween, all the little ones dressed up as police officers, they want to be like you. Didn't see that too much in 2020, but in 2021, there were a lot of kids dressed up as police officers. And that is because of how well our police department interacts with our youth, how well they interact with the community, how well they are out there. They're not just the bad guys, they're also the good guys. And far more often, the good guys. And I just want to say thank you to you, to Chief, to the entire staff. Thank you for everything you guys do for our community.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner White,
Yes, I have something to say.
you're next.
I had a question about the contraband money. Does all that stay in Northport, or it's just a percentage out of the 395,000?
So out of the 395,000, I think it was around 375 because money was given back to the claimant in that case. But we have to give 25% back, and it has to go to certain groups that's defined by statute. So we tried to keep the majority of that money going back, like to MAD and to First Step and Cornerstone, all that back that's going to help our community. So to answer your question, the majority of that money, yes.
Okay, so that was the second part of my question. Is there a criteria for the types of programs? And you said there's a state
Yes.
statute, and they all seem to be kind of reactory, after the fact. Are there any, well, you said MAD, which is good, because that's an educational
Right.
program. I'll look that up myself. But other than the ones you mentioned, are there any other programs that, well, you said drug treatment?
We did. We also, I'm trying to remember, we also
Yeah.
gave money to Teen Court that works with our youth.
Okay.
Do the
Well,
right
yep.
thing, you
Yeah,
gave
do
money
the right
to.
thing.
Okay.
Yep.
One night
We-
you
and
gave
we had
out
a-
about 6 or 8
Yeah, we had a
checks.
presentation here that night was all with the forfeiture money going back with the big checks. And
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's
Yes.
right. That's great. And I love to hear that. I just love to be proactive as opposed to being reacting when, in a crisis situation, to prevent things from getting to that point. So I like to hear that. So thank you.
Thank you.
She always looks for available monies for, Vice Mayor Langdon.
I really have to ditto everything that my fellow commissioners mentioned tonight. Back in the old days, community.
There you go.
Yes, I have to ditto what my fellow commissioners set up here. In the old days, community policing was walking a beat, at least in an urban environment, or patrolling in a car in a certain area, but typically walking a beat. And I'm just really delighted to see how the Northport Police Department has translated community policing into these really wonderful programs. It's outstanding. But I also want to acknowledge the restraint and the sensitivity and the willingness to go out of your way with individual residents. I won't reiterate the times I've seen our police officers really interact with our residents in a very sensitive and sometimes restrained way when our residents are behaving badly. So I really want to commend you and the chief and the whole force for everything that you do on a day-to-day basis for this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know you're hesitant to hear me speak, but when you said work-related injury, the first thing that came to my mind was, oh my God, he went for the apple fritter again. That's in case he's listening. But you guys do a wonderful job. You guys are out there with our community especially. You go out and you meet them, and everybody just loves you guys. I mean, you got the battle going on with police and fire, but tonight's not their night. Tonight's your night. We appreciate everything that you do for this community, and you guys are always one step ahead of everything, getting it out there and getting it done. You're not reactive, you're proactive. You know, National Night Out, what an event for our community. It's awesome. Everybody enjoys that. And it's because of the men and women in your department. And we are so proud of our police department. You can't even fathom that. So
Well, I tell you, one of them standing right there who's always in the media and always engaging the public and community is Bo right there. So Bo, all this is towards you and the rest of the men and women. So thank you.
well, I did see him on the side of the road a few years back, but we'll talk about that later. No, thank you so very much
Thank
for
you.
everything you do, and thank you for the presentation and letting everybody know what actually goes into all this every year, and it just gets better every single year. So thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sam.
All right, moving on to public hearings. CCDMA -20-089, Cocoa Plum Villages Shops Expansion Development Master Plan Amendment, DMA-20-089, located north of US 41 and east of Sumter Boulevard on the northeast corner of US 41 and South Sumter Boulevard. This is a quasi judicial hearing. So City Clerk, can you read the title, the petition title, and swear in those?
Sure can. DMA-20-089, Cocoa Plum Village Shops Expansion Development Master Plan Amendment, DMA-20-089, located north of US 41 and east of South Sumter Boulevard at the northeast corner of US 41 and South Sumter Boulevard. Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay, ex parte communications, Commissioner McDowell.
Yes, Mayor, I requested the transportation impact statement. I also requested a procedural answer for DMPs and DMAs. I did not get that answer, so I will be asking about that today.
Okay, Commissioner White?
None, no.
Myself, I have none. Vice Mayor Langdon
I don't have any, no.
and Commissioner Luke.
I had a agenda briefing with the city manager, 2 assistant city managers, the assistant city attorney, and Miss Anna Duffy. Didn't really go in on anything, but I gave them comments. We did not have question and answer or anything of the sort. I just relayed how I felt on one of the topics, and then I read the traffic impact study also that was released to us.
Okay, City Clerk, are there any aggrieved parties?
There are not.
Thank you. Okay, presentation by applicant, please. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Todd Mathis. I'm here representing Benderson Development. I have been sworn. I have a PowerPoint presentation we put up on the screen here. Just by way of introductions, I'm joined by Clint Kuffel, who's an owner of WRA Engineering. He's the civil engineer who's worked on Cocoa Plum Village Shops for the past decade or so. And Christopher Hatton, who is a transportation engineer from Kimley Horn and Associates, who has likewise worked on this project with us over the last 10 plus years. Just in terms of general orientation of where the project is located, we're on US 41. In this area, it runs east-west, and we are on the north side of US 41, bound on the east by South Salford Boulevard and on the west by South Sumter Boulevard. We were here a couple of years ago and presented to you an expansion of Cocoa Plum Village Shops in generally the area that I circled on the screen here. And fast forward, COVID happened, the shopping center did not expand, but out of that came an opportunity, which was to acquire the parcel at the corner of Sumter and 41. This was the DMP at the time that the commission had approved. And so today our focus really is on the corner, the additional land that we acquired, and bringing that into the fold of the entire Coco Plum Village Shops project. The DMP does include land on South Sumter Boulevard adjacent to Walmart. There's no change associated with this application to that prior approval. Everything remains the same. There was some discussion at the time about buffers adjacent to the creek and birds, and we have had a nice, healthy relationship with those folks over the years, and there's zero change associated with this presentation and request to that area of land. The focus is really on the call it northwest corner of Sumter and 41, where the old medical building is, that's in dire need of an upgrade. This is the DMP that is in the staff application package. And I do want to say something I said at the Planning Commission, which I should have said at the start, which is your staff, Sherry Willett, picked this application up like on the last day after having not been involved for a bunch of years, and provided a clear, concise, and complete and correct staff report, having not been involved. And she deserves a tremendous amount of credit for picking up the ball that other folks left behind, and being able to work through. It's a big project. It's got a lot of things going on. You guys have been through the staff report. It's not simple. She did it overnight, and I read it and I was amazed. She just asked us questions we probably should have known the answer to before it got to her. So she did a tremendous job. We are requesting a couple waivers that relate to a tower sign at Salford. So that's basically the building. We affectionately call it the Bonsky Fountain, because Mr. Bonsky was a planning commissioner and there was an enhancement to that area planned. We built a tower. We didn't really contemplate signage on that tower at the time, but I think given what's there, it would be enhanced by a sign that says Coco Plum Village Shops and presents, kind of gives you a sense of arrival. And there's waivers requested to additional pylons. What that all adds up to in reality is, like I said, we're adding Coco Plum Village Shops, or requesting to be able to add that to the tower, to the blank faces of the tower, so that you can see it from both Salford and 41 in the north and southbound 41 directions, and it's not just a blank face of building. The other thing we're requesting is to take the sign program that we have existing in the center. So at all of our major driveways, we have these larger signs, and I won't try and play with the nomenclature of what it means in the code. We have our larger signs, the 30-footers. We're going to repeat those at our major driveways. And our smaller signs, the 15-footers, we're going to repeat those at our minor driveways, which is consistent with what you see there today. So as you drive across the frontage of our project from Sumter to Salford, there will be a consistent, cohesive appearance of the project, of the architecture of the buildings, and of the sign program. That's what our waiver request relates to. We also have, as part of our application, one item that in your staff report was addressed at length during the Planning Commission, which is a proposed left turn on Sumter Boulevard. And long story short, we spent a lot of time with a lot of different staff who had different opinions and thoughts about the left turn on Sumter Boulevard, working through how could it work? Is it safe? What does it do? Well, what it does is, for everyone who's behind, in that Sumter neighborhood between 41 and 75, it lets you get into the center. We have a mile of frontage now, a lot of space, and have developed a place that the community goes to often. You can get there without making a left turn on 41 and another left turn across 41. So we always thought that was a sensible solution. We thought it could work well. We thought it could work safely. And your staff worked with a consultant who identified a number of issues that Christopher Hatton is going to address. But I think we had responded to all of those issues. And I think that during the Planning Commission discussion, it was really a healthy discussion, and it was how the process should work, which is there was a lot of good feedback from the Planning Commission to us. Your staff was engaged. We've had an opportunity to talk to SCAT, who has the bus stop there. We've had an opportunity to talk to your police chief. And I think we all came up with what is a smart and healthy, sort of outcome for the left turn that we can all sort of agree is the best path forward. And so I'll let Christopher go over sort of the details of that, but I just wanted to present it generally to you for consideration.
Thank you, Todd. Good evening. My name is Christopher Hatton. I'm a registered professional traffic engineer with Kimley Horn. I have been sworn, and I've been conducting transportation studies in the Sarasota area for now just over 30 years. Did want to go over just a little bit of the detail, as Todd was talking about, that in terms that we've been asked to basically cover. It was a consultant, and again, we've been working on this since 2019. A consultant was asked to review the traffic analysis and then specifically the requested southbound left turn. They brought up 6 items of concern, and I've got several slides which I'll try to go through pretty quickly, but certainly I can answer questions at any time. What we have come up with are not only solutions but answers that address each of those. And as Todd mentioned also, we did have a good discussion at the Planning Commission meeting. We have had subsequent conversations with the Police Chief Garrison as well as Anthony Friedman and gone through the details of some of the specifics that were brought up, and I'll mention some of those through my presentation. Again, just to align you and just for the purposes of this, we'll consider this a southbound left turn addition to the Cocoa Plum, as you see from here, from Sumter into the Cocoa Plum development. The first one was an issue where they talked about an introduction of a conflict. There's going to be a quote-unquote left turn / conflict into the site no matter what. In fact, this is actually a point in our favor, is what I would say, is that you would only need to take one left turn into the Cocoa Plum development from the north, this neighborhood that Todd spoke of, versus taking a left at the Sumter and 41 intersection, which we know that southbound left is close to capacity, and then taking another left, as it's shown in options 1, 2, and 3 here, across US 41, which is obviously higher volume and higher traffic than it is to take a left on northbound traffic on Sumter. So 1 versus 2, slower traffic, less traffic. Again, it is something in terms of what we've talked about, not only the police chief, but Anthony as well, a safer condition in this case. Also talked about, it was brought up by the consultant about driver confusion. Examples like this do exist in the area. I'll show you a real quick one that is in Sarasota County, just south of Fruitville here on Beneva, into the shopping center. As you see in the lower part of the frame, you see a northbound left in advance of a dual northbound left, very similar to the situation that we have. So these do exist, and in terms of another very, very important aspect would be proper signage. I think everybody understands that when you're approaching certainly an intersection or potentially a turn, you're going to want to be able to see that proper signage. Working with Clint and his team, WRA, we could certainly do that prior to the left turn so that folks could understand that the left turn that they're getting ready to go into is going to be into Cocoa Plum, with the dual lefts certainly to follow at US 41. I think it's also really important to understand that the neighborhood connectivity issue, and this is that development that is to the north, this is going to be really their main access. They will get to know it. This will be, if you will, almost their back door into the shopping center. Again, not only does it provide a way to avoid exacerbating left turns at the Sumter and 41 intersection, but it's going to be their ability to get into the shopping center. Now, Anthony had asked at our last meeting at the Planning Commission to actually look at the Beneva access here, to look at it from a crash analysis, see if there was significant amount of crashes here. We did do that. He did that as well. Basically, in the last 15 years, there was only 4 crashes there, which is not a lot by any stretch of the means. So we were very happy to see that in terms of that, and I think that was one of the things that is really important in terms of validating this type of access. A third issue was site distance, which is always an important thing. This is actually what they call the site distance triangle. And this is important. So for instance, what you're seeing is somebody that's coming from 41 turning to the right. They would actually be able to see from the moment they turned on Sumter, a left turn vehicle that would be getting in. So this is a point where I think in terms of a safety aspect, you'd be able to see vehicles coming before you would make that left turn. And again, this is very similar where some of the issues were brought up about the potential bus stop This is the similar example that we gave for Beneva. They have a bus stop just to the north here. So again, this is not something that is out of the ordinary that cannot be designed or signed properly. The fourth item was basically talked about a capacity reduction of the dual southbound left turn lanes. And in fact, we're actually improving the situation. So right now, if you look at kind of the second bullet first, there's basically in the dual southbound lefts, there are about 17 vehicles that would be queued, which would be about a queue of 425 feet. With the proposed southbound left turn lanes, we're going to be taking volume that's existing today, that instead of making that left turn, they could make the advanced left turn into the shop, as well as any traffic that ultimately is going to come from the north into this access. So basically, while we're taking 40 feet to actually make this connection, we're adding an additional 100 feet. Now, as Todd mentioned, some of the conversation that we had at the Planning Commission, this was a request by Commissioner Hester. What you're seeing on your screen right now is the actual design that WRA had put together, which is about a 285-foot southbound left turn, which is about 185 feet of decel and about 4 vehicles worth of stacking. Well, the question was asked, can that be lengthened? I mean, is 4 enough? Based upon our analysis, we believe that a stacking of 4 vehicles is enough. But they said, just in the abundance of caution, could that be extended? And it could be, and WRA put together this kind of rendering. Ultimately, it could be extended an additional, potentially 200 feet, which would be an additional 8 cars. Now, again, I think that's beyond certainly what is needed, but it would be able to pretty much guarantee that you're not going to have vehicles that would extend back out into the southbound Sumter vehicles. So again, we'll work with Anthony ultimately to decide, but we wanted to certainly show that at the request of one of the commissioners, how long could that left turn lane ultimately be? The last 2 items were, I think, some of the points that I've addressed. They asked, is there really a need? And I think these are important because, again, we talk about that neighborhood connectivity. To be able to have somebody from the neighborhood be able, and again, I've got a picture in here you could see, the neighborhood, pretty significant up there. These vehicles or these homes actually could enter into the Cocoa Plum without actually having to do a left turn at 41 in Sumter and then another left turn across US 41 traffic with our left turn access. Again, we're improving that southbound left turn lane by creating more capacity. And ultimately, again, I think the safety issue of not having to cross US 41 with a left turn is a big improvement. And lastly, kind of the safety research for alternative design, which this is. We've shown that it does exist in other areas. We've shown that it would actually, again, improve the intersection at 41 in Sumter. And with that, I will kind of close with just a summary here of our concerns and our solutions.
Commissioners, that really does conclude our presentation. And we focused very heavily on the left turn because I think that was the significant issue. A lot of issues are very clearly explained in the staff report. But I just want to be very clear that this is an improvement we are very willing and able to undertake, and it's at our expense. And we are open to building the 200-plus foot turn lane, which we know based on the technical engineering standards and all the evidence presented would be adequate to achieve everything Christopher said, or the 400-plus foot turn lane, which would just be more and certainly provide more capacity and improve the situation to a greater degree. So we appreciate your time and we'll be here to answer your questions.
Thank you. Staff, you have 20 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Sherry Willette Grandin, I have been sworn. Presented before you, the DMA 20-089 is to amend the development master plan for the Cocoa Plum Village Shops, which is a commercial shopping center to expand the shopping center. This project has been around a while. I started with the city in 2006, and 2007 is when Cocoa Plum came to the city. So I'm almost grown up with this particular project. The site is zoned planned community development with a portion zone commercial general. The future land use is activity center, and the entire site is part of Activity Center 1. The proposed addition will add approximately 136,386 square feet of buildings with associated infrastructure. The amendment will also include the redevelopment of the existing vacant building that's adjacent to the Wendy's. And for a little bit of history, that used to house the Food Lion, and for a short time it did our Chamber of Commerce. So that building has been around quite a while. This amendment, so the applicant is requesting 4 additional waivers related to signage. So the first waiver request is to allow 6 additional multi-tenant signs in the locations that's designated on the sign plan. The current ULDC regulations only allows for 1 multi-tenant sign actually for the entire Coco Plum site. So the waiver request is consistent with the development and the waivers that were approved in the past. The second waiver request is to allow the 4 of the requested multi-tenant signs to exceed the height limits. Per the provided sign plan and outlined in the staff report, signs A and B6 along Sumter Boulevard are requested to be 30-foot high and 15-foot height respectively. In addition, signs A4 and A5 along Tamiami Trail are requested to be 30 feet in height each. These heights are consistent, as stated before, with the previously approved waiver requests, and staff has no objection to waiver 1 or waiver 2. The third and fourth waiver requests are to allow signage on the tower, as stated previously by the applicant, at the intersection of Salford Boulevard and Tamiami Trail. The third waiver request is to allow a wall sign on all 4 sides of the tower. The wall sign is intended to be the Coco Plum branded sign. The wall sign shall not exceed 85 square feet in area. The fourth waiver request is to allow for 1 tenant sign on each side of the tower located below the shopping center sign. The tenant signs may be for any tenant as stated located within the shopping center and shall not exceed 40 square feet in area. As stated before, the tower is located at the corner of US 41 and Salford, and the proposed waiver would actually provide additional wayfinding for passing motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists along both Salford and Tamiami Trail. Staff has no objection to these waiver requests. After review, staff has found the Development Master Plan Amendment to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the ULDC with 1 exception, as shown in Section 6 of the staff report under the safeguards and conditions. This is based on the review of the city's traffic consultant, GHD Services Incorporated, as well as the City of Northport Police and Public Works Department. Those memos are included as part of the staff report. Based on that, staff does not support the dedicated southbound left turn lane on Sumter shown on these proposed plans and request that the applicant revise their Development Master Plan Amendment and Traffic Impact Statement to remove the proposed lane accordingly. This item was heard before the Planning and Zoning Advisory Board on February 3rd, 2022. And it was presented with the recommended approval to commission with waivers 1 through 4 and the staff recommended condition of 2 through 6. With the additional condition to review this bus stop issue and the vehicle expansion issue with the new left turn lane with commission. We do have other departments that are available, our Public Works Department, as well as our Police Department, to address specifically the left turn lane. And staff is recommending approval of DMA 2089 with the requested waivers and conditions as stated in the staff report. So next, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Department as well as our Police Department to address the left turn lane. Thank you.
For the record, Julianne Abulia, Assistant City Manager and formerly the Public Works Director. Several years ago, when Sumter Boulevard at US 41 was going to be widened, that was an open style intersection. And we also did not have the planter box constructed on the bridge at Sumter Boulevard. At that time, when it was going to be widened, the design engineer told us that it was extremely important that that be a raised median in that intersection and leading up to it. The planter box was put in because it was going to be decorative and it would look pretty and make it more aesthetically pleasing. But the point being, it was for safety. And that was a traffic engineer that made those recommendations. We got a lot of opposition from the residents. We got opposition from the businesses. But lo and behold, when we had that intersection improved, it was with the raised median. Now here, full face around, we're going to have some more improvements, and we're being requested to change that. And I just wanted to provide that little bit of historical data. Jerry Traverso, our engineering division manager, before he left, he did a study on this intersection. He had the same opinion, and he was, in fact, a traffic engineer. Unfortunately, he left the city, and that is why we hired a traffic engineer. And Mr. Anthony Friedman will provide you with some overview on the GHD traffic engineer comments.
Ms. Belia,
Yes, sir.
have you been sworn?
Yes, sir. I was
Okay,
sworn.
You
Yes, sir,
didn't
I was.
state
I
that in the
apologize.
beginning. That's
I
fine.
have been sworn.
Just want to make
Okay.
sure for the record. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Anthony Friedman, Engineer 2. I have been sworn. The Public Works Department hired a traffic engineering consultant, GHD, to review the plans and traffic impact statement prepared by Kimley Horn. That person that reviewed it was a professional traffic operations engineer, as well as a registered BE with the state. They brought several points of concern to our attention, and the Public Works Department agrees with their points of concern. The first area of concern is related to the impact that this turn lane will have on the intersection of Sumter Boulevard and US 41. In order to provide the left turn lane, we will need to remove 60 feet from each of the dual left turn lanes for that intersection. That equates to about 2 to 3 vehicles per lane, which would be 4 to 6 vehicles total. And that potential, or that decrease in storage capacity could potentially cause some of the left turning vehicles to back up into the through lanes of traffic and disrupt the traffic flow. In addition to that, the left turn lane will inhibit the ability to increase and expand the storage capacity of those lanes if needed in the future. So if future development comes down the road and we have more traffic and we need to make the lane longer, we can't anymore because this new proposed left turn lane is sort of blocking the way. Also, I know that the consultant brought to the attention that this left turn lane will actually improve the operation of that intersection by redirecting trips away from the intersection and into the shopping center. But that is done off of a model that says that 17% of the trips, nearly 1 in 5 vehicles, making a left turn lane onto US 41 is going into that shopping center. And during peak hours of travel, that's most likely not the case. People are going home, people are going to work. Maybe they're going to the shopping center, but I think 1 in 5 vehicles is generous. That is also another thing supporting that is that that left turn lane is aligned with the rear of the buildings. So even if people are trying to go into the shopping center, you want to go to the portion of the shopping center where the storefronts are. So to turn into that proposed left turn lane rather than go to US 41 isn't very likely anyway. You may take US 41 just to enter a more primary point of the shopping center. There's also a concern that the proposed left turn lane is too close to the turn lanes for the intersection of Sumter and US 41, where there could be some confusion. Drivers that may think they're trying to turn left onto US 41 may accidentally enter the turn lane for the Cocoa Plum Village shops, and then they have to perform a corrective maneuver and sort of jump back into traffic. That's potential for a crash and seems unsafe. Also, regardless of the length of the traffic or the left turn lane that is chosen, A portion of the left turn lane will be placed on the bridge over the Cocoa Plum Waterway, which is not originally designed to carry an additional load of traffic. The Kimley-Horn traffic impact statement included analysis of that bridge to say that it can hold the additional load. However, that additional load could equate to more maintenance costs and accelerated degradation of the bridge, even though it could, in theory, carry the additional weight. Lastly, there was a visibility concern. There is a driveway approximately 150 feet south of this proposed left turn lane, and vehicles that are leaving that driveway cannot see or easily be seen by the vehicles of this using this proposed left turn lane. Because if you're trying to turn out of the Cocoa Plum shops, you're going to be looking left onto Sumter Boulevard, making sure there's a gap, and the users of this proposed left turn lane will be looking down Sumter to see, looking for gaps. And at the same time, when there's a gap, they're both going to turn, and they may not see each other until it's too late to correct themselves and stop in time, which could potentially be another point of conflict. And lastly, in conclusion, we just don't really see the need. I know Kimley-Horn had mentioned that it provides neighborhood connectivity, but in reality, the next entry to the mall is only a quarter mile away. Could be done safely by turning onto US 41, and then US 41 has plenty of traffic lights controlling the traffic flow, providing gaps where people could safely make a turn into the shopping center. And we do not believe that this is necessarily the best addition for a conflict point to be added. Thank you.
Deputy Chief Morales, Police. Mayor, I have not been sworn in.
You have not been sworn? City Clerk?
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. For the police department, as you're aware with the documentation, our captain of patrol, Captain King, wrote up a memo in the position of the police department was sided with the city with not recommending due to safety concerns, distraction, confusion at that intersection with the turn lane. Chief Garrison and I have been speaking on this matter. We spoke actually in length this morning, and I believe he's also had a phone call today, this afternoon, with the development. Our position is that if he wanted me to recommend to the commission, if they do decide, he hears both sides, whether the safety concerns and the engineers on Kimley-Horn and the Benderson development. Police officers are not engineers. However, he urges the city commission to probably put something in place that if they do decide to make the left turn lane, have something in place that if it does cause to be a safety issue, that you can shut down the intersection, curb it, and lock it down to protect, for the city's safety point. So having something in place, that was something Chief Garrison had recommended if we do decide to go forward.
Is that it from staff, Ms. Willett?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Rebuttals. Applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I think the way we presented ourselves a second ago and what we just heard from staff should hopefully raise some questions in your mind. To say that we're surprised with the presentation you just received, with the exception of the police department, who we did have that conversation, and that was a clear presentation of the conversation we had. We sincerely believed, walking out of the Planning Commission and based on the discussions we've had, that we had support from staff. I want to be very straight with everybody about this. When we started this application 2 years ago, Mr. Traverso, who was the engineer, was in support of the request. That's why we designed the site the way we did. At some point, his support started to wane as he left, and we gather that there was always an issue involving the visual quality of the bridge. Northport does a wonderful job with its roads and your boulevards and things. They're tremendous and they create a wonderful sense of place. And that raised median and landscaping has a quality to it. And we acknowledged that and asked over and over again, is there a way we can work together? What I heard today is that our left turn, if we create it, could take away from potential extension of a left turn to 41. Well, commissioners, I'd contend something else. If we build it, you can always turn what we built into your longer Sumter left turn. We acknowledge that traffic improvements, traffic volumes are iterative. The city will hopefully continue to grow and you will continue to plan for road improvements over time. So if we build a left turn into our shopping center at our cost, and you decide to take that left turn and make it part of the left turn onto US 41, it's your road. We know that. But then to say in the same breath that that could somehow cause deterioration to the bridge over time, yet we provided structural loading analysis as we were requested to demonstrate that that bridge was built for that left turn lane, I think lacks clarity in what's being said. There was also a statement about peak hour volumes. We've provided in our traffic analysis and in our expert testimony clear and compelling evidence that this can be done in compliance with rules and regulations in a safe way. What I can't completely solve for the city without a willing partner on the other side is how to make it beautiful. Because we want to make it beautiful like we want to make our center beautiful. But that to me is the only open question that has undercut our constant request and attempt to get this left turn built. We want to build the left turn because our property serves Northport citizens. It's a community shopping center. And there are a lot of people in Northport who live in that Sumter area who currently create congestion in a southbound Sumter to US 41 left turn. Then they get on US 41 and they have to make a choice. They can turn left into the center across in an unprotected way across multiple lanes of traffic traveling fast. Or they can go to the signal and they can turn left. In both of those cases, it's worse and less safe than what we propose to provide to the citizens of Northport. We want to make it happen. We want it to look nice. We want it to work well. We want the center to be integrated to your streets. And we acknowledge that should the day come that you need more left turn stacking for Sumter and that left turn in the center is in the way, well, that public transportation route is what takes priority. That's not an issue. We'll have built it for you. But I think to somehow end up in the position we're in right now, when this conversation has gone left and right and left and right, and we walked in the building having talked to your staff, believing with open ears and minds that we had support based on having addressed the consultant's concerns, based on the Planning Commission recommendation, and knowing that there was an issue out there involving the quality of the bridge, the visual quality of the bridge. And we're a willing partner. We do everything in the world to make it look right, make it operate right. It's trade-offs between the 200 feet that left turn requires and the 400 feet that we're willing to provide. So I hope that as you work through this and ask us questions, you keep in mind a couple of things. We're here to provide an improvement that is a benefit to the community because the community is our customer. And we likewise hopefully are providing a service to the community. I hope that you keep in mind that we have provided a lot of clear, technical, compelling support for the positions we've taken. And I don't believe that you have in your record from your staff any rebuttal to that is technical and factual. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, rebuttal, you have 5 minutes.
Chuck Speak, Interim Public Works Director. I have been sworn. We had a traffic professional engineer do our assessment as well. All we're doing is telling you what we discovered, what we had. They confirmed the issues that Jerry pointed out in the very beginning, the transportation engineer. We had this done to back that up. We really can't speak to any more than that. The study that GHD did presented all the issues. We agree with those issues. It's now your decision. And to say that there's unprotected crossings on 41, that we're going to push, he doesn't, again, say that that crossing he's putting in is unprotected. It's not taking traffic from one direction like the crossing on 41. It's taking traffic from 3 directions. Got a right on red, a left turn, and traffic coming straight. So that's about all we have to say. We're not in support.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this matter?
We do not.
Commission questions? Am I on the right board here? Okay, there we go. Commissioner White,
Oh, sure.
you popped up first. Imagine that.
Yes, imagine that. Yes, I wish you had an overview. I didn't see that, like a Google map with the existing, did you have that in your presentation? An overview of what you're talking about? My question concerns the bridge. Is this going to affect the bridge at all? Because I couldn't figure that out from these pictures. Is that bridge going to be shortened then, as far as that middle?
Commissioner, there's other additional slides we can go to. The left turn, the proposed left turn into the center does get built on top of the bridge.
Oh.
So there's a raised median on the bridge, and it takes away from that raised median. It would still be protected by curb, but yes, it gets built on the bridge.
Okay, so that left turn would go into what's the back entrance of that shopping center now, correct?
Exactly.
Yes, right. Okay. Yes, and I'm glad Ms. Willett brought up some history, because some of us do remember when that was 2-laned and people could actually turn anywhere. I don't know if anybody remembers that. It was just kind of horrendous there. And the biggest inconvenience still today is if you go to that Goodwill shopping center, you can't make a left to go back into that neighborhood, because that's really what you want to do there. I just really had some concerns about this. I think it was mentioned with the traffic that's coming off of 41, the northbound traffic, when you have people wanting to cross in front of them. I didn't even think about the fact that that entrance by Wendy's is still going to be there. So this left turn would be occurring before that, and then people would be coming out the other way. I also had a question about, you showed that example from Sarasota, but that looked like there was an awful lot of space with that left turn, that center you were showing. The length seemed to be longer than there.
Yeah, it's actually not significantly longer, and it actually has the driveway you see a little bit north, which is kind of the Wendy's driveway. So it's very similar in terms, again, everything can't be perfect ratios. But again, the distance here that's shown in terms of the actual, the length, again, we're talking this is about 500 feet, the dual northbound lefts, and you've got just about that at Sumter southbound. And again, it's the raised median that's shown in the south part of this will be the exact same design, where again, you still have the raised median for the separation for the safety purposes. And you've got being able to, again, have an advanced left turn that is going to be signed appropriately before that left turn.
All right, so you're saying that this from Fruitville, is that Fruitville? Yes,
Fruitville.
to that first entrance on the bottom. You're saying that distance is the same as what we have now with 41 and that entrance?
It's not exact, no. But again, it's not the really first, yeah, if you come from the south, yes. But then there's the one up at the top, if you will, closer to the north, which is very similar to the Wendy's access that there is on Sumter Road.
Right, but this left turn lane is at the bottom
Yes.
one. So you were using this to compare that to the back entrance, not the Wendy's one, but the back one.
Right.
Where
And
you
I
want to
guess
go.
just wanting to figure, what's your question as it relates to the different distances? I'm just wanting to know what the
Right.
concern is.
Yeah, because I too, and this was brought up by staff about people wanting to make that left and blocking the lanes that people want to go forward. And I know one of the reasons why, when that was revamped years ago and all of those turns were cut off, because it was very congested. People were just turning everywhere. And I just see this as going back to creating confusion. I think the traffic moves really well through that intersection, just because it's very defined where you can go and where you can't go. I think I had another question. Hold on. Yes,
Mr. Mayor? In keeping with our quasi judicial procedure,
Sorry.
we do need to keep this time to questions only. There will be closing arguments and then time for discussion with respect to, opinions and the weight of the evidence following that.
Okay, so you answered where my space would come from. It would come from the bridge. The left turn would go into that first one. Okay, I think that was it. All right, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell.
Could you please put up the aerial or picture that you had showing the bridge and how your stacking lane would be on there? Oh, no, you had a different one.
That's the,
You showed the left turn lane with the planter box.
yeah, that was the one we were, there you go.
There you go. Thank you. Okay. So the existing planter box that's on there is going to be narrower to accommodate this left turn lane?
The landscaping, yes, would be
Okay.
reduced.
Tell me about the actual left turn lane.
The
Is
actual,
it how, I'm getting to the rest of the question, so bear with me. Please. Is it going to be a raised median left turn lane where if you're in that left turn lane, you cannot go anywhere else except forward into the Cocoa Plum? Or is it going to be separated by those flimsy little ballards that are at the other end of Cocoa Plum on Salford? What does that look like construction-wise?
okay. Yeah, that's your question. Here's a actual design drawing that was done by WRA. So what you see, let's say to the south are those, again, it will be a raised median. So that's from a safety standpoint. Now what you see is the nose here where basically kind of the tip from that point further to the north, it is actually open. It is basically not a good design to have a raised median because sometimes when you have out there, especially if somebody's coming in at 10 o'clock, there's not a lot of traffic outside of the peak hours. There might be somebody that comes into the left and sees that they do not want to come in there if they miss the sign or something. So, and like you said, the bollards. Now, some folks, some places, agencies love the bollards to be able to put them up there to kind of separate. That ultimately could be done in discussion ultimately with your staff. But right now, basically, there is not going to be a separator up there. It's not going to be a raised separator so people can't get back basically to southbound.
Oh, my God.
Commissioner, I want to take a second shot at answering the question. On the passenger side of the vehicle, there would be a stripe. On the driver's side of the vehicle, there would be a raised median.
Okay.
Unless the city wanted to do something else, which different jurisdictions handle it differently, and we could provide a different design, but we believe that is the best design.
Okay. So where you see the pavers going in, the start of the pavers, not at the 41 start, the other side, where your left turn lane is. What is there? Is that a stripe like you're saying, or is that a raised median?
On the driver's side of the vehicle,
So turning left into
turning
Cocoa
left
Plum,
in is
thank you,
raised.
is raised. What is by the pavers on the passenger side?
There are no pavers by the passenger side. That is a stripe. In its current design is shown on this page.
So you're going to have just a stripe so that the cars exiting the Cocoa Plum that are supposed to only turn right will be able to make a left.
No, ma'am. If the car is exiting Cocoa Plum, they are facing that left turn lane.
Mm-hmm.
There is raised curb in front of them in all circumstances. So where you see on the plan double lines that are parallel to each other and close, that's curb. And where you see single lines, that's stripe. So that driveway will be a functional, it's fair enough, a functional right in, right out, left in only. You would not be able to exit and turn left. You would run into curb.
And I am going by practical solutions, practicality of what's existing at the Cocoa Plum at Salford. You are not allowed to turn left from Salford into that Cocoa Plum by Hobby Lobby, but they do. And they take out the ballards. And I am trying to make sure that there is a safety thing here, that it's raised. They can't cross it. It's completely a protected left only in and a right protected out.
Understood. And I think the situation on Salford has always been the width of available road there, given the configuration. It's always been an issue.
Mhm.
But in this case, it would be impossible to drive a car backwards through that to get, I mean, not everything's possible, right? But you would run into curbs.
Okay. So I'm on the fence about this left turn lane, but I also have to weigh all of these. If the left turn lane is removed and you cannot install that left turn lane because we haven't had that discussion, there's a sign right there at that one corner, the southern part that you're wanting to put in. If there's no turn there, you don't need a sign there because you have a sign a little bit further down closer to Wendy's at that entrance. So would you be removing that sign?
We would still request your approval of the sign, but Commissioner, it would be inconsistent with the remaining program of development to have the large sign. So I think it would potentially merit the smaller sign at that location.
Would, if we remove the left turn lane, it would still have a right in, right out only?
Correct.
Okay, so tell me where, if the left turn lane is gone, if the left turn lane is removed, so I want to go into the Cocoa Plum there, I can't, there's no left turn lane, I have to go to the signal at 41, make my left. Can you show me where my next left is into that complex, please?
This drawing, it is difficult to see.
Do you have a cursor or
in-
anything?
Oh, the cursor doesn't show when I use it. But the US 41 improvements, which were just completed, a year or so ago, under a year ago, that left turn exists into the center
At the signal?
before the signal.
Okay. I apologize, but is there some way that you can show where that is? Because
To the left of the signal, you see where there's an S on the page that separates the northbound and southbound 41 left turns. On 41, between the two signals, right in between the two signals on this page,
okay,
there's a left turn into Cocoa Plum Village Shops that was constructed by DOT. That exists. And
Okay.
that left turn ultimately will serve roughly 200,000 feet of the center. Or 2/5 of it, just in terms of proportions of development in that portion of the project, should this project be approved.
okay. In the staff, I think this question's for staff, and they might be able to help, and then I'll yield the floor and let somebody else take over, Mayor. In the staff review under section 3, it says staff development review. Fire rescue meets requirements with conditions. What are those conditions, ma'am? They're not listed in section 6 of the staff development review.
For
Fire rescue.
fire rescue, they have their standard conditions. Let's see here. Fire rescue had proved it through the SDR with their standard conditions. I do not see where it was added to it.
So would that mean that the fire department's conditions would be like a number 7, 8, 9, whatever those are?
Yes, let's see here on the next page. That's what they had. Let me just pull this real quick. Oh, I got the whole powwow They're
coming
just
down.
their standard.
Commissioner
their
Elena
comments.
Wright, Director of Neighborhood Development Services, I have been sworn.
This is that.
These are less conditions than they are just standard comments that the fire
Yes.
department places on every single approval.
Correct.
And they're things for, that they have to submit their emergency access plans to the fire department, so that they can review before they commence new construction. And that it's the owner's responsibility to provide safeguards during building construction, as outlined in Chapter 16 of the Fire Safety Prevention Code. So they're not really conditions. They don't have anything at all to do with this turn lane or circulation or anything like that. There's simply standard comments that they put on every approval.
Okay, so it really shouldn't say meet requirements with conditions because there's nothing conditioned.
They call them conditions, but they're really just comments that are tacked on to every development order for the fire
Correct.
department.
Is it similar to the conditions that the utilities department requires? They have a standard.
It is.
Those are standard also.
It's very similar to that, and really there should probably be a better way to use this terminology, because some of those conditions really don't have anything to do with the actual approval of the project from a policy consideration for.
Let me ask in a different way. If the developer says it's not listed as a condition, are they still required to fulfill what the fire department needs to be fulfilled, even though they're not listed?
Yes, because those are requirements elsewhere in the fire prevention codes that don't
Okay.
have anything to do with, yeah, you want to take that?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, Scott Titus, Fire Chief for the Fire Rescue District. Oh yeah, I probably need to be sworn.
City Clerk, swear in another one, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Actually did do it in the back, but nobody was watching, so. Scott Titus for the Fire Rescue District, Fire Chief. I tried to call the fire marshal really quickly to see if he could cut and paste that standard. It is standard, kind of, for lack of a better term, boilerplate language. It is typically a reiteration of some portions of the code that have been, that sometimes get ignored, that people don't know. They talk about it in SDR. The fire marshal does put it with every set of plans as it goes through. But in response to your question, yes, they would have to adhere to that even if it wasn't written on there. It's really one of those things, it's kind of a gentle reminder and it's more of a helpful thing, but they do cover it through SDR. I did talk to Fire Marshal Marietti. We don't have any concerns with this, but it is that language. Much of the things we've talked about in the past was making sure we have access and egress. Okay.
Well, because sometimes there are conditions that we need to have
Yes, ma'am.
in here, and I just want to make sure that those were not captured.
Nope, you're
So
right.
thank you for that.
Thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
The last one, Mayor, it's along the same lines. I think it'll be a little easier to answer. In the staff review, there's also a Public Works environmental that says meets requirements with conditions. I did not see any environmental conditions. What would those be that were not listed or should have been listed?
Yep, again, those would be the standard requirements by code, environmental assessment, especially with the major site and development. A lot of times when the comments are put in, like that was stated by our director, they're just standard comments that they have to put in, but they have to comply with that. So any environmental component would have to be met. So any environmental reports.
So it's standard codes that still have
That's
to be met?
correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you very much.
Did you just highlight the need for the change in terminology?
Yes.
So it'll be less confusing.
I just always want to make sure because I see conditions and I see it says yes with conditions. So just double checking.
Absolutely.
Mayor, I'll yield and then go around second time. Thank you.
Commissioner Luke.
Thank you, Mayor. I will probably need Mr. Mathis, please. Really appreciate the way that you guys are trying to think forward. And that is the only place that my mind goes is forward. Our city is only 1/3 built out. We think Sumter is full now. It can be a whole lot worse in the next 10 years. You stated you are willing to build this just to have it blocked off a few years later, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Have you considered, or the city considered, the widening of that intersection and the bridge so that a left turn could go in and actually stay?
There's been no analysis of existing right-of-way, future right-of-way for the widening of Sumter by us. I don't know if that's something the city has done in PD&E type analysis, Commissioner.
Well, I do know we own that side of the grass area. I don't know if it was in the plans that Sumter be widened, but to have the backup of left turn lanes going over the bridge, I would think that bridge would need at least another lane. Would you consider doing that in order to put that left turn lane in at your cost?
Commissioner, if a widening was merited based on traffic, then we would participate in that. We would participate in that. What we believe, and we believe we presented with facts and evidence, is that we will reduce the congestion in the existing turn lane. We will create an opportunity for a lot of vehicles to not create congestion in US 41. Should the city determine they need more left turn stack for that 41 turn, they could just take it in an instant by using the left turn we create. The widening would be obviously, where are the additional through movements going? I think that analysis would be comprehensive and driven by something possibly east of the interstate or source of traffic from somewhere. This area gets completely built out. Toledo Blade gets completely something. But would we participate in that and our share of that? We would, Commissioner.
I appreciate that answer. It's a really rough place to put anything in because of those canals along there. Could you bring up the film where it was showing your left turns going into the shopping center from 41, please? Thank you. The left turn lane going in on 41 is not complete going in. People are doing left U-E's there and stuff. But when it gets completed and goes into that area, how would a vehicle get over to this new area that we're talking about?
So a vehicle that travels, for instance, southbound on Sumter, turns left on 41. Sorry, the mouse doesn't track. Southbound on 41, turns left into the center, will then drive through the center, turn left again, and come back to wherever they're headed.
But there's a drain there, correct? Would you be putting it, because to me, there's no connectability going from this new parcel that we're talking about over to the rest of the shopping center, because there's a ditch or something. So are you planning a bridge?
We've acquired 2 parcels that we did not own when we initially developed Coco Plum Village Shops. One is the ditch-looking area that you're talking about, which we've partially filled in, and then we acquired the corner over time. That was always our goal, and the city's goal was to have a cohesive center across from Sumter to Salford. So what'll happen is we will build that area. That'll be an expansion of the center across that land all the way to Sumter. So you will be able to travel in our parking lots and in our drive aisles from Sumter to Salford, Salford to Sumter uninterrupted.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. I didn't know if it would be a bridge or filled with a road, but I wanted to make sure there was connectability to the entire shopping center. That's all the questions that I have, Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor Langdon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Same slide. I have it on my iPad.
Audio again, ma'am.
I'm trying to save the crowd from hearing me rustle papers, so I keep muting myself. If you could put that slide up again.
I do still have it up on my screen.
That's it, perfect. I have a pretty good idea of what things are going to look like coming south on Sumter and taking that left-hand turn. The questions I have now are people who are driving west on 41 and taking a right on Sumter. I just want to make sure I understand this flow. So people will take a right onto Sumter. They can take that first right and go into the new mall. So they'd take that right behind the fast food restaurant.
Wendy's.
That's on the corner.
Wendy's.
Thank you, Wendy's. They can take that right. Can they continue up and take a right and compete with traffic taking the left from the new left-hand lane?
Yes, in both cases, the driveways would accommodate right-ins and right-outs.
So in that new intersection with the left turn lane, we'll have left turn traffic, right turn traffic, and through traffic.
Not through traffic.
Well, on Sumter, yeah, right?
Not on Sumter, there'll be in the driveway in the back, there'll be a right in, a right out, and a left in. You will not be able to go through.
No, she's
But
talking about on Sumter.
on Sumter,
Yes.
You can go straight.
Yes.
Yes. So at that intersection, I just want to be clear, that's really my area of concern. So in that one little point, we'll have people taking the left on the new left-hand turn. We'll have people heading north on Sumter can also take a right into that new access way. And we'll continue to have through traffic who are continuing along on Sumter.
That is accurate.
Okay, so I'm not sure if this question, maybe it's for both staff and for you, Mr. Mathis, but what kind of traffic control, if we approve that left-hand lane into the new Coco Plum, what kind of traffic control would we need there? Because it will be a little bit of a free-for-all.
I'd like Christopher Hatton to provide the technical answer. I want to provide the simple answer, and the simple in my mind. The exact same traffic control that exists on US 41 to turn left into the center. It's a very common condition to have these movements occurring simultaneously. But I'll let Christopher address it.
That's kind of where I was going to. Like you said, for the southbound left that is basically getting ready to turn, the good part is they are facing traffic, that northbound through. They are directly facing that traffic. They're also being able to very easily see any right turn traffic in which they would not come in conflict to. I think that the big issue that we're kind of missing here is, again, if you basically do not allow the left turn, there are going to be a left turn first at the Sumter and 41 intersection. And I think one of the things it's missed is certainly been through that a lot, especially as we've evaluated this Cocoa Plum, shops development over the years. People get frustrated out there. You have to wait over 150 seconds to get your next green light. So when people say, whether it's protected, unprotected, just because there's a signal does not mean it's a safe condition. So what we're allowing here, because a lot of times, I'm sure everybody's at least thought of it if they haven't done it, is when you get to that left turn and you want to go through, you might just gun it. And maybe it's yellowish, orangish, whatever, but you're going through and then you've got to potentially come in conflict, in this case, with the westbound through on US 41, which is going very fast. So again, just as Todd said, you can have a similar situation with much less traffic on Sumter versus a similar situation on 41, which is higher speed. And again, one of the biggest issues certainly that I have, certainly Anthony and GHB do, it is a safety issue. And I'll also bring up, just while I've got the microphone for a minute, it is true. GHB brought up 6 issues. They didn't have 6 necessarily issues all against, but they brought them up. And I think we addressed them not only significantly, but in a case we actually showed that 2 were, in our case, positives. Certainly the sight distance, the triangle, we proved all that. So I want to just make sure, again, for many questions you either may have, that we did address each of those issues in addition to the bridge loading and the like. So.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I yield the floor.
Commissioner McDowell.
So I'm going to go back to the process questions that I tried to get from staff. So we had the DMP that was approved back in, 2007-ish.
Yes, it was a DCP at the time.
DCP, okay. And then we had a DMA, which was approved in 2017. And that included the parcel near Walmart, the rookery, and it was going to become a stormwater pond and a small little development right there at the corner.
That is correct.
Okay, so now we have a new DMA. What happens to that old DMA?
It's in place. So when you look in the staff report of the Development Master Plan Amendment, it includes all of the original approvals, all of the original waivers, so it keeps it intact. And right now, it's just this portion with the additional waivers.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that question is because if it's the entire DMP, DMA1, and now possible DMA2, the page on the blueprint C100 does not show all of DMA1, which is that little parcel that has the small development and the stormwater. It's not on that overview concept of this entire development. And I'm curious.
I have the small print here, so it's hard to see. But if not, it should be part of it because that would include, this would be, if approved this evening, would be the latest and greatest with all of that, including that section.
And that's exactly why I was asking the question. If it's DMP, DMA1, and DMA2, where is that small parcel on the overview of C100?
Was it a separate sheet? 103? Okay, was it submitted with the plan? 'Cause it would need to be
There is a
included.
one.
It's always
103.
been a separate sheet. So it was never on the C100 sheet. It was always C103, and it's referenced in the table, the corresponding table.
So when we approved the DMA1, that overall sheet did include the original DMP and the proposed
This
DMA1.
was in what, 17?
Yes, 2017.
This was in 17.
Commissioner, I would bet on you on this one. I would just say that
Put it in.
our large set of plans shows it as C103 and has.
Correct. And I agree with you. I see that in here. I just don't see a C103 on your overall map and as
Okay.
part of the overall plan.
Okay. Yeah, that's the piece there. That's what I thought.
If you look at the little,
Okay, it's in the table.
It's just not shown here.
But was it included as 103 in the whole set? Yes. Okay. I thought it was.
So here's the cover sheet.
Okay, so it is part of the plan. Okay. So, and I do apologize, Commissioner. I know that we had a little bit of, with the issues of uploading items, but I am seeing the 103 here in the plan that I printed offline, so I'm not quite sure, because it should be part of this plan section that below it, absolutely.
Thank you. We need to have that included because I don't want it to get lost because all of this is going to survive all of us. And, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a DMA, maybe 3, I don't know.
Well, and it makes it cleaner as well, including
Yes.
all of that, so we know that this is the latest and the greatest. But it was included in the download, so I'm not quite sure. But in 103, it does reference that parcel that is across the way.
So is it staff's recommendation to have them change C100 to include that C103 somehow in the overall plan?
Yes.
I don't know how we could reference it. I'm saying graphically, it's down here.
Okay.
You know, the property.
But it's in the pages here.
Yeah. It's referenced on the cover.
Well, I just want to make sure that it's referenced correctly, and then it has the page in there. So it's included in this approval so that we don't have 2 separate ones.
Yeah, which is not on this overall sheet.
Okay, but we want to make sure it's referenced here.
Okay, we'll put it in reference to
Okay.
How is it going to be referenced? I'm sorry. There was a chatter and
I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Yep, you can speak on that too.
Hello, this is Clint Kuffel from WRA, civil engineer on the project, and I have been sworn. So if you look at that overall sheet, Commissioner, you look at the building summary and parking calculations, you can see the OP9.
I'm sorry, I say the letters.
So the building summary and parking calculations, that big table on the left side of C100,
Okay,
OP9 at the very bottom says 13,938 square feet.
correct.
That is the building shown on page 103.
Okay, but where's the stormwater pond reference?
It's so the stormwater pond, actually, if you look at the site data table, you see post-construction. At the very top, this is site data post-construction. That references the pond at 5.96 acres. That's inclusive of all the ponds within this DMA.
Okay.
And this OP9 is referenced on page
Right.
103. C103.
I think what we can do, though, as I was saying, in the table where it says building summary and parking calculations, we can reference the OP9 and say CC103 to make sure everybody. See
Because
that.
it
We put a
is in
note.
there.
Yeah, we put a note somewhere in that table so you know it's CO103. The problem with putting it on that sheet itself, it's off-site. It doesn't even show up on here. It's like down here. So that's the issue.
And that's exactly why I'm making this a sticky wicket, is because I don't want it to get lost. And you have referenced, it says here C100, C201, C301. You have that referenced above.
Yep.
And then the next one, C102, 103, 202. Maybe down at the bottom, put C103.
I got you.
Or whatever that number is.
I got you. I'll put it there.
So that way then there is a reference so that somebody knows, hey, what is this C103?
I got you.
It just, that is exactly why I had to ask the process question. If the DMP and DMA1 was part of DMA2, is all-inclusive, all together, all the waivers, all the conditions. So thank you for that. My final question is, what happens to the existing stormwater ponds that are on site that you guys are going to be building over? How does that work? Those are pretty darn deep retention ponds that you have on site.
Okay. Again, Clint Kuffel with WRA. Those retention ponds on site will be filled in, and that's why we have the large retention pond shown on the south side of the Sumter area. We actually have a DOT permit. We have a Swift Fund permit already approved to fill those ponds in, and water actually will go under those huge culverts that are underneath US 41. And it'll be attenuated further in the large lake or pond that we're building on the south side.
Just for all our environmental people that are watching, there's not going to be any changes to the rookery and the buffers and the littoral zones and everything. That was a
No.
huge conversation in
That's correct.
17.
That's correct. We still have the same 10-foot planting area on that lake, on that pond to the south. We still have the rookery shown as being protected. I think it's 328-foot protection zone, so no construction can be in there during nesting season. So that all those conditions are still there on the south.
Thank you. That's all the questions, Mayor, I have at this point.
All right, we'll be moving on to closing arguments. Staff.
Staff has no closing arguments at the, now restated on the record, the requested approval with the conditions as stated by staff.
And applicant, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Stated again, there was a consultant report which identified issues. We did not have an opportunity to talk with that consultant, but we did have an opportunity to respond with evidence and facts based on professional engineers' technical analysis to the issues they raised. And after we did that, that consultant is not here to rebut what we said about those issues, which is that it is safer, there is adequate sight distance, we can provide adequate turn lane length, and we can reduce congestion in the Sumter southbound left turn lane. They had a lot of time to do that, a lot of time to do that. We went to the Planning Commission and we had a good conversation about this. Because just all the facts and evidence aside, common sense will tell you, if you're in that area and you can make one left turn across Sumter, rather than wait at the congested left turns at 41 and then turn across US 41 to then turn back to where you wanted to go, that's going to be a more intuitive, safer, smarter approach to the center. But the Planning Commission and your staff asked a few questions. They asked us to coordinate with SCAT because there's a bus stop there. We did that, and SCAT said, we don't want access to your property. We don't want you to change how the bus stop works. If anything, we would have our bus stop closer to US 41, but that's not something that the city wants. It's not something we want. Your police chief, we were on the phone today at 4 o'clock, and he said, we really don't see an issue. And I appreciate that the police were here today to clarify the prior position that was taken. So we acknowledge one important thing here. If we do it, if you allow us to create this left turn lane, if you take a little bit of a chance on us as we continue to develop out that area and rejuvenate a bad piece of commercial land that we were finally able to get our hands on after many, many years, that it's on us to make it beautiful, and we'll collaborate with your city staff who are experts at that and maintain that sense of place that you created. And it's also our capital and our risk that should you change your minds, should the police come along and say, I'm closing it, should you come along and say, we need those turns for US 41 southbound, your center is less important than all the growth we're experiencing. Should you come along and say, later on down the road, there's so much growth here. If you want to maintain your left turn, you're going to have to participate in our bridge widening. That's our risk. I'm not asking you to give it to us forever. I'm asking you to let us go build an improvement that will serve the neighborhood and it will serve the center. So we hope you can get behind that idea. We hope you keep in mind that we've presented a lot of facts and evidence from technical experts that addressed that consultant memo, and there has not been a technical response to that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve DMA 20-089 with waivers 1 through 4 and conditions 2 through 6 as presented in the staff report, including the addition of sheet C103 to be outlined somehow on sheet C100 for complete reference. Based on the competent substantial evidence of the Coco Plum Village Shop expansion plat complies with the ULDC code and the Florida Statutes Chapter 177.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. City Clerk, can you,
No, I cannot.
okay, Commissioner McDowell, will you please restate that?
Approve DMA 20-089 with waivers 1 through 4 and conditions 2 through 6 as presented in the staff report, including an additional reference of sheet 103 to be included on sheet C100 as discussed. Based on the competent substantial evidence of the Coco Plum Village Shops expansion plat complies with the ULDC and the Florida Statutes Chapter 177.
Thank you.
I'll second it, sir.
And I have a second by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that, ladies? Commissioner McDowell, motion maker? Commissioner Luke?
I think there probably needs to be some hearty discussion on what we're looking at. I mean, we needed to put this forward in a motion before we could actually discuss it. So whoever you want to start that discussion.
Well, I asked Commissioner McDowell and she said no, and then
All right.
I went to
so-
you.
So I will do so. I would love to say yes to the left turn, but I would feel bad doing that left turn and then in 3 years have to shut it down or even before, and they've spent out all the money. I can foresee that Sumter and that bridge is going to have to be widened in the future. It just can't carry that load of traffic, and I believe that is why they have that property to the right so that it can be expanded. I mean, we're talking about putting a left turn lane in first. Maybe the left turn lane can go in when it's widened instead of doing it in the reverse. I don't know. Sorry that there was a feeling that people were being misled. I'll be very forward. I'm a frank person anyhow. I had heard when this first came forward that the city was saying no to a left turn, but the applicant was still marching forward with it. So I heard opposite of what, so there was definitely a lack of understanding of what these discussions are. I really, truly appreciate the applicant and what they do, what they have done for our city. There are some points that they brought out technically in that I totally agree with. That bridge is strong enough to hold the cars that would back up on it. I have no problem with that. Just don't think there's enough room on that bridge for the cars. And I agree that signage takes away confusion. So I don't have, a problem with that either. I just can't see, or right now, looking into even a short distance in the future. I mean, I would even put in another left lane on 41 to get everybody in rather than that left lane going, on Sumter. I just see it backing up way too much because we already have a problem going in on Greenwood. And it's like a roundabout would be a perfect place for that, and a bridge going across Coco Plum over to the plaza, coming in from that angle instead of this angle, if you want to look at a heavy traffic area that's going to be happening in the future. So those are my statements, sir. Thank you
Mayor?
for allowing me to speak.
Can I speak before Commissioner Langdon? Because I made a huge error in my motion, and I didn't catch it until after I heard Commissioner Luke speak. I wanted them to remove the turn lane, And in my motion, I said, and conditions 2 through 6 instead of 1 through 6. That is a huge faux pas on my part, and I am extremely apologetic because condition number 1 is having them remove the dedicated southbound lane. I would like them to not install the left turn lane at the rear of the property.
Right, I got you. I hear what you're
So
saying.
I made a mistake when I said, and conditions 2 through 6, it should have been conditions 1 through 6.
City Attorney, you're looking like you're going to press the button anyway, so
Yes, Mayor, I was thinking about it.
I thought so.
It sounded like the commissioner may be considering amending, the motion or possibly withdrawing the motion.
That's what I was
So
going to
I
ask.
think this might be an appropriate time to point out that on your recommended motion and the notes that are provided to you, there is a mistake. It's toward the end of the approval motion, it says that this complies with the Unified Land Development Code. The motion should stop there. It should not reference Florida statutes, chapter 177.
Well, I was going to ask if the seconder would pull their second and then,
If there's confusion on the motion, yes, sir, I pull my second. Thank you.
okay, now Commissioner McDowell, you pull your motion.
I will pull my motion and restate it is almost,
That-
and I am so very, very sorry.
That's quite all right. It's been a long topic. Go ahead.
All right,
Let's
so-
get it right.
I'll make a motion to approve DMA 20-089 with waivers 1 through 4 and conditions 1 through 6 as presented in the staff report, including the addition of the sheet C103 to be included in some fashion on seat 100 as discussed, based on the competent substantial evidence of the Coco Plum Village Shops expansion plat complies with the ULDC code.
Okay. I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Luke. City Clerk, did you catch all of that? Yes. Okay, would you like it restated again?
To approve petition DMA-20-089 to include approval of waivers 1 through 4 and conditions 1 through 6 as presented in the staff summary, including the addition of sheet C103 to be included on sheet 100, and find that based on the competent substantial evidence, the Coco Plum Village Shops expansion plat complies with the Unified Land Development Code.
Thank you. Now, Commissioner McDowell, would you please start this off proper?
So motion was made, it was corrected, I appreciate that, thank you. The only thing I will state to the motion is it's frustrating for us when there is experts that have conflict. We had the experts come in from Kimley Horn with their traffic analysis saying, hey, put in this turn lane. Another traffic analysis came in and said, no, this is going to be a nightmare. With that conflict, then the decision is left to us. And I have to agree that this is a potential life safety issue. And that's why I could not approve having that left turn lane in. But I agree, maybe at some point when, if the road gets widened, talk to you guys and see about partnering together and possibly doing that left turn lane at that time. So figuring it out with the engineers at that time. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Langdon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Same comment. It's always difficult to have competing consultant recommendations. I also think at some point in the future that left turn lane will be problematic, but we're going to have a lot of traffic problems and a lot of expansion and a lot of bridge expansion as our population grows. So I really don't think in the short term that left-hand turn will be problematic. I appreciate the developer's offer that at that point in time, when traffic does become an issue, that they would participate with us in the widening of that bridge. I really do appreciate that. I also appreciate their comments that should that area become problematic before we're ready to address the bridge, that we could block it off. So I'm inclined, if the developer is willing to spend their money now on a left turn lane, when in a relatively short period of time, we might have to take some remedial action with it, then I think it's their right to make that decision. So this is a really tough one. And I think in my behavior, I do tend to go with staff recommendations. You guys are the pros. You really understand this at a detailed level. But I think including the developer's request for that left turn lane, really, I don't see a whole lot of risk to the city. If you're willing to spend the money, understanding that if this area becomes more problematic sooner than we anticipate, oh well. I'm open to including that left-hand turn. I just don't see any short-term immediate risk to the city in doing that. The Cocoa Plum Mall has been a huge benefit to the city. We definitely need additional retail space and commercial space. This is a perfect expansion of the Cocoa Plum. I wish we had more parking at the Cocoa Plum. But I'm supportive of the left-hand turn. I just don't think there's any real risk to the city in doing that. We'll have to watch the traffic flow in that area. I believe over time, people coming south on Sumter to make that left-hand turn will learn the flow. I've learned since moving here, Florida is just in love with the roundabout. And our comment with the roundabout is people will figure it out as soon as they use it a few times. I think this left-hand turn will be the same thing. Again, my concern is more the traffic flow heading north on Sumter and sort of potential, you have people coming in from the left, you have people turning right, you have people going through, but we're just going to have to monitor that. I think when the plans come back with traffic patterns and are there yield signs, are there arrows painted on the roads, I think there are things that we can do in the installation of that turn to make it easier for people. But I would really encourage my fellow commissioners to approve that left-hand turn. We'll monitor it. You know, I think the developer has been very open and agreeable to remedial action if we have issues in 2 or 3 years with that area. I just don't see a real risk to the city in approving that. I yield the floor.
Commissioner White.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for clarifying, Commissioner McDowell, your original motion, because I was confused initially. So I'm glad to know I had a reason to be confused. So thank you for pulling that before we started talking about it anymore. I just don't see, I didn't hear any compelling reason to have that left-hand turn in there to access the Cocoa Plum. First of all, that place is packed all the time. People are getting there, and unless I misunderstood what you were trying to say that people would be reluctant to have to make that left on 41 and then have to make another left, but that's what they're doing to go there. Again, I remember when we had multiple turns all over the place there, and we spent a lot of money to make that into a more organized traffic flow area. And like I said, the traffic flows really well through there. Personally, I would have liked to have seen something else to accommodate the people who live north of that canal, like maybe a pedestrian bridge. You have a neighborhood here that they live right in back of all those shopping centers, but they can't get there they have to get in their car and drive out just to come back to where they were across the canal. And we've been having conversations about improving mobility. And I think that has to go beyond just accommodating cars and more roads and more turn lanes, but having pedestrian walkways. I mean, that would have just unified that whole neighborhood back there and the people who are biking on our bike path there to bike there. And you can stay away from the road and from Sumter, rather than it just being an afterthought of having a sidewalk next to the road. But it's really nice when you can bike somewhere where cars don't necessarily, they can't go. So yeah, I would have loved to have seen that kind of forward thinking, to have a different way to get to that center. I actually bike there a lot and eat breakfast at the First Watch. But it would be nice to get off of the main roads and be able to go over that canal. It'd be a nice experience. I think that it would have added to that whole center. I love the green walls that you have up there and everything. So I think that just would have maybe added something special to it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, this is definitely a tough one here. I could see both angles. I think US 41 is going to be a mess without that turn lane put in. I really do. I think it's going to get really tough to cut across to get into the Cocoa Plum if you're not going down to that signal. I would have been in favor of the left-hand turn lane, because I believe back where it's at, it's going to be a lot less congested, and I think it would be easy come, easy go out of there. So I'm pretty much on the same premises as Vice Mayor, to where I think it would benefit and in that partnership down the road. So we'll see where this vote goes, and that's all I got. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, just to share with you why I was not in favor of that left turn lane. It's when our staff said that the existing stacking lanes are going to be shortened. And I have to check my notes by how many feet. And then it was, somebody had said that there's like 17% is going into that shopping center. So that's 1 of 5 cars. To shorten those stacking lanes to accommodate 1 car and 5 to go into that shopping center, when staff had also said most of the cars are coming home and not really going into that shopping center at that point when there's the most traffic. Those are the reasons why I was against having that left turn lane there. And I just wanted to share those points that staff did make as to their major concerns as to why this was not a good idea. Shortening those stacking lanes that exist today to accommodate 1 car and 5, less than 1 car and 5. It's kind of like cutting off our nose to spite our face. So I just wanted to share that. So thank you.
Commissioner or Vice Mayor Langdon.
But I'm not the only one that has a problem.
I don't know why it's so difficult. Anyway, I need some direction on this motion. I'm feeling that we should vote on the left turn lane separately. If the motion includes the removal of the left turn lane, I would hate to vote no to this development, because I'm very supportive of this development. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels. I see a glare from city attorney. I don't know if she might have.
I would call that a
some
thoughtful
input.
expression, Vice Mayor.
A very intense look.
I would encourage you to utilize the standardized motion language as presented. And keep in mind that voting for or against a motion is simply voting for or against what that motion represents, and not necessarily for or against, an applicant or an application.
Catch that?
I did. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Please vote. and that passed 4-1, with myself dissenting. As I said, I would have been in favor of that left turn lane. That's it.
I am sure we're going to need a health break, but I would like to make a suggestion before we go to break.
Maybe, go ahead.
Can we possibly continue the discussion on the leases, which is general business A, to the meeting and possibly have a special meeting on Thursday, March 3rd at 1 o'clock?
We're gonna discuss that when we come back from break.
Well, I was hoping that we could send them home before break, but that's entirely your call.
Because there may be more than just one item being pushed off, so.
Okay.
We'll discuss that when we get back from break. It's 9:05. Let's come back at 9:20. 15 minutes, people. Thank you.
Yeah, and we're in a much different world these days. The city, not necessarily as reliant on other third parties to get that information out. You know, all of our social media, all of these channels, you know, very powerful tools. Our city app, the North Report, you can download that in your app store. It's a great way we can send push notifications. We also have the emergency alert Sarasota County.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's plenty of it. You just need to get connected a little bit.
Yes, and one of the things that we always tell our residents is to, a lot of times there's going to be a period of time where we may not have any communications for an extended period of time. It may happen. This is why it's always good to let others know what your plan is. If you have a plan, share it. Let them know where you're going to be, what you plan on doing, so at least they have some idea. So there's not a frantic call. They know you're safe. They know you're okay. You told them ahead of time what you're going to be doing, what they can expect, especially if they lose communications, where you're going to be. So again, planning out ahead of time and letting them know if you do lose communications, this is what we're going to be doing at that time.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
Evacuation centers.
Yes.
What is that going to be like?
Evacuation centers are not some place that you would make reservations for. In other words, it's going to be very austere. It's going to be very basic. It is, just like the term sounds, it's an evacuation center. This is where we bring people in to get them out of harm's way. That's the sole purpose. It's going to be very austere, very bare bones. There's going to be sheltering and protection from the elements, basic food, water, but not much more than that.
Yeah, so you need to bring some of those items. Don't just show up.
Don't show up and don't plan on making dinner reservations. You're not going to be served anything, and so whatever you could bring with you, just like in your emergency kit, bring that with you.
And it's important, Sarasota County operates those for us. But
yes.
A lot of those locations are here in Northport because we're away from the coast.
Correct. Yes.
And most of them have now, if not all of them, have become pet friendly.
Yes.
And that's a big deal for folks.
Absolutely. And I don't know, for our family, our pets are our family.
Sure.
We treat them just like any other member of the family. We make sure we have their papers, we make sure we have their food, make sure we have a place for them to stay, because they're going to be separate. They're not going to be with the families within the shelter themselves. They're going to be put in another safe area. Just because within the shelter itself, we might have people who might have allergies to pets. So we want to keep them safe, but be prepared to take care of them. Be prepared to go take a look on them every now and then, but be prepared with them just like you would any other member of the family.
Yeah. And in years past, it used to be only certain ones were pet friendly, but now pretty much, and they knew that that was keeping people from going and getting out of harm's way.
Yes, and we understand that, like I said, pets are a very, very important part, and so we want to make sure that we're accommodating them as well.
As far as COVID's changed a lot of things in our lives, I can imagine in a evacuation center, it's, how do you balance that?
Yeah, one of the things that we've had to do over the last year is kind of provide more spacing between groups. In other words, you come in with a family, you're kind of be generally located with your family, but you'll be a little bit more distance separated from other families. The difference is a lot of times now there's not a lot of mingling. In other words, you don't see people walking around talking to each other. And they kind of stay within their groups just to maintain that social distancing, just to make sure that everybody's safe, staying healthy, but they're out of harm's way. But again, it's a little bit more limited in terms of the actual social interaction.
Lots of options for shelters here in Northport. How do people know where to go?
Basically, what we will do is we will let you know what shelters are open. And as you stated before, we have several options. However, when a storm comes along, that doesn't necessarily mean that all the shelters are open. We will let our residents know what shelters are open, when they are going to open, and when they can report to those shelters. So pay very, very close attention to the shelters that are going to be open, because even though we have shelters available, doesn't necessarily mean that they're all open for every storm.
And again, we'll have a lot of that information. What we've done in Northport is anytime there's an event, whether it's COVID or a storm, we have our alerts page. It's a button that's on our city app, North Report. I'm going to keep plugging that. Or if you just go to cityofnorthport.com/alerts, we'll have all the latest info. We're sitting there 24/7, when these types of events happen, to make sure that that's all in one spot. Everybody can find it every time. It's not some new website.
Yeah, it's a great resource. It's updated real time, so you get the latest information that you need to know.
A lot of people want to know, storm happens, I'm in a shelter, when can I leave?
A lot of times, of course, you're not being held within the shelter, but what we'll do is we'll advise you, or the shelter staff will let you know when it's safe to go back outside. Just because the storm has passed does not necessarily mean that it's safe to venture outdoors, depending on how much damage the storm has done to the area. A lot of times what we'll do, we'll have crews in the area. If there's unsafe areas, we'll let you know what those are. Like you might have power downs or roads blocked or flooding. But we will let you know, let the residents of the shelter evacuation center know when it's safe to go back out and venture back to their homes or in their general area.
And I'm sure that we've made this mistake already a couple of times in this interview, because it's just old habits. Shelter, center, center, shelter. Why? It was a change that was made maybe 2 years ago.
Yes.
Why?
Basically, it's actually more literal in terms of terminology. The evacuation center is literally that, an evacuation center. It's only supposed to be open for 1, 2, maybe 3 days, and then go back to its original purpose, as compared to a shelter, which is more long-term for those individuals who cannot return home, maybe to damage or whatever the case may be. Sheltering is more of a long-term. Evacuation center is short-term.
Yeah. So we apologize for just old habits, years and years of reporting and working in government. I mean, it's just it's hard to get over, but we're doing the best we can. Unfortunately, a storm hits our area. Various ranges of damage. What can we expect here in Northport?
What we're going to do is we have teams ready. As soon as the storm passes, we have teams strategically located throughout the city that as soon as the storm passes, they go out into the community and they start looking what we call a damage assessment. They start going out through the different neighborhoods, going down the major roadways, the secondary roadways. They start seeing where the damage has occurred, how much damage has occurred, what type of actions will we need to take in terms of how long, if there's a power outage, how long do we think it's going to be. Just kind of getting a big picture of what's going on and making sure that when we relay that information to our community, that we're giving the most accurate information at that time to let them know what areas they can go into, what areas they should stay away from. But we're going to try to make it as safe as possible so that our community can get back to their homes.
And probably the most difficult part with that, we've been fortunate with many storms that we haven't completely lost communication, but it's certainly possible. Cell towers down, internet's out, no power. How would we get the message out? What do you envision there?
A lot of times it's going to be a mix of whatever's working at that time. Sometimes you might have a social media platform up there, or sometimes very barely a cell, sometimes a text. There's always a weather radio that we can do in terms of getting notifications out through the weather service itself. They kind of help us out. There's different ways to try to access different communication types. It's just a matter of what's available for us internally. A lot of times we'll use a ham radio. For when all other communications are gone, we're able to communicate amongst ourselves, and then if need be, do face-to-face communications and let them know, do the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, we might even have to go to neighborhoods to post information.
Yes.
Or create a place where people can come physically get more info.
Absolutely.
And I know in some recent storms, cell phone companies have been able to bring in some mobile units, some more successful than others in that realm.
Yes, and they're called cows, for lack of a better term. That's what they use, but they will bring them in. We've had pretty good success when they're able to get, but it's also dependent upon where the storm is, how big it is, how much damage it's done, and how much geographical area it has covered, and our accessibility to those units to bring them in.
So cows, I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Cell
communications on wheels.
Oh, I didn't even have the first letter right. Okay, great. And I mean, some good news is that Northport, we have our own emergency manager. We have our own operations center that will kind of man in here in City Hall.
Yes.
But we're not alone. How does our relationship work with other nearby agencies?
We work very, very well, especially with the county. We have constant communications between the county emergency operations center, our emergency operations center, and also municipalities also have their emergency operations centers. We're in constant contact before, during, and after the event. What we do is we all like to be on the same page. We all like to know what kind of experiences are going on in other areas outside of us that may impact us, and we also let them know what's going on here that may impact them. We share resources constantly, whether it's before the storm or after the storm. We're constantly communicating, providing equipment and supplies, materials, and personnel to wherever the case may be. Understanding that no single jurisdiction can handle this all by themselves. So we have a really good working relationship amongst the cities and amongst the county, and we're constantly sharing information and resources and making sure that we're able to address all of our community needs, no matter where they are.
And I think that's the beauty of being in a municipality and a city, is that you can get some more of this individualized treatment. We have experts who know when the Myakkahatchee gets to a certain level, when we need to start being concerned, what we can do, lower, raise the levees, do some of those things. I mean, I think Northport is in some very good hands.
We're very, very fortunate to have some very, very skilled staff that know their job extremely well and have a history and understand that when they start to see things, they can take proactive. They like to stay ahead of the event. Instead of reacting to the event, they stay a step ahead of the event. So they're in a proactive posture all the time, which is really great benefit for the community itself.
Yeah. Overall, just a reminder to we're getting ready, you get ready, be safe.
Absolutely, be prepared, stay safe, and stay communicating with everybody to let them know what you're going to do, where you're going to be, and how you're going to handle it, and we'll be ready.
Expected to be another Pretty active season.
Probably going to be, yes.
It only takes one.
Yes,
All right.
only one.
All right.
I have to tell you about this chocolate shop we went to.
All right, settle down. All right, it's 9:20 and we're back. I'm gonna like to have a discussion with the commission here about moving some items to the March 3rd meeting. We've taken quite a bit of time on just 2 subject matters tonight, and we've still got quite a bit to go. I've met with the clerk and I've met with the city manager, and I want y'all's input to see if you agree. We will keep the second reading of the tree ordinance for this evening, and also the reading on the surtax, and move resolution number 2022-R-11 that has to deal with amending the commission policy for meeting schedules. And then all of general business to the March 3rd meeting. Can I have some discussion on that? Commissioner McDowell?
Well, I definitely agree that we need to, the leases is a very large discussion, same with the maintenance and renovation. Those are 2 very big topics that need full attention, not a Tuesday evening attention. The Historical and Cultural Advisory Board, that's probably going to need a lot of attention also. The possible change to the June meeting, I think, is a simple, easy peasy yes or no. And the same thing with the resolution for the meeting schedules and Scrivener's errors, I think will be minimal, if any, conversation. I don't know. But I do agree with the others.
Okay, Commissioner White?
Yes. So what did you say? Keep the second reading of the tree ordinance, keep the surtax. Was there another one?
That's all I kept, but,
The only keepers so far.
right, and
Okay.
Commissioner McDowell had suggested also keeping,
D and the resolution C.
D and,
Well, D is the surtax, so.
No, D in general business.
Oh, I'm sorry.
you're talking about the resolution C?
Resolution C and general business D. But that's, again, at the will of the board. I just think those are 2 relatively easy ones.
Okay, if you say so.
I think, I don't know.
Commissioner Luke?
Yeah, I think under general business, D should be quite simple. I also believe the resolutions of C and D should be simple. I think I would personally myself put the trees off, but have the discussion with the historical board before dismissing. I'd put the trees off to Thursday, that Thursday meeting. And leave these shorter ones and then the historical board conversation for tonight.
Okay.
I really don't want to be here more than an hour.
No, I understand, but we've spent a lot of time on just 2 issues, and I'd like to get as much accomplished as we can. And if you feel that way, that's why I'm having a discussion. I want to see the pros and cons on everything. So those would be your suggestions. Vice Mayor, see, I got that right. I didn't say Commissioner.
The will of the board. I'm kind of shorten the meeting, great. However we do that, I don't care.
What we could do, if I can suggest, is do these short ones, and then if we find they go really fast, then do the tree.
Okay, but we're gonna have to adjust the agenda to put them in order on there. So I will entertain a motion to move these items around to see how we can get through them. And then we'll take it from there, so.
You want me to make a motion or you want?
Sure,
to-
whoever.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to address general business 7D, resolution C, resolution D, at tonight's meeting, continuing everything else to Thursday, March 3rd at 1 o'clock, or a time the city manager feels is prudent on March 3rd.
Okay, so you would be just keeping 7D, Resolution C, and Resolution D for tonight's discussion?
For right now, yes.
Yes. Okay. I have a motion on the floor to move 7D to the next item, followed by Resolution C and Resolution D. Do I have, made by Commissioner McDowell, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that?
Yeah, just, we may be able to get to the trees. So thank you.
Okay, we'll play it by ear.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to 7D. Item number 22-2220. Whole bunch of twos today.
Yes.
Discussion and possible action regarding possible changes to the June 2022 commission meeting dates. City Clerk.
Yes, so for June on the approved commission schedule, I had inadvertently input the first and the third Tuesday of the month on there for approval, and it was approved. We do have budget workshops that have since been scheduled for June 14th, 15th, and 16th. It will be my recommendation if the board did want to change the dates, that they only change the date for the second district and commission meetings to the fourth Tuesday, just to not interfere with the budget workshops that are already scheduled.
Okay. Do I have any commissioner questions?
So what would that date be?
28th.
28th?
Commissioner McDowell.
I'll make a motion if you're ready, Mayor, if there's no discussion by my fellow
Hold on
commissioners.
1 second. If there's no discussion, is there any public comment on this? City Clerk?
There is not.
Okay. Well, then I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to change the June 21st district meetings and the commission regular meeting on June 21st to the June 28th meeting at the times.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell to reschedule the June 21st special district regular meeting and the city regular meeting to June 28th, 2022. And that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that? Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Ooh, look at us go. Resolution C. Resolution number 2022-R-11. City Clerk, can you read this by title only?
Resolution number 2022-R-11, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, amending City Commission Policy Number 2021-05 related to commission meeting schedules, notices, and agendas, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Commission questions? I see fingers. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, the only thing is it's in regards to the language of these. I'll start with the Scrivener error one under D1 and D2. How will we know that it was received and corrected in time for the commission meeting? And will it be reflected? Because the agenda is posted. We find an error, a Scrivener's error. How are we going to know that it was received, corrected on the agenda? How does that look after we give the city manager notification?
Commissioner, are you asking for confirmation that the correction has been made? Or are you, what is the concern?
So if there's a Scrivener's error, because it's been shown many times that sometimes what one considers a Scrivener's error is really and truly not. It's more of a policy or a question. So in those kind of situations, if it's a Scrivener's error and we notify the city manager, does he just automatically make the change based on one commissioner, or how do we know it was changed?
If there's a Scrivener's error, we don't need direction to change that.
Okay.
We can change that. I mean, a Scrivener's error is flipping numerals, for example, putting the year as year 2202 instead of 2022. A Scrivener's error can be failing to put a period at the end of the sentence, or a misspelling, one of these where spell check thinks it's okay, but you use the wrong word, something like that. It would not be anything that would touch policy or anything of substance. So, if you reach out and say that there's a Scrivener's error, it's something that does meet the definition of Scrivener's error, it will be changed in due course, whether it's changed before the commission meeting or not. It doesn't matter, because you don't have to give that direction. I know that when you point them out on the dais, a lot of times you say like, oh yeah, and clean up the Scrivener's error on line 122. And that's fine to capture it, to, I guess help to keep track of it, but it's not necessary from a legal perspective. If it's truly a Scrivener's error, it does not require the board's approval to change it.
Okay. The one that I have the biggest kind of heartburn is on D2. Because an ordinance must be read during at least 2 public hearings, every effort should be made for the reading of the ordinance to occur, one during the evening and one during the day. It's still really vague. And how do you determine that every effort was made? And how, it's just vague. Either we're going to do it, or we're going to just say, well, I needed to get this done at 2-day meetings. So I just found that the language, every effort should be made, as being extremely vague. I just wanted to bring that up to my fellow commissioners and see if we could tighten that up a little bit and make it must be made and shall be made, and make it so that, yes, there is one during the day and one in the evening. One of those things I'm on a soapbox almost all the time about. So
Did you get an answer from?
I just was bringing it up and wanting discussion with the board on it. That's all.
Okay. Was that the last thing that you had?
That's all I had, Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you.
Commissioner Luke?
Thank you, sir. I actually like the way that it's worded. Every effort should be made for the reading. I like that. I don't like being box hold, is that what they call that term? That it has to be that. We had some things that happened to us in just a recent meeting. The city was being pretty much held captive technology-wise, and so putting the things on the agenda became difficult. And so I don't have a problem with it reading that way. Actually, I think it's a very good way in case some kind of incident occurred and you don't have to have a convening of the board to go against policy. But over on page 3, under the consent agenda, which is 3C, and then under that, 2, and then the little 1, it talks about commissioner must notify the city manager or designee by email no later than noon on the day before the meeting. I would like that same kind of wording put within that too, that every effort should be made by a commissioner to submit, that by noon, because you can't take away the right of a commissioner on the dais to pull a consent agenda item. We had that discussion when we talked about this a year or two ago. They still have the right to pull something when they're on the dais. So I would rather see every effort be made for, by the commissioner to submit for that consent agenda item to be pulled for discussion. And the reason that we do that is so that staff can be here and be able to discuss the item that's pulled. Otherwise, it's on consent agenda, they may not be here. And so we're trying to be professional and allow them the time to be able to prep for it and to discuss it. So instead of making it so hard that it has to be, I would like to make every effort possible to have it an email sent to the city manager. And with that, I am done.
Vice Mayor Langdon, look at that, 2 in a row.
You're really doing well. My mind just went blank. That's not a good thing. I'll take a pass for now. Can you come back to me in a minute? Is there anyone
Well,
else?
since there's nobody else speaking, that'll be a no.
I guess no. Okay, I'll just have to take a pass. I will just sort of say I do agree with Commissioner Luke, particularly on the item of keeping a little bit of leeway with, making every attempt to handle something during the day and then in the evening. We also have a goal of efficient and effective government. And sometimes things happen where we might need the flexibility to deal with things. We could also, if something comes on the agenda and it's on 2-day agendas or 2-night agendas, we can always ask city manager to reschedule that if we feel strongly about that particular item. But to be hamstrung and limited and have no wiggle room on that, I think it just makes things much more difficult. In a similar vein, I'm a big supporter of rotating the mayor and the vice mayor positions, yet I wouldn't want to have a firm rule around that. I think there could be a commission in the future that wants to handle it differently, and they should have that flexibility. So, yeah, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Luke on that point.
Well, so much for my mind is a blank.
It unblanked.
City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? And I'm going to close this public hearing and request a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to approve
Sorry.
resolution number 2022-R-11 pertaining to the city commission policy, with adding on page 3 under consent agenda 2.1, adding that in wording similar to making every effort possible to submit an email to the city manager to request a consent agenda item be pulled for discussion.
I have a motion on the floor made by Commissioner Luke. City Clerk, did you capture that? Want to repeat it, please?
To approve resolution number 2022-R-11 with the addition of adding language to section 3C21 regarding every effort should be made to note, exactly.
We're good. Do I have a second?
A second.
And I have a second from the vice mayor. Anything to that, ladies?
3 in a row.
Please vote. And that passes 5-0. Okay, moving on to resolution D. Where the hell are you? D. Okay, resolution number 2022-R-12. City Clerk, would you read this resolution by title only, please?
Resolution number 2022-R-12, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, supporting the continuation of the 1% local government infrastructure surtax and adopting the City of Northport project list for infrastructure surtax years 2025 to 2039. Infrastructure surtax proceeds, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is for the approval of the surtax for project list that we will be sending to the county. This is a follow-up to last week's meeting with the approval and the changes that were made. We do have our finance team here to answer any questions, led by Director Kimberly Williams.
Any commissioner questions? Nice.
Motion.
I see none. I will entertain a motion. No, wait a minute.
Public
Any
comment?
public comment?
There's none.
Okay, now I will take a motion, please.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Okay,
Make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-R-12 as presented.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Dowell to approve resolution number 2022-R-12 as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that? Please vote.
I just real quick wanted to say thank you to staff for making those last minute changes that we had at first reading. You did a great job. Thank you. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
And that passes 5-0.
Can I speak to that, Mayor?
Absolutely.
You know, it's, thank you to staff for what they did, but I consider it an honor and a privilege to be in this position and be able to look at the next 15 years and try to plan for this city. So it's an honor to be able to participate in this program and endeavor. Staff, thank you for all that you did. City Manager, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor, do you need a motion to discuss ordinance number 2021-46? Since we kind of put everything else on hold, we only talked about those 3 items.
Well, hold on. Which one are we looking at here?
The tree ordinance for second reading.
Yeah, I was hoping we could have discussed the historical, but our historical chair left because we did not include that in the motion. So without him being able to speak to it, I think we're going to have to definitely push that one aside because I believe he was here to speak. And I would like to recommend when it's pushed off that that be the first item discussed because he was here for so long.
Sure, and that's fine. We had talked about not doing the trees because it was going to be a long and lengthy conversation for another day. Is that still the will of the board?
Not for me, it's not.
It's a second reading. It really shouldn't be a lengthy conversation.
Let's do it. I'm asking.
Do we need a motion?
I'm sure we need a, huh?
We don't, because we didn't continue it.
Okay, so it's actually, it would be next in the list after what we moved forward of it, so, all right. Where am I? Ordinance number 2021-46. City Clerk, can you read this by title only, please?
Ordinance number 2021-46, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida regarding tree regulations and enforcement, repealing and replacing Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 45, Tree Protection Regulations, amending Unified Land Development Code, Sections 21-7 and 21-9, relating to landscaping regulations, amending Unified Land Development Code, Sections 53-171, 53-182, and 53-216, relating to zoning regulations in the RMH Residential Manufactured Home, NC Neighborhood Commercial, and Village Districts, amending Unified Land Development Code, Section 61-3, definitions, amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Section 2-511, relating to code enforcement fines, amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Appendix A, city fee structure relating to planning and zoning fees for tree removal, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. City Manager, this is your item.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second reading for the final adoption of the ordinance. We do have our Special Project Manager, Monica Bramble, on the phone, as well as we are joined by our NDS Director, Ms. Elena Ray, as well as our Assistant City Attorney, Michael Golan, to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Commissioner questions, Commissioner Luke.
Thank you, sir. One question that I have, how are the protected trees mapped out on the tree survey? When something's going to be developed, they map it or whatever. How is a protected tree designated on that survey?
I'm going to bring the arborist down. He reviews those surveys.
The man that does the surveys.
Good evening, Commission. David J. Rowe, City Arborist. On those tree surveys, it shows the DBH. So it's relatively simple to see which ones are protected. If it's 12 inches or greater, we're either dealing with a protected tree or possibly a heritage tree.
Okay, because you have marked what the
Yep.
the inches is. Okay, thank you. All right, the other thing that I was going to bring up, and everything else is fine to me. I went through the last meeting and was saying to myself, oh, I don't want to ruffle things. Well, I changed my mind. I want to ruffle things. I am in agreement with the PZAB that once there's a CO, you leave that property owner alone. The permitting and stuff like that for tree removal and such, I think we need to be looking at development for the mitigation for that sort of stuff. But when somebody has a CO, especially the homes that are already established right now, had a gentleman write an email from the estates area, and he said, you mean I'm going to have to pull a permit to cut a tree down in order to plant my garden? You know, to help raise food? That's a very logical question. So it's his property, he wants a garden, and we're gonna make him pay and mitigate because he wants corn instead of shade. So I am on line 300 where it starts, I am for not forcing those existing homes with COs to do anything that we're forcing the undeveloped lots to do as they develop. And with that, sir, that's the end of mine.
Commissioner White.
Okay, well, first of all, we're on the topic. Yeah, that was a sticking point that I, about that. So I went through here and I saw that we have tree survival on line 854 is 1 year. And I had a question about that too, because it says relocated or replaced, it doesn't say planted, but anyway. So I was thinking along the lines of 1 year after a CO is issued, there will be no mitigation. That obviously would take care of anybody who has been here for a long time. But I think when we had the discussion last time, we were trying to find a way so that the whole idea of mitigation and the conservation credits isn't circumvented, that somebody says, I got a credit, because a heritage tree, if they save a heritage tree, they get triple. That's a lot. And yes, it's going to cost them money to take that tree down if they decide to, but if we're going to give them credit for that, and then they decide in 6 months, I want to take this tree down, that's mitigation money that we didn't get. So that's why I was thinking along the lines of using that same 1 year period.
And I have no problem because you're talking about the development.
Right.
And then carrying it for a year. I have no problem with that. I have a problem with somebody who's lived somewhere 10 or 20 years and we're making them get a permit, cut a tree down, and then mitigate.
Right.
So yeah, I have a problem with that.
Okay. And I also like the year because this reminds me of when, at one time we didn't have a tree ordinance and there was the county arborist. And I remember having a conversation with him and he said that he actually would come in and say, you're not taking that tree down, you're not taking that tree down. And he said he found that when they were insistent on that and the house was built, that many times when he was in the area, the homeowners would come up to him and say that I'm so glad you had us keep that tree because now that the house is built, it makes it look finished, it makes it look complete. And he said that if they want to take it down, it's going to cost them money, and that in itself is a deterrent. So that if your goal is to keep trees, that is going to help us keep trees. Yeah. So I don't know what we need to do to get to make that change in there.
Consensus?
Have a consensus?
Can I speak to it before we get a consensus?
Go ahead.
I agree with everything you're saying, but I think a year is too short. Maybe it should be 2 or 3 years. That way then it keeps people from getting their conservation points and picking, we've had this happen before where developers plant these little twigs, they get their CO, and then they pick those twigs up and move it to the next lot. And if the tree is established after 3 years, that way then most trees will die within that first year or two. By the year 3, they're very established, they're already root borne, and they're a little bit larger. And I think 3 years would be a fair compromise. 1 year I couldn't, because you could still have a developer who's developing a property and then after a year pull those out and then move them somewhere else. I have a problem with that, especially nowadays with all the development that's going on. I just think 1 year is not enough time for a tree to be able to survive and a tree to be able to get chopped down and not get that mitigation that we would have had. 3 years, I think, is a little bit more fair. We're trying to preserve these trees. We're trying to get the mitigation. If they were to chop it down, I think 3 years is better than 1. So that it's a compromise instead of saying all, making it the 3 years.
So you're saying that whole tree survival thing, that it's now saying a year. You want to change that, you're suggesting changing that to 3 years. Because now it says, should the trees expire anytime within 1 year after? See, it's only referring to planting.
I was more referring to what Commissioner Luke was saying about no mitigation. You said 1 year mitigation, and I was suggesting the 3 years.
Oh, for mitigation.
Okay,
But here's-
they're two different topics.
Yeah, this is the one thing that's confusing me. You're going from 1 to 3
Right.
years, but we're talking from time of CO. I mean, and then you're talking about the developers that are gonna move these trees. Well, the people that are living there are gonna be saying, where the hell did my trees go? You know,
Well, they made
seriously, if they're already living there, I think the 1 year is sufficient. You know, that's what I think. You know, that's the way I look at it, because if you're already living there, the developer's not gonna come back and say, oh, by the way, those trees are ours, we're moving them to the next property. I don't think that's
Well,
gonna
I hear
happen.
what you're saying after the CO, but I just think 1 year is still too short. I think 3 years is better.
Okay, well-
I will not be able to give a consensus for 1 year. So
Okay.
you'll have to make a motion, Mayor.
I don't know.
It's
Commissioner White
already-
still had the floor, so,
But it's already in there. It's already written.
right, at the 1 year.
Right.
Right. Okay, but for trees relocated or replaced. So that was another question that I had, is that it doesn't say trees planted actually in there. Other than, it says expire anytime within 1 year after planting, but in the top it says all trees relocated or replaced. So I think maybe there's something missing in there. Maybe it should be all trees relocated, replaced, or planted in accordance with the terms of this article. And then follow.
That's what the replace is. You're planting one that you took out. You removed one, so you're going to replace it by planting a new one.
Can't replace something unless you plant a new one.
Right. It's a different tree, replacing what you took out, the old one.
You're talking about what's taken out for development.
Correct.
Right.
And they get,
And then we're not saying there's any set number of trees that have to go on there. We're just saying you take them out, here's the mitigation, you left some, here's the conservation. So,
but they can also plant some for conservation to get some credits for planting new trees based
Okay.
on the DBH at planting. So that's a replacement tree.
okay. I was just looking at the word replace. Generally, when they use that, there's a direct replacement. You took out 3 trees, you're going to replace it with 1. Or you took out so many inches, but you're saying that it also means just planting a tree for conservation.
I
That's
don't mind stating relocated, comma, replaced, or planted. I have no problem.
I just
doing
think it
that.
should be clear when people are looking at this. All right, do we want a consensus for that, to add the word planted to all trees relocated, replaced,
Or planted.
or planted?
I'm a yes.
Commissioner McDowell,
I'm a yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
All righty, yes, yes.
Okay, then we still have to,
That was Commissioner Luke I was speaking to about that one.
You still have the floor, Commissioner White.
all right, so then we still have to talk about the time frame. 1 year, 2 years?
It's already written at 1 year if
Oh,
you were
that's
happy
it.
with that.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, then I had a question about lines 314 and 333. They both deal with the tree surveys. Now, I know in 314, it was changed to include eligible for mitigation or conservation. It says a tree location survey is required for those trees that are eligible for mitigation or conservation. So mitigation starts at 12 inches, correct? I mean, that's what it is
Unless
there.
it's a protected tree.
That is a protected tree at 12 inches. So there's nothing, we had the discussion, and I even pulled up the minutes, because we talked about the not having the need to show every single tree on a parcel, on a property, if it's going to be removed anyway, and we're not getting any mitigation for it. What is the point of, here's a 3-inch tree, here's a 4-inch tree, because it starts at 12 inches. So I think that's why we said eligible for mitigation, because it's only eligible for mitigation if it's at least 12 inches, correct? I have that right?
Or one of those scrub oaks or something like
Yes,
that.
or
that are
conservation.
protected.
Now, if
Right.
conservation could be less, so obviously if they say we're going to save this 3-inch tree, they're going to have to note it on the survey. If they're not going to save it, there's no point in, right? But then if you go down to 333, it says the location of all existing trees, 3 inches or greater. And I thought we changed that we don't have to do that. So either you want to put back in there the same thing we put in the top there, the location of all trees eligible for mitigation or conservation. Right? What?
If you go up to 322, it says information required on the tree location survey. If they're identifying it for conservation, it has to be, they're going to, I see what you're saying, but it's under D, which is information required on a tree location survey. So they have to show the DBH, and they have to show what kind of a tree it is. Maybe what we probably need to rephrase that first sentence of 3.
Yeah, because we don't want all trees on there. If they're not going to be mitigated, if they're not going to be given credit, there's really no point in going through all that.
Maybe
Exactly right.
We talked about that. We'd
Yeah.
rather free up the arborists to go work with people who actually want to save trees and have their efforts be concentrated there rather than going around measuring every single little tree.
So we need to replace where it says all existing trees with that 3-inch diameter. That needs to be reworded so that it's
It should say
the
then,
trees that are being mitigated.
Yeah, the
all
location,
trees eligible for mitigation or conservation.
the same thing.
It
Keep it.
should be the same kind of wording that's in C, should be on D3.
Does that make sense? I think.
I
Look
don't
for
know.
a consensus.
We want to have staff explain maybe why this may or may not be a good idea. I'd kind of like to hear from them before I hear what you're saying, Commissioner White. I just,
You state the question again, please?
Well, right now it says the location of all existing trees, and we had discussions before that since mitigation is only going to start at 12 inches, and we talked about how that would be a lot more practical even when you go to verify the tree survey with the lot, that you would be able to eyeball very quickly if there's any trees that will be subjected to mitigation. Here it's saying still going down to 3 inches,
I
but
think it just didn't get carried.
we're saying it should be the same as what it says at the top, that the only trees that should be surveyed are those that are eligible for mitigation or conservation. That should be on there, so we know what they're going to be charged for and then what credits they're going to get, period.
I agree with that.
Do we need a consensus for that?
Yes.
All right.
So we're looking for a consensus to reword that so that it no longer reads 3 inches diameter at breast height. We're removing existing. I don't know, existing could be in, but we're going to have staff word it so that it's only the trees that can be mitigated or conservation
On undeveloped lots. Got to
Right.
make sure we
Right.
put those words in.
on undeveloped
That's right.
lots. I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. Commissioner White?
Yes.
And Commissioner McDowell?
I'm a yes.
Is that all you had, Commissioner White?
That was a big part of it. I think so. Oh, I just had one question about line 306. It says after the fact permit. If no permit is pulled, that would be an after the fact permit. Does anybody know what the fine is for that? Because that's a different schedule, isn't it? It's not in here. If they don't pull a permit at all and they go in there and they clear a lot, then they say, okay, well, we want an after the fact permit. What's the fine for that?
I don't know if we changed it. I believe it was.
15,000, wasn't it?
Was it?
It was
This-
some huge
This
amount
is
of money.
Monica.
Oh, it's
Probably gonna be
Monica.
in code
Yeah.
enforcement.
Good evening, yeah. This is Monica Bramble.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
You were there.
Hello, yes, I'm here. So there, if you do not get a permit, then there's fines associated with that violation. The after the fact permit, you'd have to say, pay the same fee as the permit. You cannot have the fee for the after the fact permit be more because your fines are restricted by state statute. So if somebody goes in without a permit, cuts down trees, that's a violation, and they will then go before the code enforcement board for a fine. They also then have to get an after the fact permit, a tree permit, and pay for that.
Okay, so what is the fine?
So I can answer that.
Yeah.
The fines start on 1346, and the fines for violation of
this, for a single tree, is $100 per diameter inch at breast height. For each tree, $200 DBH for each heritage tree, up to a maximum of $5,000 per tree. And then if we cannot determine how many trees were removed, then it is a $15,000 fine for each 10,000 square feet.
Oh.
And an additional, each 10,000 square feet constitutes a separate violation.
Can I just, when she's on that, is that up to $15,000 or is that a flat?
That is a flat fee.
Okay.
It's the maximum allowable
Correct.
by
For the
state statute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because currently it's up to or something like that, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Can I ask a clarifying question since we're on
Are
that
you done?
subject?
I think so. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, now the floor is yours.
Okay, I just wanted to, since we were
that-
piggybacking,
That's fine.
is that an existing code or is that code that needs to be changed?
That is addition.
So it needs to be changed.
It's in your, this is your underlined.
What line?
So if you approve this tonight, it starts on line 1358.
Okay, I see it now. I was in the chart with fines, so thank you for
Understood.
that. Okay. So if you look at line 130, when I compared it to first reading, this line, this section 103 stops at D. There was an E. E said, plant and protect native trees on city-owned property. Somehow E was removed between first reading and this reading. And I brought it to staff's attention and they said that this was inadvertently left out and should be included.
Correct.
And I'd like to get a consensus to add E back in at line, I don't know, 132-ish. If I can get a consensus, Mayor.
Yes.
I'll be a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. This is, if you go to line 197, this section is talking about unless somebody's exempted or authorized in the tree removal permit, no person shall engage in tree removal, engage in tree relocation, and the list goes on. And I was reading that and I went, is land clearing the same as pulling a tree removal permit? So I had this little question nagging in the back of my mind and was reading through this. And I asked staff and they said that they are two different things. And they also went on to say, full disclosure, you saw the email, that this will be addressed in the landscaping chapter. Well, the landscaping chapter, I'm sorry, is months away. And I am looking to see if we can get a consensus that if they are clearing land, that they also have to have a tree removal permit. And I know that it's kind of one and the same because you have your mitigation and you have your conservation points. But if we don't say you have to have a permit to clear land in the tree code, I just want it to be as full.
I'm in disagreement. To me, there is a difference between tree removal, especially when we're talking about mitigation and conservation versus land clearing. That's totally different. And to get a tree permit and a land clearing permit is double dipping, in my opinion. Land clearing is totally different. And I don't
How is it
believe
different?
it really needs to be addressed here. I agree with staff, and I don't care how long it takes to get to it. I don't want to muddle what we're trying to accomplish by straightening out this ULDC. The land clearing, the landscape, the habitat, the scrub jay, whatever, doesn't need to be part of a tree ordinance. Tree ordinance strictly needs to be tree ordinance. And when the others come, we've already started discussion on them. When they come, they come. I don't believe in muddying this, trying to hurry something else along, so I could no way agree with it.
And I hear what you're saying, Commissioner, but I'm trying to understand what is the difference between land clearing and needing a tree permit? Tree permit to me is more singular-ish. And
So I think that some of the confusion arises because currently the staff uses the same form, application
Okay.
form, but there are different boxes that can be checked on that form depending on what you're doing. So if you're just removing trees, you check one box. If you're clearing underbrush or doing land clearing, land clearing is typically you're either clearing all the underbrush but leaving the trees, or you're trying to take everything out. In which case you would need to check both land clearing and tree permit or tree removal. But the confusion has come in not because of necessarily because of the ordinance, but because of the fact that one form is being used. We are redoing the form because of to comply with this tree ordinance. And the land clearing is also covered in at least 5 other chapters within the code, within the ULDC. So part of what we will be doing behind the scenes administratively is cleaning up that process as well, so that it is clearer what you're trying to clear.
I'll
You
yield
wanna
on
address
that.
that?
I'll yield on that
Kevin
subject.
Reducci, Code Enforcement. I've been sworn. The land clear for code enforcement purposes is usually an undeveloped lot, and it's a new build. You cannot get a tree permit on an undeveloped lot to take any trees down. You'd have to file a land clear, and you'd get a land clear based on your intention to build a home with a principal structure. That's the difference. You're not going to take one tree off an undeveloped lot for any reason unless you intend to build on it. Does that make sense?
So if somebody wanted to clear a vacant property, they have to get a land clearing permit.
Yes, ma'am.
Do they have to get a tree removal permit?
It's encompassed in that. They would get with the arborist, they would, as it stands right now, they would mark the trees they're going to keep, the trees that they're not going to keep. The arborist would go out and verify that, and then they would be granted the permit based on those factors, as well as the lot would be visited for scrub jays or tortoises, all those things included. But you're not going to get a tree removal permit, which I think somebody said, it's usually like a singular or a couple of trees on that's a developed lot, like somebody just, the tree's dead or they don't want that tree anymore, but they want to replace it. That's a developed lot.
Okay.
An undeveloped lot is a land clear.
Thank you. Thank you for that distinction. I just, land clearing is pretty much why we are trying to do our code.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank
And
you
I
for
think it's
that.
important to note too, whether it's land clearing or tree removal that's being proposed or a combination of the two, our arborists go out to every single one of those properties beforehand. So, and if they see that what is being proposed doesn't quite line up with what they're asking or what is on the ground, then they will alert to that.
Thank you. I'm going to skip over to line 282, pruning and maintenance. Maintenance has been used in the past by CDDs, which is a government entity, to remove their street trees. And according to G, they are not going to have to get a permit to do that. And we had a lot of pushback from citizens in those subdivisions. Why don't they have to have a permit? I have to have a permit to remove a tree on my property. Street trees are a special animal, and I just want to, again, make sure that CDDs cannot remove street trees without a permit. And I don't see that anywhere in here.
May I speak to that too? Because I totally get what she's talking about, especially because we're changing that 35% canopy to be citywide. And we are talking about, especially in the CDDs and stuff like that, that the street trees count toward that 35%, public use. So totally get and understand what you're talking about, how it needs to be worded.
So,
Don't know, but I agree, street trees, because they are part of our 35% canopy.
so pruning and maintenance does not refer to removing a tree. Pruning and maintenance is just that. It is either pruning the tree, trimming it, or it is maintaining it for health or preventative health. The prohibition for, it is in other areas of this section that prohibits HOAs from removing it. If there's a concern with maintenance, I do believe we provided a potential descriptor for that, that we could provide language that says tree pruning and maintenance is the trimming and care of a tree to maintain or restore the health of the tree and to prevent and or cure disease, not to include removal of the tree. Just to make it clear that that's what maintenance is. But the other thing too is that if an HOA or a CDD wants to remove street trees that were required as part of their development order, then they're going to have to come back in for an amendment to their landscape plan. So that it's not just a permit that they could get.
And I hear what you're saying, but in the past, they used maintenance because they're a CDD and they're a government entity to be able to remove street trees. And I like the language that you said. Is that defining? Is it a definition, or where would we add that in?
It's simply a descriptor. We could add it on to that sentence.
Okay, so add that descriptor as like a GA?
It would simply be a continuation of that sentence.
Okay. If I don't know if you need to rehear what the language was that Ms. Arlena had mentioned as being added to G somewhere in line 282-ish. I'd like to get a consensus for that to make it crystal clear.
We could say tree pruning and maintenance consists of the trimming and care of a tree to maintain or restore the health of the tree and to prevent and or cure disease, and does not include removal of the tree.
I like that, and I would be a yes if we could get a consensus, Mayor.
I'd be a yes on that as well.
Yes.
I'm going to be a yes. I don't totally get it, but I'm a yes.
Okay, I'll take it.
All right.
All right, Commissioner McDowell, you
I
are
am
at your.
almost done.
I'm saying you're at your time, so.
Sorry, I apologize. I
Just,
didn't
no,
realize
no,
it.
no, just need to wrap it up because I have no other commissioners and we're going to be moving on. So
I have
wrap up your questions, please.
I want to give you kudos and props to line 425. Thank you very much. Kudos and props, does that count towards questions?
Okay, you're done. No, I'm just kidding. No.
So this line was taken care of with land clearing. This line was taken care of with land clearing. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Oh, I knew you were close. I'm just,
Okay, 906. And city attorney had shared some suggested language when I asked the question at line 906 and 1296. If you read that B, there's so many ands in there. And city attorney had made a suggestion of after and scrub oak, add the language located in a Northport Scrub J designated zone with a DBH of 2 inches or greater and end the period there. And I would like to see if we could get that approved language at 906 and 1296.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. Commissioner Langdon. Vice Mayor Langdon, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, and I am also a yes. Right. If you go to 1269, it is really wordy, and when I read it, it says, further, for the purpose of this article, all rooted species of mangroves or 2-inch DBH scrub oak including red mangrove, white mangrove, black mangrove, buttonwood, sand live oak. It just seems like something's wonky. If we're talking about mangroves, we should list the mangroves. If we're talking about scrub oaks, we should list the scrub oaks, not combine them.
We can easily pull that out. I mean, it's simply putting the mangroves
With the
immediately
mangroves.
after where it says mangrove and
Thank
putting the
you.
scrub oak immediately afterwards. It's just the way it's
Yeah,
ordered.
it's-
And that's
it's-
an easy change.
I just think
You're going to
it
have
would-
to ask for a consensus because I like the way that it's written. I saw a citizen write about this and they put buttonwood with oak instead of with the mangrove. So I totally understand. I mean, when we get down to critiquing the way a sentence is structured, it boils down to preference. And I prefer the way that it's written.
And you're right, it is a preference, and I just saw mangroves, and then it was listed after we were talking about oaks. So I just was trying to keep mangroves together with mangroves and keeping your little tin soldiers in a straight line. That's all I was looking for. So I don't know if, what the others feel on this, if you want to get a motion or just leave it alone. This is not a big fish for me at this point.
It's stating the same thing, you're just putting it a different way.
Right,
And you might run into the problem of what the citizen did, putting the buttonwood in the wrong place. So at least when you're listing them all out, you're not goofing it up.
Gotcha. 1296 is taken care of. That is all done. I just want to check my notes. And Mayor, that is all I have, except for one more at line, don't know what line, 425. I know I gave you huge props on that one, but a citizen had requested that instead of saying the language of, or a migratory bird nest during nesting season shall occur as a result of tree removal, say appropriate surveys for properties depicted. I think this is something that staff had already talked about with the citizen, to have the map shall be performed and submitted after the scrub jay nesting season on June 30th. I think Miss Julie, you met with them on this, and I don't know how far it got with the rest of the staff.
Thank you, Miss Julie.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Assistant City Manager. Today, I did meet with, via Teams, a couple of the citizens, Edie Dreest and Robin San Vicente, as well as Adam Conson. He is with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And we discussed this issue in relation to the ordinance, the way it is currently written. And there was some concerns. We actually did make a lot of good progress with respect to the scrub jays. And I explained where we're at in the process. And their main concern is the nesting season. I think the question is the way it's written, should we take out, I think taking out the migratory birds nest during the nesting season, that was a suggestion to delete that language. The only problem is then there's the other birds besides the scrub jays. Yeah. In all honesty, as far as the nesting season for the scrub jays, I believe we have a solution to that. I've put in a request for a legal opinion, and at the commission meeting on September 28th of 2021, we did have commission direction with both consensuses and a motion to proceed, provided there were a certain amount of things taken care of, one of which was getting our scrub jay map updated. These three citizens were kind enough, there was another lady as well, to go out and do some field work. They submitted that field work to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Today, they sent me the revision, the updated plan and map, so we can update ours. So once that's taken care of, and once I receive the opinion back from the city attorney's office, then I will know if I have the authorization to not grant any building permits on those lots that are identified and now been confirmed by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service during the nesting season of March 1st through June 30th. So changing this language, they did ask that we change it. They were concerned about the 90 days, but that 90 days is really in place for all surveys, any surveys which may be required, which include your environmental surveys, assessment, cultural assessment surveys, archaeology surveys. So the concern was that they would have a survey prepared, for example, in January, and then they could use that even though the nesting season started. But as I explained today, if there's no development on those particular lots in the nesting season, there's not going to be any development, including land clearings, brush removal, or construction.
Excellent. Just two other things. Me and my tree islands.
Yes.
See that in here? I thought staff was going to come back with some suggested locations of incentivizing keeping tree islands. Did that fall off the
Staff
radar?
has not had the opportunity to do that. As you're aware, we've had some other emergency issues that we were dealing with. So we did not get an opportunity to go out and look at where those might be appropriate. I think that's going to be part of our landscaping chapter. While somebody could propose tree islands, and we would, of course, encourage that, we really feel like the proper place for that is going to be in the landscape section, because it's going to be with, development that takes place and how they have to build their infrastructure around them.
Right. Yeah, and the only reason why I thought it would belong here, and I know I'm a broken record with this.
You are, yes.
But it is protecting trees in a tree island, not putting up shrubs and bushes and plants. And that to me is landscaping. So the other thing is the clearing to the water's edge in the right of way. I know we had made some minor changes to that. Is it, can you tell me where real quick? Thank you. And after that question,
Monica, do you know offhand where that is located, the clearing to the water's edge?
Yeah, I'm looking for it, and yeah, it was added in there.
I believe it's line 1023. Removal of vegetation in a waterway right-of-way shall require a tree removal permit. All invasive trees shall be removed, but no native tree removal shall be permitted unless approved by city arborist.
thank you. I appreciate that. I'm done, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Luke.
The final one that I have is to go back to what I brought up first of all, starting at line 300, which is permitting criteria and procedures. 302, tree removal permit required, and it follows with all persons. To me, all persons should be undeveloped property, not the developed property with the CO. To me, the only exception is what Commissioner White brought up, that after that undeveloped property has been developed, they receive the CO for 1 year, they're accountable for what they have done. I don't believe somebody who has a CO and been living there for 5 years needs to get that permit. I would like to see if there's a consensus of agreement with me.
Could I
Commissioner
jump
Vice
in
Mayor.
here before? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Could I just jump in here? I understood that this may be brought up, and I did prepare some recommended language, and we would recommend that go under the exemption section. That is right up ahead of where the line 302, it would go after J on line 299, and I can share my screen. And
That's an excellent idea. Excellent, Monica.
okay. And hopefully you can see the proposed language here.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
It's coming.
We're going shopping on your Amazon account right now.
Yeah.
Mama needs some new earrings.
Your screen is white, just to let you know, Miss Monica. Your shared screen is
Okay.
completely white.
Does that help?
It flashed and it's still white. Now, hello.
Now you're back.
Let's see here. All right. What I can do is, I guess, verbalize.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it would be exceptions. K, certain residential lots. The prohibitions in section 45-3A shall not apply to owner-occupied residential lots of 5 acres or smaller after a certificate of occupancy has been issued for the residential dwellings on that lot. For owner-occupied residential lots larger than 5 acres, no tree removal permit is required where the tree is located within 150 feet of the residential dwelling after the certificate of occupancy is issued for the residential dwellings on that lot. This exemption shall not apply to the following: conservation or preservation areas, trees that received credit for conservation pursuant to a tree removal permit, trees that are part of an approved landscape plan, where the residential dwelling is to be demolished and reconstructed, any heritage tree on any property, areas within the Myakka River Protection Zone except on lots that are a minimum of 2,200 feet from the bank of the main stem of the Myakka River. On those lots, no tree removal permit is required for tree removal or irreparable injury landward of the watercourse buffer, and 7 trees within a canopy road zone.
I like that. It corresponds with other areas within this code. The only thing is when you were talking about the CO, I think that should be the CO after 1 year of mitigation instead of, because it sounded like you were going to make them get the permit again no matter what time if they have had mitigation. And I believe it needs to correspond with the other portion of the code in state, having the CO for 1 year. Are you with us,
Okay,
Ms.
so-
Monica?
Yes. So for those lots, after a certificate of occupancy has been issued after a year?
At least 1 year.
For 1 year after.
Yeah, at least
For
1 year.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least 1
Okay.
year. Okay.
And asking for consensus for that wording, and I'm a yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
Can I ask a question about that wording, please?
yes.
Are you saying if this tree that's being removed that has received a CO a year prior, if that tree was for conservation credits or is a heritage tree, they cannot remove it?
They would need to get a tree removal permit.
I'm a yes.
Okay. Is that
Thank
all
you.
you had, Commissioner Luke?
Yes. Using staff language.
I just needed to clarify with you though, Ms. Monica, after they have received that CO and they have mitigated, they have received conservation points, a year has passed, according to the section that Commissioner White brought up, we make them accountable for replacing, relocation, and planting for 1 year. So why are we making them get a tree removal permit past that 1 year mark?
if the trees were planted and they received, or they were remaining and they received conservation credits for that, they could, if trees that receive credit for conservation pursuant to a tree removal was not allowed, then after a year, they could go in and cut down those trees that we just gave them a monetary credit for in a prior tree removal permit.
So we're going to be police, tree police. I mean, to me, I don't like sending our arborists out around year after year, trying to see, accountability. If somebody got a conservation point and they went, I mean, the state's even, cracking down on people removing trees. What you have said is better than, in my opinion, better than what it was, but I still don't want staff running around being tree police after a year of conservation. As the mayor stated, I mean, why are they going to pull up something, move it somewhere else? They've got these conservation, they've figured the landscaping out. I don't see very many people trying to get rid of what they mitigated and conserved. And besides that, we collected the money, so that we can put that 35% canopy. I just have a problem bugging anybody and having our staff go around to be tree police after a year.
And I would defer to the commission. I just want to, though, clarify, if they received enough credits for conservation, then we may not have received any money. If they stated they're going to preserve a bunch of trees and they got the credit for them, and it is likely that they would then owe nothing for mitigation. So then after 1 year, they then would be able to cut them down without a tree removal permit. And again, that's at the commission's discretion if you would like that language pulled out, that this exemption does not apply to trees that received credit for conservation.
Or heritage.
Yeah, heritage was on a separate line,
right?
And heritage was any heritage tree on any property. So it doesn't matter if you received conservation, it does not apply to heritage trees.
I like the language that's there. If staff, my opinion, if staff feels that they're running out and being tree police for these conservation tree credits, and citizens coming back a year and a half later saying, hey, I want to chop this down after all, and we say, no, we can't, because you have to pay mitigation then or go through the tree removal process, I'm sure staff will come back to us and say, this is a little monkey wrench we need to straighten out. And I would absolutely hope that they will come back to us and say, we got to fix this. I think given the wording that staff presented is a good starting point, and it's only for a year after, and if they have conservation points, they're not going to be running around anytime soon.
I mean, we've already got the consensus for the wording that she had, so I'll come back as a citizen a year from now. Staff, I'm trying to think about you.
I can assure you, if it doesn't work, we will come back.
Okay, moving on. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Debbie Blanco. Thank you, Commissioners, for moving forward with the major revisions to the tree protection ordinance. I know that we are all witnessing the very rapid pace of home building in the city, and sadly, with each lot that is cleared, very few trees or native vegetation remains. I hope that this ordinance will help protect our remaining tree canopy. As I had multiple comments relating to items in the ordinance, I sent a separate email to all of you as there was no way to attach a document to the e-comment form. I hope you will review the attachment, as I believe there were some important points that were overlooked in this new revision. Thank you. David Ionati. Ordinance 2021-46 is long overdue progress for an issue so many in the community have asked for. We must never lose sight of the natural beauty bestowed upon us and its importance in our personal and community health. Does it sound too dramatic to state we are talking about the air we breathe and the cleanness of the water we drink? If so, I will accommodate you in that we are also talking about how desirable a community we build. That is future revenues and attractiveness to home buyers. Northport has an advantage of relative youth in this matter. We need not make the mistakes of other communities who short-sightedly squandered their resources. No one will remember 50 years from now the commissioners who brought a gas station to the corner. They will remember the commissioners who had the foresight to protect our natural beauty, which in turn we built a desirable community. I write not to dissect the provisions proposed here, only to say we should do even more. The more we do now, the bigger the rewards and the easier the transition. Based on the growth rate as presented in research papers previously provided to Commission, slash pines should be protected with a lower minimum point value to be considered heritage trees. The proposed 60 should be lowered to 40. Many of you have looked at slash pines and noted their very small DBH despite age. I write this comment on a city website that is using a photograph of a local pine forest as the web page backdrop. The pines are as much a symbol of Northport as the sable palm and the bobcat in the springs. Stop and picture these things in this place we call home. We have much natural beauty to be grateful for. We have much beauty that deserves our stewardship. I thank you, as always, for your service to the community. Patrice Metz. I am a resident of the West Villages, and all I can say is I didn't know that there would be so much land clearing and so little trees saved. Trees produce oxygen and are vital to our environment and wildlife. Please make sure that there are more stringent rules and requirements on saving and, if absolutely necessary, replacing an adequate amount of trees taken when all of this construction work is done around the entire city of Northport, east and west of the Mayaca. Our environment is precious. Thank you. And that's all.
Good. All right. I will close this public hearing and request a motion.
Make a motion, Mayor?
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion. Oh, can I ask City Attorney a quick question before I make that motion?
If you must, yes.
City Attorney, do you think this is okay to approve or at this time, or do we need to bring it back for a third reading? We made
The
a
only
lot
reason,
of changes.
the only reason to bring it back for third reading would be if you need staff to bring back new language for you. If the motion's going to include specific language that needs to be changed, and that's all, there's no reason for another reading.
Okay, thank you. Just,
Ready whenever you are, then.
City Manager's liaison, sir.
Oh, okay, now I see it.
Mr. Mayor, we want to make a proposed change as well as change to the effective date as well.
So you got me really fast where I couldn't get out of my chair fast enough when you closed everything. But we caught today one, and the city attorney may consider this a Scrivener's error, but it's on line 980. It says any major medium, and it should say any intermediate.
What?
It's 980. It says any major, medium, and major shade tree. And obviously that makes no sense. It's supposed to be any intermediate and major shade tree.
Shouldn't that just be a Scrivener's
I
error?
believe it is, but I wanted to defer to the attorney. We just caught that.
I mean, that's the way I would look at it.
Let's get a consensus to just keep it clean. if
Sure,
we could,
absolutely.
To change line 980 to any intermediate and major shade tree?
Yes.
Okay,
And your vote, Commissioner McDowell?
yes.
Commissioner White?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
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 Okay, that's good.
And then the second thing regarding a potential delay, we've met with staff internally who will be responsible for all of the permitting, the site inspections, the review, everything. And as you're aware, these are significant changes to our current ordinances. And staff was taken aback about what they're going to have to learn very quickly to enforce this and to educate our building industry, our property owners, homeowners. And so there was a request that if possible, the board consider putting a delay on the effective date of 90 days to allow us to get materials developed for education. That would include brochures. It would include rewriting the application. We were also going to order some supplies for people to be able to measure the trees, because most people don't have the measuring tool that's required to measure a tree. And then also to hold a workshop for the building industry, for homeowners, property owners. As you're aware, we are in the process of trying to catch up from the network issues that we had. And so our staff has been really stressed trying to do that, and then asking them to learn this. If 90 days is too long, we would respectfully request 60 if that's possible. But putting it into effect tomorrow would be pretty much impossible for us to actually implement and enforce immediately.
Now, and I totally understand that, but we also want to get this put in
Understood.
as soon as possible. So, I mean, within reason. So, Commissioner Langdon, you were first.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am so pleased that you brought this up, because when we had our very first discussion of this ordinance and we were going through all of the changes, my major concern was how difficult it would be for people who want to do the right thing to figure out what the right thing is. And at the time, I had suggested the development of a little online app where people could just put their surveys in and all the calculations would happen for them. But short of that, I agree with you. I think it's going to take a major educational effort. And I appreciate you bringing it forward.
I'd like to mention too, the other issue that we have is a lot of the builders who are ready to put their permits in for building have already done their surveys. So if it goes into effect in tomorrow or the next 30 days, many of them may have to get their surveys redone because they're not encapsulating all of the requirements in this. So we wanted to give them some time to either, one, redo their surveys, or two, get their permits in on the surveys that were done prior to this ordinance going into effect.
Commissioner McDowell.
I appreciate you bringing that forward. I do. But here's the other side of the coin. I asked that exact question. How is this going to be implemented months ago? Months ago. How long is it going to take to get it the effective date? How long is it going to take to get staff up to speed? Months.
Point of order, it is now 10:30. We all discussed moving this meeting along. With all due respect, Commissioner McDowell.
Could I finish my statement,
Well,
please?
you've said the exact same statement 5 times in a row.
This is a different subject. We're talking about placement of this right now as we're
No,
talking.
but I mean, get to your point. You just keep repeating months ago, months ago, months ago.
With
Get
each
it out.
Okay. Commissioner McDowell.
You're requesting 90 days.
I will take whatever the commission could give us.
Can we cut it in half to 45?
45.
We have been trying to get this done, and here's what I see happening. I see developers coming in with a permit. Tomorrow, you're going to have them all lined up. We give them 90 days, then we're going to be having the same thing in 89 days. Well, we have to, they're going to have a new tree survey. How are we going to get from this point where we have a new code to the point where we say, this is the code, this is the survey we have to have? Is there a way to do this is the code? Anybody that's applying for a new survey, a new permit, has to follow the new code and get the new tree survey?
Right. So as I mentioned, we have met internally. I've met with, oh goodness, I don't know how many people we had on the call the other day, but it was everybody who is going to be touching this. And we are developing a messaging. It's going to go out on social media, on our website. We're going to do a blast email to industry, so that to basically our frequent flyer customers, so that they're well aware that this is going to take place on whatever date the commission sets. And that is the hard date. If they come in on that effective date and they haven't done what this ordinance says, then they're going to have to go redo it. But that amount of time between now and then would give us the opportunity to put that messaging out there and get all of those materials on our website and on our social media.
Okay. May I intervene here for a second?
Thank you very much.
I understand exactly everything you're saying, and there's already permits been pulled and this, that, and the other. But again, on the flip side, if we're not doing mediating, you know, how many of these permits are all clear cuts going for the next 90 days? That's what I'm looking at trying to not have happen, because they're gonna rush in and go, hey, clear cut city over this next time period. So that's why I'm saying it needs to be implemented sooner rather than later. Get them on board. They can come in and go, hey, I need to have a new tree survey. Well, yes, you do. The rules have changed. I'm sorry, but this is what they are going forward.
Right.
And we're going to have to put the brakes on it sooner or later, be it 90 days, be it 45 days, or be it tomorrow.
Understood. I promised I would, my staff, I would ask for 90 days, but I knew full well that there may be some negotiating going on up
Right,
there.
and I understand why you're asking that. I do, but it's going to be give and take. You know, and it is
Absolutely.
going to be the will of the board. So
Absolutely.
I just wanted to put that out there. And Commissioner White, your turn.
Yeah, I would be amenable to 45 days. But I do agree. You're just going to have, you know, open season on clear cutting if you have any longer. And as far as, you know, homeowners are not going to be involved with this. Anyone who's already here, it's not going to affect them at all. In fact, they're going to love this because they're going to have to get a tree permit to take down a tree in their
I
backyard.
just got a tree permit last
So
week.
that's not really, it's the other side of that, which is educating the builders now, what you need to do and what we're going to be looking for, so they understand that. So, and that is more control, because you know who they are, you're going to sit them in a room, however you're going to do it, you know, and that is a lot more doable. Yeah.
We will use multiple methods to get this out to them and get them educated. And when the deadline hits, the deadline hits.
Right.
And there are no you know, waivers after that.
Right, and the thing about the public too, yes, we have to get it out there because this has been the hot topic.
Correct.
People want to know, when are we going to do something about it? So, but that's easy. You do that, you know, type it and get it out there, and they're going to know about it. Okay, so
If the
I would.
commission is willing to give us 45 days,
Yeah.
we're very happy with
We're thinking about it. That wasn't guaranteed.
Right.
Commissioner Luke.
Yeah, I was going to be amenable to 60 days. I think there needs to be a heads up educational that goes out and warns these developers that surveys are changing, so that they don't go out and do an old survey and then have to turn around and do a new survey. So I would, if it's going to end up being 45, the first 15 days is education, letting them know what's going on, and that it would be implemented at day 45. But I don't have a problem with whether you make 15 days and then it's implemented at the 60-day mark. This is a huge educational piece. And we're going to have to make the forms. We're going to have the formulas for the mitigation and the conservation. They're going out doing what they do currently and then swinging it around. So it is going to take, you know, 2-3 weeks at least to be able to get that education and them planted, and then be able to adapt to it. At least 45 days, but 60 days is fine with me too. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner McDowell?
I'll make a motion if you'd like,
Yes.
if all the conversation is finished.
I think conversation is done, and just make sure that we include in the motion time period on when we're looking to have it started, please.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to change the effective date on line 1400, section 8.01, to say this ordinance takes effect 45 calendar days from today. That way then,
I'll second.
Yeah, I have a motion on the floor for the effective date of this to take place 45 calendar days from today by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Commissioner White.
can I speak to the motion?
Absolutely.
I guarantee you, every home builder is following this as closely as the incentives for economic development. They know this is coming. I am only giving this for staff's benefit. Otherwise, it would be effective immediately for developers. So I am glad I got a second. I hope this passes because believe me, these developers know full well this is coming down the pipe. So thank you.
Commissioner White, did you have anything to it?
No, I don't.
I support this because I do think it's fair. So please vote.
Wrong one again. Sorry.
And that passes 5-0. We met you halfway.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And,
This is a cause for celebration.
well, we're not done yet. We got more motions.
Oh, the tree code is the cause for celebration.
No, but we have an effective date. That's amazing.
We've made great strides on this in 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting on a motion. I thought you were going to make the
Oh, I'll make
motion.
a motion if you'd like.
I thought that's what you were going to do, and then we got derailed into getting the effective
I'll
date.
make a motion, Mayor, to continue general business A, which is discussion on leases, general
Commissioner?
business.
No, wrong one.
The tree ordinance motion.
We didn't do that one yet.
We haven't had a tree ordinance motion.
The motion that was passed was only
Oh,
about for the
sorry.
effective date.
That motion.
Yeah.
I'm celebrating that we're even getting to
I
this.
know.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to approve ordinance number 2021-46 for as presented with all consensuses and motions given during the discussion.
Second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to approve ordinance 2021-46 as presented to include all consensuses and motions discussed throughout this discussion. That was presented by Commissioner McDowell and seconded by Commissioner Luke. Anything to that? I see everybody voting. Never mind. Please vote. And that passes 5-0.
All right.
Now you can celebrate.
Now we can celebrate. I should have brought my horns.
All right, moving on.
Round of applause.
Quickly, we have 3 other items, general business, 7A, B, and C that we need to move.
Make a motion, Mayor.
I'm ready.
Make a motion to move general business A, which is discussion on nonprofit leases, general business B, which is the creation of a maintenance and renovation account, and general business C, which is the Historical and Cultural Advisory Board, discussion to the meeting on March 3rd at a time convenient for city manager and staff.
I'll second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell to move items 7A, B, and C to the March 3rd meeting at a time convenient for city manager and staff, and that was seconded by Commissioner Luke. Please vote.
I'm going to suggest 1 PM.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
That'll be up to the city manager.
I'm just suggesting.
You suggested it, all right, and it's 5-0, that passes. City clerk, is there any public comment? All right, moving on. Commission communications, Commissioner McDowell.
I'll skip it, Mayor. Thank you.
Yep, Commissioner White.
I'll skip it.
I'll skip mine too. Vice Mayor?
I do have one thing. I'm sorry to report that I won't be able to go to the National League of Cities. I won't be going to DC. I'd like to know who is planning to go? Okay, Commissioner, no,
I'm not sure yet.
you're not sure yet. Commissioner McDowell?
Nope.
Nope, okay, so just one.
I'm the lone wolf.
The lone wolf. I would like to suggest in preparation for this city coming up with its affordable workforce housing policy and strategy, that while you're in Washington DC, and particularly with Congressman Stube, if we could do two things. One is communicate the urgency of the need for affordable, attainable housing in the city. It's a countywide issue. It's a nationwide issue. If we could communicate that urgency to Congressman Stube, and as part of that, find out, are there any initiatives or housing policies in the works, given how dire the situation is for our working families and our working poor families. So if other commissioners agree with that, I'd love to have you do that on our behalf.
I've already reached out to his office to try to set an appointment with him. I'm also trying to set one with Rubio and Scott also. That is one of our priorities on our list for federal, so I will put a star beside it.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And hone in on it.
Yeah, I'll be looking for your report back. You'll have a lot to say, I'm sure. Thank you.
Maybe I can bring back $1 billion. How about that?
Be awesome.
Commissioner Luke?
I'm skipping.
Okay. City attorney report.
I have nothing, Mayor.
City manager report.
No, nothing, Mayor.
City clerk monthly report. All righty then. Where the hell's that damn thing at? It's 11 o'clock and we're adjourned.